There was a loud explosive sound, and the corner of the arena that Xiao Chen stood on was blasted to smithereens. Rocks flew everywhere and dust filled the air. The arena that was forged from heavenly mountain stones had a 2-meter deep pit in it, causing people to exclaim in astonishment. This moon bright like fire is very terrifying. It could actually blast a pit into this arena that is forged from heavenly mountain stones. The future of this fellow is limitless. Back then, that sword sage from White Cliff School managed to kill a martial emperor with one stroke of his sword. Indeed, the Zhong clan's rise to power can clearly be seen now. After this battle, the rankings of the powers in Mohe City will thoroughly change. Do you think that this Xiao Chen is able to withstand this move? What nonsense. Do we still need to say this? There is a large pit in the heavenly mountain stone. I'm guessing it is very possible that his corpse was blasted into oblivion. How unfortunate for that exceptional demonic weapon. When Zhong He used the flight on wings, moon bright like fire, the crowd in the distance thought that the battle had ended. Although it felt like they had not fully expressed themselves yet, this battle had been a big eye-opener for them. It was sufficient for them to brag about in the future. The radiance dispersed and the moonlight shone down. Zhong He was flying amongst the wind, and his eyes were as calm as still water. That move had exhausted a great amount of his essence, and the clear sky sword's source of power. If he still had not destroyed that heavenly lightning shield, then he would have no other methods left. However, was that even a possibility? It was obvious that there was none. The corners of Zhong He's mouth curled up in a cold smile. He held the shadow-bearing sword and headed over to the pit. His footsteps were light and his expression was relaxed. However, he did not let down his guard even by a little bit. With Xiao Chen's insignificant medial-grade martial disciple cultivation, he had managed to give him too many surprises. This made it difficult for his heart to remain calm. He absolutely could not relax. Not until the final moment. At the bottom of that huge pit, Xiao Chen's clothes were already torn to shreds. He looked like a dead man lying on the floor. Both his eyes were closed, there were bloodstains at the corners of his eyes, and there was blood flowing from his nose and mouth. He seemed to be tightly grasping onto something in his left hand. The lunar shadow saber was stuck into the ground near his right hand. Zhong He breathed out in relief. Regardless of how he looked, Xiao Chen was covered in severe injuries everywhere. He definitely would not be able to continue to battle. Smiling gently, Zhong He jumped down and walked to the lunar shadow saber. He said indifferently, "I, Zhong He, shall be receiving this demonic weapon." Just as his hand was about to come in contact with the saber handle, Xiao Chen's right hand suddenly moved and pointed at Zhong He. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. There was a scarlet glow coming from his eyes and a strange smile on his face. It seemed to complement his blood-stained face, making him look very terrifying. Zhong He paid attention and he felt a dangerous aura. He immediately used the flight on wings. At this moment, he executed the flight on wings to its extremes. A man flying like a large bird instantly returned to the top of the arena. Behind him, there was a strand of purple flames. It was moving like a python, sticking very close to him. If he was just slightly slower, he would be caught by these purple flames. The consequences would be unimaginable. The purple flame brushed by his side from behind, and a shower of sparks fell onto his hair. In an instant, there was a burning smell. Half his elegant long hair was actually burnt off. Zhong He circulated his essence and his hair immediately stood erect. The purple flames on the erect hair slowly moved downwards. It would arrive at his head in the next instant. Shua. Zhong He decisively used his sword to cut off his burning hair. It was completely cut off. The erect hair all fell downwards. The originally elegant hair all disappeared, leaving behind some partially dried up stray hair and a burnt smell. At this moment, Zhong He's expression looked extremely unsightly. He was the expression of one who had just drunk urine. This was probably how Zhong He felt at the moment. The crowd in the distance had seen Zhong He jump down in a magnificent manner. They all thought that he would be coming out with the lunar shadow saber in hand, ending this duel. After a moment, they were astonished to discover that Zhong He was fleeing in a sorry manner, and his hair seemed to be set ablaze. After that, his expression was very unsightly, akin to one that had drunk urine. No one could figure out what had happened in there. Did you guys feel that? The qi and blood of the person below seemed to be flourishing. Yes. I felt it too. This seems to be the usual scenario of what happens before a breakthrough. Impossible. Could it be that after surviving a great ordeal, his cultivation realm is actually going to be raised to superior grade martial disciple? Within the pit, Xiao Chen completely absorbed the inferior grade spirit stone in his left hand. He then casually tossed it aside. That spirit stone had already lost all its glow, and it now seemed like any ordinary rock, no longer of any value. He felt that the effects of the blood-replenishing pill he had eaten earlier had already dispersed. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Moonbright like fire was too scary. Even his heavenly lightning shield, that was comparable to an earth-ranked martial technique, was useless and had been torn like paper in front of it. That figure in the sky was like a deity descending to earth. With the might of one sword, he broke through the purple thunder divine incantation that was protecting his body, causing him to bleed from his 7 orifices. If he had not placed a blood-replenishing pill in his mouth earlier, even with the heavenly lightning shield and purple thunder divine incantation protecting his body, he would no longer have the strength to stand up. He spread his spiritual sense out and saw Zhong He standing on top of the arena. The corner of Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a cold smile. He took out another pill from his universe ring. This was the cloud-swallowing pill. After consuming it, within a short period of time, it would raise the strength of the user by multiple folds. It was extremely terrifying. After he absorbed the inferior grade spirit stone, Xiao Chen easily reached the peak grade perfection of superior grade martial disciple. He immediately swallowed the cloud-swallowing pill and his strength immediately soared to that of a medial grade martial master. At this moment, Xiao Chen's absolute strength was comparable to that of Zhong He's. With the assistance of the Azure Dragon, he was not inferior in any aspects. The crowd in the distance could only feel that Xiao Chen's strength was continually rising up. Zhong He, who was on the stage, could feel the aura that was pressing on him ruthlessly, and each wave that surged up was stronger than the one before. Boom! Xiao Chen stomped on the ground and leapt up fiercely, standing in the arena once again. The electrical glow of the lunar shadow saber was very bright, and a boundless, vicious qi filled the entire area. He felt like the devil of hell. This was the first time a grave expression appeared on Zhong He's face. It was possible for him to be defeated by the blade of this saber, he could not help thinking in his heart. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Zhong He could no longer tolerate the pressure of the vicious qi. He took the initiative to attack. His move was very simple and his sword light reserved. His sword, that had a boundless might, worked together with his movement technique flight on wings and chopped ruthlessly at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Earlier he had been observing Zhong He's movements. Now that his strength had risen, the movement technique that Zhong He was so proud of could easily be traced in Xiao Chen's eyes, instantly seeing through his movements. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Zhong He was astonished. Xiao Chen was actually using the same sword technique as him. It was the same sword that was very simple and also had a reserved sword light. Xiao Chen initiated the move later than Zhong He, but arrived earlier. He avoided Zhong He's attack, and instead, struck towards his heart. How? How could this be? How does he know flight on wings? He only took a look, Zhong He said, extremely astonished, and with his mental state in disarray. He was very clear on the might of the one-line chop. He quickly pulled his sword back and tried to defend, intending to block it with his sword. He had studied the sword techniques of flight on wings, and was very familiar with it. After that instant of panic, he quickly thought of a way to block it. His feet moved slightly and he held his sword horizontally in front of his chest, protecting his heart. He had accurately calculated Xiao Chen's angle of attack. Dang! When the sword and saber clashed, there was a clear, metallic ringing sound. The huge force that came from lunar shadow exceeded Zhong He's expectations. The swift and fierce attacking qi instantly caused his perfect footwork to be broken. The lunar shadow saber, which had a rank 6 demonic core in it, had a torrential and unceasing electrical glow coming from it. It went through his shadow-bearing sword and entered into his body. The electrical glow, which was filled with a ruthless energy, entered into Zhong He's body. It charged around violently, blocking up all his essence and instantly causing all it to crumble apart. Pooh! There was a sweetness in his mouth as Zhong He vomited out blood. His body flew backward by 5 steps. His gaze was full of astonishment as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said in disbelief, "You actually merged the flight on wings and one-line chop into your own saber technique. How is this possible?" Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen did not reply Zhong He's words, and used the second move of flight on wings. His body rapidly switched position in the air as streams of saber light were fired at Zhong He. Criss-crossed sword chi. Zhong He shouted loudly and used the technique that had dissolved the divine thunder break earlier. This move could be used for attacking or defending. It was a martial technique that he was very proud of. Countless sword chi protected Zhong He's surroundings. They were flying around randomly, dense enough to not let wind through, blocking all attacks outside. Xiao Chen did not have a holy sword martial spirit, so naturally, he could not use sword chi as a martial master. Thus, he used the changing character formula of the battle sage origins to imitate the disordered dance of 1,000 years. However, he was still not able to fire any sword chi, and he could only fire saber lights made from essence. Even so, with the unrivaled attacking chi of the battle sage origins, any defensive martial techniques would reveal openings. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had the Azure Dragon martial spirit, and the might of his saber light was not inferior to Zhong He's sword chi by much. After Zhong He's criss-crossed sword chi blocked 1,000 saber lights, it was completely defeated. The remaining 200-odd saber lights struck Zhong He's body without restraint. Zhong He cried out painfully, groaning non-stop. The fine clothes that he was wearing were shredded under the saber lights, turning them into rags. There were hundreds of bleeding wounds on his body. Bang! After the disordered dance of 1,000 years was finished, Xiao Chen, who was about to descend, kicked out while he was high in the sky. Zhong He was kicked to the ground. After performing a somersault, Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground. Don't think that by using a secret technique and raising your cultivation realm to the same as mine, then learning my flight on wings, I would not be able to do anything to you, Zhong He, who was on the ground, said to Xiao Chen ruthlessly. Holy sword, clear sky sword. He used his finger as a sword and pointed at Xiao Chen. A resplendent holy sword appeared in front, glowing with a golden light. It caused the sky to light up, filling everywhere with a warm yellow glow. This is the holy sword origin. He actually used the origin of the clear sky sword martial spirit. Indeed, how risky. If the holy sword broke, then his cultivation would be crippled forever, turning him into trash. The astonishment of the crowd rang out again. Zhong He was actually betting his cultivation against Xiao Chen. Flight on wings, moonbright like fire. Xiao Chen gazed at Zhong He with serenity, the battle sage origin slowly imitating the third move of flight on wings. The mysterious phenomena appeared again. The sky turned pitch dark and a full moon rose up again. However, this full moon did not have the same figure. Only a full moon hung in the sky, spreading its radiance everywhere. As to why the deity did not appear, Xiao Chen understood in his heart. It was because his comprehension of the way of the sword was insufficient. He was only able to imitate the form of this moon bright like fire, not its essence. However, Xiao Chen had his methods. Battle Sage Origins was the strongest attacking chi under the heavens, and no one could defend against it. Since he was not able to use the intricacies of the sword, then he would replace it with absolute might and use one saber move to decide everything. The saber slashed down and the full moon in the sky slowly descended, falling ruthlessly towards the clear sky holy sword in Zhong He's hand. Boom! A huge boom sounded as the full moon landed on the arena. This moon bright like fire was much more powerful than Zhong He's earlier one. The large arena was blasted into countless pieces. Chunks fired out in all directions from the huge shockwave. Some of the closest crowd members were struck by fragments. They suffered severe injuries, their chi and blood turning turbulent as a result. It was a truly unexpected calamity. Due to a dense dust cloud filling the arena, people in the back of the crowd were unable to see the action. Their anxiety was palpable. What a strong moon bright like fire, it was more mighty than what Zhong He exhibited. There is dust everywhere. Who in the world won? Although the crowd was nervous to know the result, they were also afraid of possible accidents. They did not dare move closer to the arena. Those injured by the stone pieces were a living example. After a long time, the dust cloud finally dispersed and the crowd could clearly see the situation in the arena. The 2-meter-high arena, made of heavenly mountain stones, no longer existed, only rubble remained. Zhong He was lying on the ground, and it was unclear whether or not he was alive. The shadow-bearing sword had disappeared. The arena master at the side of the arena had an indescribably dispirited expression on his face. His arena, built up bitterly and his sole source of revenue, was gone. Although he received 10% of the wager as a commission, it was not enough to compensate for his loss. Everything was clear now, and everyone knew the results. Xiao Chen won this duel. As only a medial grade martial disciple, he defeated the medial grade martial master, Zhong He. Mohe City would be shocked by this news, and it would travel far within the Qizi County. Xiao Chen actually managed to defeat Zhong He, despite a gap of an entire cultivation realm. This was explosive news. Xiao Chen's reputation as Mohe City's trash was thoroughly eliminated by this battle. Everyone now believed that a genius had appeared. While everyone was discussing this, one person was standing there with a complex expression in his eyes. It was Xiao Chen's elder brother, Xiao Jian. There was an inner core in Xiao Jian's hands, the inner core of a rainbow flame python. Before Xiao Chen left, he threw it over to Xiao Jian. He really wanted to throw it away because he didn't want Xiao Chen's pity. However, he couldn't bear to do it. 3 days later, within the Xiao clan residence. Second young master, the first elder sent someone again to request your presence. Should I put him off like the previous times? Bao said in a gentle voice as they conversed in Xiao Chen's courtyard. Xiao Chen had recovered from his cultivation state. He smiled bitterly in his heart. There is no need to be so anxious, calling me tens of times in the past 3 days. The effects of the cloud-swallowing pill wore off shortly after the duel that day. The side effects of the medicinal pill immediately followed. Xiao Chen rushed back after taking the shadow-bearing sword, afraid of assassination attempts. He was worried the cloud-swallowing pill side effects would leave him vulnerable. He had remained inside for the past 3 days, refining the remnants of the cloud-swallowing pill's medicinal effects in his body. The duel provided him many insights. Xiao Chen rejected all visitors, refusing interruption. He was only now able to refine the medicinal effects of the cloud-swallowing pill. Although he comprehended many insights from the battle, he was not yet able to fully grasp them. He must wait to manage them in the future. The first elder would absolutely send someone to barge in if he didn't go now. Thinking this, Xiao Chen said toward the door, go let them know I'm coming out soon. He straightened his clothes and considered what he would say to the first elder. Xiao Chen opened the door, took a deep breath, and slowly made his way to the first elder's courtyard. Along the way, he ran into some Xiao clan disciples. Their expressions when they saw him were completely changed. He used to hear slanderous rumors, but now he heard nothing. Everyone appeared to harbor a deep respect for him. The attitude of these young disciples never bothered him before. He went forward with great strides, arriving at Xiao Chang's courtyard after a short while. Xiao Chang and Xiao Yulan sat on opposite sides of a stone table within the courtyard. Xiao Yulan still looked very pretty, and every time someone saw her it caused arousal. Cousin Xiao Chen, after becoming famous you want to start playing games with people. Even refusing to see your cousin. When Xiao Yulan saw Xiao Chen coming over, she mocked him in a teasing manner. Xiao Chen bowed to the first elder first before taking a seat. Cousin Yulan, I am sorry for that. I was recuperating from my injuries over the past few days. Thus, it was inconvenient for me to see anyone. When Xiao Yulan saw Xiao Chen sincerely apologizing, she hurriedly said, I was just teasing you, everyone knows that you are recuperating. Ever since Xiao Chen entered, Xiao Chang's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen's body and had not left him at all. He immediately continued with the current topic, second young master, are there any remaining problems with your body? There are some rank 7 herbs in the Xiao clan's dispensary. Don't try to shoulder everything by yourself. Since the Xiao clan had managed the Seven-Horn Mountain for hundreds of years, it was not strange for them to have some rank 7 herbs. Xiao Chen said, there are no longer any major problems. Many thanked to First Elder for the concern. In that case, I can relax. I won't have to worry about the trial of Gloomy Forest that happens in 2 days, Xiao Chen said and changed the topic. Can you tell me the details of what you obtained in the Thunder Emperor's cave? Most people were unable to understand why Xiao Chen was suddenly exploding with a valiant fighting strength. However, Xiao Chen easily related it to the cave of the Thunder Emperor. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He long ago expected the first elder to ask this question. He placed the lunar shadow saber on the table and said, "This was the Thunderwood sword used by the Thunder Emperor. I reforged it into a profound ranked spirit weapon. I have obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor from it." Xiao Chen's words were shrouded in half-truths, but there were no gaps in his story. Following that, he lied about how he acquired the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. Xiao Chen listened to the story and appeared to believe it. He said to Xiao Chen cautiously, "Don't tell anyone else about this, or else you will drown in a sea of calamities. This matter is very significant. Who knows, maybe this will cause our Xiao clan to begin a big undertaking." The Thunder Emperor was the most famous martial emperor in the past 1,000 years. His fame in the continent was spread very wide, entering deeply into the people's heart. Many people dreamed about receiving his inheritance. If they knew Xiao Chen had obtained the Thunder Emperor's inheritance, then Xiao Chen would be chased relentlessly. Xiao Yulan picked up the lunar shadow saber on the table and observed it before saying in praise, "This saber is truly cousin's lucky item. Back then, it helped us escape from that pit. Now, it helped cousin receive the Thunder Emperor's inheritance. It's truly a good saber." Xiao Chen smiled in his heart. Although his cousin Yulan had an innate gift for combat, her thoughts were still so simple. Such a strong demonic weapon, and yet twice she used the word lucky to describe it. He suddenly thought of something. He took out the shadow-bearing sword from his universe ring and handed it to Xiao Yulan. "Cousin Yulan, back then, you let me take all of the moonstones. I'm giving you this shadow-bearing sword as compensation for that." Xiao Yulan smiled when she heard that. "I do not dare accept this sword. The clan head of the Zhong clan has come here many times in the past few days. He wants the sword back. We absolutely cannot let them buy it back. This is something we obtained fairly. How can we just let it go just like that?" Xiao Chen said, "This shadow-bearing sword was forged from superior quality frost iron. Furthermore, it contained some righteous qi. However, because they didn't infuse a large amount of moonstones into it when it was forged, its rank was lower. In actual fact, its value was quite high." Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen felt reluctant to give it to Xiao Yulan. After he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the second layer, he was considering forging a protective treasure. However, he was unable to do it since he lacked the necessary materials. He believed he could forge a decent quality treasure if he kept the sword. If it was sold back to the Zhong clan, it would be a big loss for Xiao Chen. Xiao Yulan saw Xiao Chen's anxious look and smiled tactfully. Her face looked as pretty as flowers, and she did not have her usual icy expression. She said, "Don't worry, your father has the same intentions as you. We won't return the things we've obtained. So long as it is something you gave me, I would dare to use it." Xiao Chen blushed with shame. Cousin Yulan's personality had changed significantly. It was completely different from the cold personality that would push people thousands of li away that he saw when they first met. She had even made jokes twice. Unfortunately, he was unable to tell she was joking. He was not able to understand the way girls thought. Joking with people. That would depend on who it is. If the other disciples of the Xiao clan saw this famous, icy beauty of the Xiao clan chatting with Xiao Chen happily, they would be very astonished. The three of them chatted for a long time about trial of Gloomy Forest matters, during which Xiao Chen shared his experiences of participating in the trial of Gloomy Forest with the two of them without hesitation. Something unexpected happened to Xiao Chen when he left. The first elder asked about Xiao Chen's martial spirit again. Furthermore, he requested to personally inspect it. This caused the suspicions that Xiao Chen had in his heart long ago to resurface. Could it be that the Azure Dragon martial spirit had some unspeakable secrets? When Xiao Cheng's consciousness entered into Xiao Chen's body, Xiao Chen hid the Azure Dragon martial spirit in the white clouds. Then, he used his spiritual sense to imitate a clump of purple flame. Through this, he barely managed to hide it from Xiao Cheng. Xiao Chen kept thinking about his suspicions. He laid on his bed pondering it. Why was the first elder so mindful of his martial spirit? Xiao Chen's azure dragon martial spirit had not appeared for 1,000 years. It was not surprising for them to be a little cautious. However, Xiao Chen thought he felt fear from the first elder's attitude, a fear of the azure dragon. Every time he verified that the martial spirit in his body was not the azure dragon, the expression on the first elder's face became more relaxed. What secrets was this azure dragon martial spirit hiding? Just then, Xiao Bai came out of the spirit blood jade that Xiao Chen wore on the front of his chest. It looked all around for Ao Jiao. Its anxious appearance was extremely adorable. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Bai and revealed a smile. Every time this fellow came out, it looked for Ao Jiao. When it could not find her, it looked at Xiao Chen with pitiful eyes. Xiao Chen knew that this fellow had become addicted to the energy it ate that day. However, Ao Jiao was sealed in the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen did not know when he would see her again. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help feeling somewhat depressed. Without that young lass around, it felt like something was missing. Hugging Xiao Bai, Xiao Chen began infusing some essence into its body, circulating the mysterious 9 heavenly revolution transformation cultivation method through it. He began doing this 3 days after he came back. The earlier the spirit beast started to cultivate, the better. Xiao Bai was a naturally born rank 6 spirit beast. It would be a great support for Xiao Chen in the future. There were only 2 more days to the trial of Gloomy Forest. Xiao Chen did not go out like before. During the day he continued to ponder upon the comprehensions that he had made from dueling with Zhong He while cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation at night. Xiao Chen felt he had already touched the margins of the changing character formula of the Battle Sage Origins. However, after he came back he wanted to use flight on wings but was not able to do it despite several attempts. Xiao Chen thought about it persistently. One of the main reasons he was able to use flight on wings smoothly that day was that his body was in desperate straits after getting struck by that moon bright like fire, activating his body's potential. Another reason could be because he ate the cloud swallowing pill and raised his strength by an extreme amount, much stronger than his current realm. Regardless, whichever it was, it caused Xiao Chen to be filled with anticipation for the trial of Gloomy Forest. Only by putting himself in a desperate situation in a dangerous place, in a situation of life and death, only then could he understand the quintessence of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. Only through continuous combat would the strength of his body rise. Entering into secluded cultivation was not a good solution for that. 2 days later the trial was held as scheduled. The first elder led Xiao Chen and a group of people to the plaza in the center of the city. The 3 great clans, and others, would gather there. Then, under the leadership of Mohe City's city lord, they would rush to the edge of Gloomy Forest and begin the trial. This time, there were 10 people from the Xiao clan taking part in the trial. Everyone was at least a superior grade martial disciple. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan were both martial masters. They were definitely the strongest amongst the 3 great clans. When they arrived at the plaza, the people of the Tang clan and Zhong clan had already arrived. The looks the 2 clans gave the Xiao clan were not very friendly. They had both recently suffered some disadvantages at the hands of the Xiao clan. A new hatred piled onto the old hatred, and they wished they could just beat up the Xiao clan now. There was a stone platform in the middle of the plaza. The city lord had not arrived yet. Xiao Chen and Xiao Yulan had a casual conversation with each other, so they were not bored. They were thinking that the city lord was keeping others waiting in order to show off his status. You must be Xiao Chen. As the 2 of them were chatting, suddenly, someone walked over from the side. Xiao Yulan looked at the person and frowned slightly. She said in a soft voice, "It's the Tang clan's people." Through his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen saw the person's appearance clearly. He was not surprised, he merely turned around and smiled. "I am, indeed. I wonder what business brother Tang Feng has with me." When Tang Feng heard Xiao Chen call out his name, he felt it was strange. Tang Feng's expressions changed. "Nothing much. Brother Xiao has become famous recently. Everyone in Mohe City knows about you. I just want to make friends with you." Xiao Yulan smiled coldly. "Make friends? Your elder brother Tang Yuan died on our 7-horn mountain. Instead of seeking revenge, you want to make friends. After Tang Feng heard that, the smile on his face grew wider. That fellow was always going against me. Now that he has died at Brother Xiao's hands, it serves him right. This is something that I should be thanking Brother Xiao for, so why would I be thinking of revenge? Tang Feng's heart was full of schemes. For the position of clan head, he had fought with his brother. This was a normal occurrence since ancient times, and it was not unusual. However, Xiao Chen knew about him since the time in Linlang Pavilion. He knew what kind of personality he had. Why would he trust his words now? Xiao Jian's complexion changed when he heard Tang Feng's words. It was unclear what he was thinking about. Xiao Chen walked in front of Tang Feng and spoke softly into his ear. That inferior grade spirit stone in Linlang Pavilion was purchased by me. Do you still want to be friends with me? Tang Feng's expression changed greatly, and his earlier smile fled. He had a grave look on his face as he said, the person who interfered with my matters time and time again was actually you. Don't be too cocky. It is best you don't go to the gloomy forest. If you enter, you will not be walking back out. He flung his sleeves back and scoffed coldly before leaving. Xiao Chen had an unsettling feeling in his heart. Given what Tang Feng said, could there be a death trap waiting for me in this gloomy forest? Cousin Xiao Chen, what did you say to that person to cause your complexion to be so unsightly? Xiao Yulan asked out of curiosity. The other Xiao clan disciples were looking curiously at him as well. Xiao Chen smiled. I told him that the room in his eye is not properly cleaned. Coming out to speak to people like that is very rude. TL notes. Room is the eye wax at the corner of your eye when you wake up. The crowd all laughed when they heard it. Only Xiao Chen had a shadow left in his heart. He could not let it go, but there was no choice. He must go into the gloomy forest. Screw it. I'll deal with it when it happens. I'll be ready for it. Thinking about it now will just increase my frustrations, Xiao Chen consoled himself. At this moment, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Xiao Chen looked up and saw it was the city lord Dugu Fung finally arriving. This was the most powerful man in Mohe city. Xiao Chen was very curious. He sent out his spiritual sense but discovered he could not see through the city lord's strength. He was astonished. Thinking about it, as the city lord his cultivation must be astonishing. Xiao Chen simply did not expect that it was so great he could not see through it. The city lord gave a few words of encouragement and then gave some instructions to the men behind him. A few small dots immediately appeared in the sky. As one of the black dots flew nearer, it became clearly visible. It was a huge flying spirit beast, curtain bat. This was a bat-type mutated bird. It had no feathers on its body, and instead, it had sleek black skin. Its size was very large when it spread its wings out, with a wingspan that was tens of meters. They landed and caused a large cyclone on the ground. Sand and dust flew everywhere, causing everyone to shut their eyes. The group from the Xiao clan followed Xiao Chang to one of the curtain bats with excitement on their faces. This group of people had never seen flying spirit beasts before. Now, they had the chance to ride one, and could not help but feel eager. Although Xiao Chen could use his gravity spell to fly slowly, he was still full of anticipation for this curtain bat. It would definitely be a whole new experience riding on it. After the curtain bat spread its wings out, its back and wings resembled a huge platform. Under the instructions of the coachman, everyone removed their shoes and socks before climbing on barefooted. Standing barefoot on the curtain bat, Xiao Chen actually felt a faint suction holding his feet firmly. When he wanted to raise his feet, he was able to easily take a few steps forward. It was as stable as the ground. Xiao Chen felt astonished. No wonder the most used flying spirit beast was this curtain bat. Although it was a little ugly, it was very stable. The curtain bat cried out and it created a hurricane. With a "su" sound, it flew into the air. This curtain bat did not rely on the flapping of its wings to fly, but instead, it controlled the air currents. Its speed was very fast. The crowd left behind in Mohe city slowly became smaller and smaller until they became mere specks, before completely disappearing. The sound of the wind was loud, but no one panicked due to the force of the suction beneath their feet. The smiles on their faces had yet to fade away. The gloomy forest was in a remote area, and it was quite a distance from Mohe city. Even riding on this curtain bat would require 4 hours. Xiao Chen did not wish to waste any time, so he sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. A gratified look flashed in Xiao Cheng's face. Xiao Chen was diligent, not arrogant and hot-tempered, and he had the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor. He would definitely accomplish great things in the future. Under the influence of Xiao Chen, the others withdrew their excited expressions and sat down in a cross-legged fashion to begin cultivating. Bang! After flying for a long time, the curtain bat finally stopped. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, putting on his socks and shoes before gently jumping down. He saw a dull gray forest in front of him. He thought in his heart, this should be Gloomy Forest. I wonder what kind of surprise will it bring me. Right at that moment, Xiao Chen felt a gaze filled with intense killing intent lingering on him. Looking in the direction where the killing intent was coming from, Xiao Chen saw the Zhong clan's clan head. He was not trying to conceal it, and there was a strong hatred in his eyes. Waves of killing intent surged towards Xiao Chen, but he was not afraid. His lips curled up into a smile. He was not bothered by it. Elder Xiao, are these the people your Xiao clan is sending? The Mohe city lord led 4 old men in gray robes over. Xiao Cheng nodded his head and pointed out the 10 of them. When he reached Xiao Chen, under the city lord's request, Xiao Cheng introduced him. Elder Xiao, this is not your first time here. You are clear on the rules. Xiao Cheng nodded his head. Of the 10 people I have brought, the highest cultivation realm amongst them is medial grade martial master. The oldest cultivator is 18 years old. City Lord Dugu may inspect them. For the trial of Gloomy Forest, the participants cannot have a cultivation realm higher than martial master or be older than 20 years old. If they overshot the requirements, they would be killed. Xiao Chen breathed out in relief. He did not expect this requirement. If there were no martial grand masters, even if the Zhong clan and Tang clan worked together to deal with him, he was not afraid. After Dugu Fung and his group left, Xiao Cheng looked solemnly at the group he brought. I shall not elaborate on the dangers of Gloomy Forest, you all should be clear on that already. If there is any grudge amongst you, put it aside while you are in there. This trial is extremely difficult. Xiao Chen will be your captain, his words are my words. When the group heard that, there was a look of amazement in their eyes. However, it disappeared quickly. With Xiao Chen's strength, it was not strange for him to be made captain. Xiao Cheng waved his hand and did not let Xiao Chen speak. Don't reject this. I still have not told you your mission. Lead this group of people and keep them alive. Harvest 200 rank 2 demonic beasts demonic core and your mission will be considered complete. Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart, but the first elder had made his decision and he would not allow anyone to object to it. Xiao Chen could only accept this arduous and unrewarding undertaking. After half an hour, everyone's preparations were complete. Under the leadership of Xiao Chen, they slowly walked into the dull gray forest. They could see that the other 2 teams were also moving. How cold! In the instant they entered the forest, everyone could feel an attacking chill. The mud on the ground was actually pitch black, and it made their scalps feel numb. Raising his head to take a look, the tall and dense tree branches blocked off all sunlight, the forest was dusky. Everyone's vision was severely impaired. Xiao Chen looked towards the front. He could see a black fog filling the air, and was unable to see clearly. He sent out his spiritual sense and found that there was an unknown force hindering it. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was actually only able to cover an area of 200 meters. Xiao Chen felt surprised. He had not expected such a situation to occur. However, now was not the time to complain. Xiao Chen took out the map that the first elder gave him and took a look, then he led the group towards the front. After 20 minutes, the scenery in front of the group's eyes had not changed. Finally, there were some people who could hold back no longer and complained, Xiao Chen, where are you taking us? After walking for such a long time already, we still have not seen any demonic beasts. At this rate, we will never complete the mission of collecting 200 demonic cores. Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. It had not yet been half an hour and already there were people who could not stand the loneliness. This burdensome work of being captain was truly difficult. You are so eager to meet a demonic beast, are you not afraid of being eaten by it? Someone at the side teased him. What a joke. I am here to kill demonic beasts, not to feed them. How could that be possible? the person said in a loud voice. Xiao Chen could not be bothered by him. However, a dangerous aura was suddenly felt. He hurriedly called out, "There is danger. Everyone, be careful." When the rest heard this, they immediately became alert. The person who spoke earlier looked around but did not discover anything. He said impatiently, "Danger. Where is the danger you speak of? Why do I not see it?" Who see? From right above that person's head, the people at the side saw a horrifying scene. There was a long red tongue descending from above and it wrapped him up. What is this? The others let out a cry of alarm. There was a huge lizard circling around on the top of a tree, tens of meters above. Its red tongue wrapped around that Xiao clan disciple and pulled him upwards. He struggled continuously, his feet flailing in the air. The crowd stared blankly at this as the man was pulled further away. They were unable to think of any ideas. Lightning evasion. Rushing thunder chop. During this extremely urgent situation, Xiao Chen executed the lightning evasion in the direction of the sky. A streak of lightning broke through the eternal darkness of gloomy forest. Then, Xiao Chen instantly used the rushing thunder chop. In the instant the lightning congealed, Xiao Chen appeared in the sky, looking like an ancient warrior. The lunar shadow saber gave off a dazzling light, and the rushing thunder chop struck at that red tongue. The lightning disappeared and the light vanished. Darkness pervaded the forest once again. The crowd below quickly went to catch the Xiao clan disciple as he fell from the sky. This Xiao clan disciple was called Yi Lan, his surname was Yi. He was a servant that had shown steady and sure strength. He relied on that to enter to the core of the Xiao clan disciples. He had a steady heart that exceeded that of an ordinary person. He cultivated for a long time in Seven-Horn Mountain and had battled against many different dangerous spirit beasts. He had seen all sorts of terrifying spirit beasts. Despite his steady heart, he was frightened silly. The horrified expression on his face did not quickly fade away once he was caught. Yi Lan, what did you see? Where is Xiao Chen? That's right, where is cousin Xiao Chen? Why is he not back yet? Xiao Yulan asked anxiously. However, these people did not have any flying martial techniques. They had no way to see what happened. After a long time, Yi Lan finally recovered his wits. He said, "How scary." The demonic beast was formed by the rank 2 spirit beast, fire lizard, demonizing. In Seven-Horn Mountain, I have killed many of that kind of spirit beast. However, I have never seen such a huge fire lizard before. There was a surging black chi all over its body. Its scarlet eyes are even more terrifying than the fire lizard king on Seven-Horn Mountain. The crowd was all startled by his description. They had not walked far yet, but they had already encountered such a terrifying demonic beast. Furthermore, it was just a rank 2 demonic beast. When they thought about the journey ahead of them, they were all fearful. Cousin Xiao Chen went to rescue you, why is he not back yet? Xiao Yulan asked anxiously again. A look of embarrassment flashed on Yi Lan's face. He did not expect that Xiao Chen was the one who rescued him. He said awkwardly, "I only saw a flash of lightning, then I fell down." Xiao Yulan said anxiously, "I'm going up to check out the situation." "Don't go yet. Look at that piece of tongue that fell," Xiao Jian, who had maintained his silence, said suddenly. The piece of chopped-off tongue was a meter long, and there was purple liquid oozing out from the wound. It was said that the blood of demonic beasts was purple. When the crowd saw it, they realized the rumor was true. The purple liquid flowed into the black ground and was instantly absorbed, disappearing without a trace. It was incredibly strange. However, this was not the most frightening thing. The red tongue seemed to have a life of its own, and it was flailing around on the ground as though it was trying to escape from something frightening. Everyone had a fearful expression. They had never seen such a strange thing before. In that moment, with their eyes opened wide and mouths left ajar, they were all extremely shocked. Finally, the tongue stopped flailing around and was pulled towards an old broad tree by a huge suction force. Suddenly, a face appeared on the bark. It opened its mouth and black teeth could be seen inside. Chi. That huge mouth swallowed the tongue whole, continuously chewing as though it was tasting a unique delicacy, and making chi sounds without end. It's a tree spirit. The tree spirit is a rank 3 demonic beast. We only walked for such a short distance. How is it possible that we met something like this already? Someone shouted loudly when he recognized the terrifying tree spirit. Let's go quickly. This tree spirit is not something we can deal with right now. After it finishes eating the tongue, we will be next, Xiao Jian said calmly. Right, that's right. This is a rank 3 demonic beast, it is equivalent to a martial grand master. Xiao Yulan looked incredibly anxious as she said, we can't go. Cousin Xiao Chen is still up there. What is he going to do if we leave? First senior sister, cousin Xiao Chen's strength speaks for itself. He will be fine. Instead, it is dangerous for us to remain here. Many of them wanted to beat a hasty retreat. Just at this moment, the tree spirit finished with the red tongue. The gray eyes on the tree bark stared at the crowd, revealing a strange smile. It looked like it was making a funny face. Crap. It is done eating, we can no longer escape. Xiao Jian quickly drew his spirit weapon, completely entering into a battle-ready state. Shua. Countless tree branches came grabbing at the crowd like ghostly hands. Immediately, many of them were caught by their arms or legs and were pulled towards the huge mouth. Xiao Jian calmly hacked at a few branches that came flying towards him. Then he dashed towards the people caught by the tree branches. Along the way, he hacked the tree branches relentlessly flying at him to bits. Xiao Yulan and a few other Xiao clan disciples performed the same action as Xiao Jian. They were all undergoing a bitter battle with the tree branches, and were up to their ears in work. Dang. After saving another person, Xiao Jian caught one of the tree branches that was flying towards him. A fierce flame came surging from his hands, and with a shua, it traveled along the tree branch heading towards the tree trunk. The temperature of a cultivator's flames were many times higher than an ordinary flame. If it came in contact with dry tree branches, it would definitely turn into ashes immediately. Xiao Jian's flames were only able to travel along the surface of the tree spirit's branches. However, he easily sensed the tree spirit's pain. The damage done to it was significant. Xiao Jian felt some dissatisfaction. Even after his flames were strengthened by the rainbow flame python inner core, their strength was not at the level he anticipated. Cousin Yulan, we have to think of a way to break out of this encirclement. Normally, this kind of tree spirit would not move around. Xiao Jian hacked apart a few more tree branches and frowned when he saw that their surroundings were filled with tree branches. Xiao Yulan looked into the sky with a helpless expression, her pretty face filled with worry. Finally she said, we will work together to create a path. We will send out this group of people first, then I will come back. Xiao Jian did not say anything else as they did their best. Strong martial techniques were executed without holding back. The tree branches blocking their front disintegrated into small pieces. Upon seeing this, the people behind them quickly followed. In that instant the tree branches went into a frenzy, leaves falling one after another. The group of people arduously advanced forward, managing to advance step by step. They would soon break through the boundary of where the tree branches could reach. Just as the crowd was about to relax, countless tree branches suddenly sprouted up from the ground. They were like dried up hands, grabbing the ankles of the crowd and raising them up into the air. This tree spirit was too sly, it only used the tree branches on its body to trick them. Just as they thought they were going to escape, it made its move, causing everyone to fall in its trap. What should we do? Are we going to get eaten by this tree spirit just like that? Wah! I don't want to die. One of the girls in the group suddenly cried. When the rest of them heard her, they felt extremely terrified. They remembered the earlier scene of the tree spirit eating the red tongue and could not help but tremble. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan were both continuously hacking at the tree branches at their feet. However, every time they were about to break loose, new branches would rise up and bind them again. Eventually, the tree spirit realized the strength of these two. Several more tree branches flew out, binding both their hands and feet. Instantly, they were hanging in the air, unable to move. Z. Seeing that it had bound everyone, the strange face on the tree let out an eerie laugh. Upon hearing it, the crowd was filled with fear and despair. Meteor burst. A shout suddenly came from above their heads. A human figure descended from the sky, and the shadow of a dragon could faintly be seen on his body. Boom. There was a heaven-shockingly loud sound, and the dirt on the ground was swirling around. Under the ground, a large tree branch was chopped in half and a pool of blood spurted out violently. Xiao Chen gently twisted his body and evaded the blood stream. The tree spirit cried out painfully, the tree trunk squirming around on the ground, which caused the ground to tremble. This made it difficult for the recently descended Xiao clan disciples to stand on the ground. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to leap off the ground. Using his saber, he cut through several large branches. A few streams of purple blood came spurting out. The tree spirit was in even more pain, and the trembling of the ground became even more violent. Bang! Xiao Chen focused his strength on both his legs before stomping down fiercely. After a loud bang, the trembling ground calmed. The might of his stomp had thoroughly suppressed the tree spirit, and the ground finally stopped trembling. Purple thunder, true fire. Shoot! 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 The flame that was suspended above his finger spun rapidly, then 3 purple flames flew out, leaving a tail streaming behind, and all shot into the trunk of the tree spirit. The tree spirit's cries of pain reverberated throughout the forest, causing fear to rise in those who heard it. Xiao Chen turned around and said to the crowd, "Leave quickly, I will guard the rear. We have to arrive at the camp of the Xiao clan, which is listed on the map, by tonight. This gloomy forest is quite strange." When the others heard this, they quickly retreated. Xiao Jian looked at the purple thunder true fire Xiao Chen had shot out. His expression was extremely gloomy, but he followed the crowd and retreated. "Cousin Xiao Chen, take care of yourself." Xiao Yulan saw that Xiao Chen was fine, so she relaxed. The tree spirit finally stopped howling in grief. The eyes on its ghastly face stared at Xiao Chen maliciously. The tree branches broken by Xiao Chen were regrowing rapidly. 2. A withered tree branch shot out from the huge mouth of that horrific face. The ends of the tree branch separated into 5 slender fingers, resembling ghostly hands, each grabbing towards Xiao Chen. Dang! Dang! Xiao Chen brandished his saber and blocked them. The lunar shadow saber gave off a metallic clanging sound when they clashed. The clank of metal lingered on, but the tree branch was not actually cut apart by the lunar shadow saber. Flight on wings, one-line chop. A plain saber strike hacked heavily at the withered tree branch. Xiao Chen chopped apart the spectral hand. However, after a short moment, another hand extended out. Xiao Chen was astonished. He did not want to be delayed here, but this tree spirit was incomparably queer. It was hard to say whether or not it had a trump card. Retreating backward by a few steps, he used the lightning evasion to flee. A lightning bolt streaked across and Xiao Chen's figure appeared 500 meters away. He relaxed and was about to look around him to find Xiao Yulan and the rest. Suddenly, a stream of strong qi came from behind. Xiao Chen trembled in fear as he quickly evaded towards the left. Kai! A tree branch pierced through his arm. Xiao Chen cried out in pain and he broke out in cold sweat. If he had not evaded in time, this tree branch would have punctured his heart. It was unthinkable that the speed of the tree spirit's attack was capable of catching up to lightning. Xiao Chen took a deep breath as he looked at the bloody hole in his left arm. It seemed that his left hand was temporarily disabled. Xiao Chen took out a blood-replenishing pill and crushed it between his fingers, turning it into a medicinal liquid. He spread the liquid on his wound and instantly felt a cooling feeling. The pain from his wound decreased significantly. He ripped a piece of fabric from his clothes and wrapped it around his wound, then Xiao Chen headed forward to look for the tree branch that had shot out. He walked about 10 meters before he found the tree branch that pierced his arm. It stabbed through several huge trees before finally embedding itself in one of them. Xiao Chen struggled, eventually managing to pull it out. He examined it carefully and discovered that this withered tree branch was only as thick as his finger, and not longer than 1 meter. However, it was giving off a faint radiance. He got the feeling that it was unusual, so he enveloped the branch in his spiritual sense. Finally, he saw something different. The spirituality of this tree branch was higher than the weapons in Mo Fan's shop. Remembering that a spell in the Compendium of Cultivation required a natural object that contained spirituality, Xiao Chen joyfully stowed it in his universe ring. After discovering the direction Xiao Yulan and the rest had gone, Xiao Chen executed 2 lightning evasion in a row before seeing the figures of the group. Xiao Yulan ran out from the group before Xiao Chen was near, asking him in concern, "Cousin Xiao Chen, what's wrong with your hand?" Xiao Chen laughed. Don't worry, it's just a small injury. It will be fine after a day. Let's go. I'll lead you all to the Xiao clan campsite. This time, no one refuted Xiao Chen's words, no one expressed any dissatisfaction along the way. Xiao Chen had won the respect of the entire group after the difficulty they had just endured. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Chen kept his spiritual sense released. When he detected any demonic beast, he would circle around it. There were no other battles along the way. After 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the Xiao clan campsite. This site was where the Xiao clan seniors had previously trained and built a simple camp. The campsite had 3 simple wooden huts. Although it was simple and crude, it had all the daily living necessities. It was an extremely suitable place for them to rest for the next few days. Xiao Chen felt no danger near the campsite with his spiritual sense, so he said, "Everyone, let's tidy up the campsite first. It has been a long time since anyone was here and it is covered in dust." The group dispersed. These cultivators were the elite of the Xiao clan's younger generation. Xiao Chen was very satisfied that they used caution as they cleaned up the camp. "Ah, there is a dead person here," an alarmed cry interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen quickly ran over. The dead person was an old man wearing the uniform of the Tang clan. Xiao Chen frowned. Why did a Tang clan cultivator come all the way here? The state of the old man was extremely horrifying. His chest was torn open, his heart and lungs were missing. It seemed that he had been eaten by a demonic beast. No wonder his face wore such a terrified expression. Xiao Jian inspected the body and said, "This person is a martial grand master. Furthermore, he died not too long ago." Everyone was alarmed. Why did a martial grand master of the Tang clan come to the Xiao clan campsite? Furthermore, he died at the borders of Gloomy Forest. How unbelievable. Quick look. There is another corpse here. Another alarmed voice cried out. This corpse was found in one of the wooden huts. Xiao Chen moved as fast as lightning, and hurried over. The state of this corpse was the same as the previous one. Seeing his attire, Xiao Chen was once again astonished. This was a person from the Zhong clan. Furthermore, he was also a martial grand master. Xiao Chen connected all the clues together in his head, and a scene appeared to him. Before the trial of Gloomy Forest started, the 2 martial grand masters had snuck into the Xiao clan campsite. As martial grand masters, they should have easily been able to kill everyone here. However, for reasons unknown, these 2 martial grand masters were unable to best demonic beasts before achieving their goal. Xiao Chen shuddered when he thought of this. For the sake of killing him, the Tang clan and Zhong clan actually dared to go against the rules set by the city lord. What else would they not dare to do? However, I want to see how many martial grand masters you will send to die, Xiao Chen thought to himself ruthlessly. Everyone worked together to bury the 2 corpses. The main reason being, they were afraid that the bodies would attract strong demonic beasts. Everyone's hearts were shadowed as they looked upon the 2 grand martial masters who had each died miserably. Under Xiao Chen's command, they started building traps to act as alarms in the area surrounding the campsite. Everyone here had the experience of training in Sevenhorn Mountain, so these kinds of traps were familiar to them. Thus, there were no difficulties setting up the traps. Yi Lan, come with me to inspect the surroundings. We will officially begin killing the demonic beasts tomorrow, Xiao Chen told the tired Yi Lan, who was leaning on a tree, after resting for a period of time. Yi Lan did not want to move and muttered, "Why is it always me?" Xiao Chen smiled. "Let's go. Didn't you repeatedly say along the way that you want to kill demonic beasts? Now I am giving you a chance to shine, or you still not satisfied?" When the rest heard this, they all smiled. They felt this fellow was asking for it. He could only blame himself for talking so big on their way here. "Xiao Chen, let me accompany you. Your left hand is injured. I am afraid that if you meet any demonic beasts they will be difficult to handle," Xiao Yulan said from inside a wooden hut. Xiao Chen shook his head. "No need, this campsite is a little strange. Your strength is the highest amongst us, so you should stay here to look after this place. My hand is fine and will not get in the way. Furthermore, I'm just going to check things out. There should not be any danger." Xiao Yulan did not persist after she heard Xiao Chen say this. She only exhorted him again and again to be careful. Yi Lan followed behind Xiao Chen despite the dissatisfaction he felt in his heart. They both went south of the campsite. In this dark and dim forest, the shadows of the tree branches were swaying, and a cold wind blew gently. Unseen dangers are always hiding in the darkness. As Yi Lan followed behind Xiao Chen, he kept feeling a pair of eyes staring at him from the darkness, and he trembled with fear. Yi Lan looked at Xiao Chen's face, but he was unable to see any expression on it. This made it impossible for Yi Lan to determine what Xiao Chen was thinking. Xiao Chen seemed especially calm in the darkness. Fu Si. A red shadow swept towards the two of them in the darkness. A tyrannical chi spread through the forest, scaring Yi Lan silly. It's a fire lizard. This is its tongue. Yi Lan already had a shadow cast in his heart by this kind of demonic beast. He started shaking uncontrollably as he spoke. As Li Yan watched with an astonished gaze, Xiao Chen grabbed the red tongue with his right hand. An electrical light flashed in the darkness and it traveled along the red tongue, reaching the body of the fire lizard. The long tongue gave off an electric light, resembling a luminous ribbon made from a clap of thunder. It was utterly breathtaking. Ah! A painful cry resounded and the fire lizard withdrew his tongue. The gloomy forest was extremely terrifying. What are you doing staring blankly? Chase after it. Xiao Chen dashed forward, and he urged Yi Lan before he left. Yi Lan nodded his head resolutely and followed after Xiao Chen. Its body was about 20 meters long, and its skin was covered in red lumps. A black chi spread around the fire lizard's body, and its 10-meter-long tail was continuously thrashing on the ground. A pair of red pupils glared at Xiao Chen and Yi Lan as they rushed over. The scene before Yi Lan triggered the shadow in his heart, and his legs trembled as he said, "Xiao Chen, can you deal with it alone? My legs seems to have gone soft." Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Do you think that you are going to have any future prospect like this? What's the point of coming to kill demonic beasts then? Where is the courage you had while competing against the core disciples of the Xiao clan as an outer disciple? I have already sent some electricity into its body. It will not be able to move for a period of time. If you are a man, then go and stab it with your sword. Due to the earlier incident, a huge shadow was created in Yi Lan's heart with regards to demonic beasts. Thus, Xiao Chen specially brought him out to help him overcome his fear. Otherwise, if he maintained such an attitude, he might die or even drag down his teammates when the proper trial started. At this moment, all he had to do was stab at the fire lizard with his sword in order to remove the shadow. But what? Are you lacking even that little bit of courage? If you cannot even do this, then I'll send you out of Gloomy Forest tomorrow. You can continue to be an outer disciple and forget about rising any further for the rest of your life. Can it really not move? Yi Lan, are you still a man? Even females are not as faint-hearted as you. Hesitating at such a moment of life and death. Do you really want to die so much? Xiao Chen's merciless words cut into Yi Lan's heart like a sharp knife, causing his anger to slowly rise. Fuck. It's just a fire lizard. I have killed plenty of them in Seven-Horn Mountain, Yi Lan shouted out explosively, spewing out a vulgarity. His body flew forward and stabbed the body of the fire lizard with his sword. The strength behind this sword was great, and in addition, his cultivation was at the superior martial disciple realm. The sword ruthlessly thrust in and a stream of purple blood spurted out, spattering his face. The fire lizard cried out again in pain. Then it managed to break free from the restraint of the purple light in its body. A baleful aura erupted forth and a huge lizard tail came flying at him. Xiao Chen was surprised and was about to assist, but Yi Lan had an angry look on his face. A killing intent flashed in his eyes, as he turned around and ruthlessly hacked at the flailing lizard tail. Dang! A huge force knocked Yi Lan into the air, but he did not panic. He somersaulted in the air and landed solidly on the ground. He grasped his sword, standing straight and tall, and gave the fire lizard a mocking look. The robes on Yi Lan's body fluttered around. At this moment, even the eternal darkness of Gloomy Forest was not able to conceal Yi Lan's boundless battle intent. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and revealed a satisfied expression. So long as Yi Lan could overcome the fear in his heart, his courage would remain strong and dealing with the fire lizard would be easy for him. However, whether or not he could kill it was hard to say. Xiao Chen was not too worried, though. With enough practice, and going through some life and death situations, everyone would improve. This was the meaning of the entire trial, to transverse the line between life and death, to experience the truth of the martial way. The will of men will transcend heaven, and I shall dictate my own fate, not the heavens. I look towards the great Tao, and advance step by step. Even if the road ahead is full of thorns, I will not fear. My sword shall accompany me, and my will as a cultivator will never falter. This kind of life is not ordinary, and without initiative or drive, it would plod on monotonously. Just like those people who chased after their ideals in his past life, although their path was different, the Tao remains the same. If one has a firm conviction, one will have a bright future. The fire lizard's tail swept towards Yi Lan once again, but he leapt into the air and used the yellow-ranked martial technique, Moonbreaker. With a shua sound, the lizard's tail was immediately chopped in half. Pu Si. The fire lizard roared painfully and its long red tongue moved like a phantom, heading towards Yi Lan. Yi Lan was unable to evade in time and was captured by the red tongue once again. However, this time, he did not panic. Just as he was about to be pulled into the mouth of the fire lizard, a sword sliced apart the fire lizard's tongue. After Yi Lan landed on the ground, he quickly retreated to a distant area. Purple thunder, true fire. Shoot. Xiao Chen made his move at this moment, purple flames revolving on the tip of his finger. There was the sound of wind being broken, then the flames were shot into the fire lizard's mouth. Boom. A huge explosive sound rang from within its mouth and it was badly mangled, but the fire lizard was not dead. The black chi around its body wiggled around as the injury on its head rapidly healed. However, the purple fire Xiao Chen left in its body did not give it a chance to heal completely. With just a thought, the essence in his body was consumed greatly. A huge purple flame flared up from the body of the fire lizard. The flame and the black chi fought against each other as the fire lizard writhed painfully on the ground. Suddenly, the black chi surged up, causing Xiao Chen's purple flames to be forced out of its body. The wounds on its body started to heal once again. However, Xiao Chen was not surprised. He had killed a fire lizard earlier, and already had a certain understanding of it. That black chi was the demonic chi that came from the demonic world. It was incredibly strange and absolutely sinister. Currently, although the fire lizard had already forced out all the purple flames, the muscles and skin that regrew were no longer as resilient as they were before. It could easily be pierced. Flight on wings, one-line chop. An incomparably ordinary saber ruthlessly hacked at the back of the fire lizard. Under tremendous force, the fire lizard was chopped in half down the middle. A large amount of black chi and purple blood leaked out. However, despite being chopped in half, the body began to knit itself back together while making a ZZ sound. The life force of this demonic beast was too strong. Neither man hesitated as they continued to attack it relentlessly. This demonic beast's internal organs had been injured by Xiao Chen's electricity at the start, then, its tail and tongue were chopped off by Yi Lan. Furthermore, it had been burned repeatedly by Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire. At this moment, it was only a spent force. Under the relentless attacks of the two of them, this demonic beast was finally dead after 10 minutes. It was as dead as a doornail. TL note. The idiom used for spent force is Chang Nu Ji Mo, an arrow at the end of its flight, thought that some of the readers would be interested. The ground was covered in fire lizard flesh. Each piece of meat released a black demonic chi, and it looked incredibly strange. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with all this. After he dug out the demonic core from this demonic beast's brain, he used some fire to burn away the rest, leaving nothing, not even dregs. Xiao Chen, thank you. Yi Lan looked at Xiao Chen and said sincerely. He was not stupid, he had finally guessed the purpose of Xiao Chen bringing him out. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently, that's nothing. Since we are together, then we are partners. Furthermore, I had promised the first elder that I would bring everyone back alive. I shall credit acquiring this demonic core to you. Let's go. We need to continue checking in this direction for another 500 meters. Yi Lan was joyful in his heart. For disciples like him who had a different family name, if he could achieve a certain level of accomplishments for the Xiao clan, then he would be bestowed the Xiao surname. When that happened, he would truly be amongst the core disciples of the Xiao clan. Without a doubt, this trial was an important opportunity for him. Xiao Chen was like a proctor for them, grading their performance in this trial. The two of them continued walking for another 500 meters and discovered that, aside from the fire lizard, there was a leopard-type demonic beast and a scarlet-tailed snake that had been demonized in the direction in front of them. Of the two demonic beasts, they each killed one. Then they took note of their weak points, as well as some other important information. The two of them continued to check out the other three directions. They would either investigate the different types of demonic beasts, or kill them. They found that the north and east sides of the campsite were dangerous, and had designated them as danger zones, which they would not enter. This was because, aside from hidden rank 3 demonic beasts, there were even some rank 4 demonic beasts. These were not something that they had the abilities to deal with currently. If they went, they would be throwing their lives away. It was already approaching evening when they finished doing all this and returned to camp. At this moment, the temperature of Gloomy Forest turned even more chilly. "You guys have returned," a Xiao clan cultivator standing guard said excitedly when he saw that the two of them returned safely. A bonfire was lit in the middle of the campsite, and the remaining people were all gathered there warming themselves. Although as cultivators they could use their essence to resist the cold, the long-term usage of their essence would make them feel incredibly regretful. Xiao Chen heard some sounds of argument coming from beside the bonfire before he managed to get near. He could not help but increase the pace of his footsteps. "Cousin Xiao Chen, you finally came back. Are you alright?" Xiao Yulan got up and asked out of concern. "What is the situation outside the camp? Do tell us about it." "That's right. Are there a lot of demonic beasts?" There was a lively discussion with everybody talking at once. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently. "Don't be in such a rush. Later, Yilan will explain it all to you all in detail." "I heard you guys arguing. What was that about?" A female cultivator said. "They said that everyone should stay in the same wooden hut tonight. We do not agree to that." Xiao Chen looked in the direction her finger pointed at and clearly understood which group she was talking about. In this trial, there were a total of 10 people. Including him, there were 6 males and 4 females. The ones who agreed are naturally the males. The ones who objected were the females. Xiao Yulan explained. Of the 3 wooden huts, one of them is a storehouse. Of the remaining 2, one is used as a bedroom and the other is a place for cooking. Second young master, as you can see, there is only one wooden hut. If we do not sleep together, how are we going to sleep? Furthermore, the beds are separate, what is there to be afraid of? The most important thing is that we are all pure, a male cultivator smiled as he said. Indeed, we are all very pure. The minds of this group of girls are too filthy. Who do they think we are? I am already 18 years old, but I'm still a virgin. I have not even masturbated. That's right, you are all virgins. That's why it is even more dangerous. You have been craving it for many years. Who knows if you would be able to hold yourself back, one of the more fearless women said. Xiao Chen recognized her. She was called Xiao Ling the treasured daughter of the second elder. She was one of the top beauties in the Xiao clan, but she was normally very bizarre and caused all sorts of trouble. I have already resisted it for 18 years, what is a few more days? Xiao Ling you look down on us too much. You are tarnishing our purity. Stop. Xiao Chen saw that the conversation was starting to get out of hand and quickly shouted out for it to stop. Turning to face Xiao Jian, he asked, Xiao Jian, what do you think? Ever since Xiao Jian had been defeated by Zhong He, he seemed to have become another person. He was not as high-profiled as he was before, and said very little now. Seeing Xiao Chen ask him, Xiao Jian was stunned for a while before he answered, I think it is best that we stay together. First young master is indeed wise, someone immediately followed up. Xiao Jian smiled indifferently, there is only one wooden hut that has beds and space. If we want to sleep separately, then we will have to clear out the storehouse. If we did it that way, then when we find some demonic cores and demonic beast corpses, there would be no place to store them. You all seem to have also forgotten the most important thing. Remember we found the corpses of 2 martial grand masters when we got here. This place is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. It is best that we stay together to take care of each other. Xiao Jian had a stern expression as he said this. Xiao Jian's words seemed to make plenty of sense. This place was indeed strange. Xiao Chen turned his gaze to face Xiao Yulan and said, Cousin Yulan, what do you think? The fiery red bonfire shined on Xiao Yulan's fair face, making it look incredibly sexy. After Xiao Chen took a look, he felt as though his eyes were about to sink in and quickly collected himself. Feeling Xiao Chen's gaze, Xiao Yulan smiled tactfully, making her look even more beautiful. The few Xiao clan disciples who saw it were all stunned. I agree to Xiao Jian's view as well, but there needs to be a curtain separating the room in the middle. After all, it is not convenient for females to share a room with males. After they arrived at this compromise, Xiao Chen called Yi Lan to explain the situation of the surroundings, as well as to thoroughly explain the distribution of demonic beasts and their weaknesses. When Yi Lan finished, Xiao Chen said, I decided that we will split into 2 groups tomorrow. One group will head south and one group will head west. I will take charge of the group heading south. Xiao Jian will be responsible for the group heading west, and Yi Lan will be going with that group. No one had any objections with such an arrangement. After discussing further, Xiao Chen made arrangements for the night watch, and everyone dispersed. After everyone left, only Xiao Chen and Xiao Yulan remained by the bonfire. At this moment, gloomy forest was incredibly chilly, and occasionally there were strange roars coming from the distance. After the crowd had scattered, the lively scene disappeared. The cold wind blew gently as the terrifying demonic beast roars sounded one after another. All of these would cause a regular person to be afraid. Xiao Chen looked at the sky with the lush tree leaves completely covering it. Only by looking through some small cracks could one see the faint starlight in the sky. Such a scene caused Xiao Chen to recall his university camping activities in his past life. It seemed very similar. There were both male and female energetic youths. However, the existence of demonic beasts was impossible there, and it was not a situation where their lives would be in danger if they did not pay attention. One where they might get eaten by demonic beasts. Everyone knew that this trial was dangerous. However, since the ancient times, cultivators rushed in without hesitation to pursue the end of this road. However, were there truly martial gods in this world? Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through the endless night, and he looked at the sky with vacant thoughts. Cousin Xiao Chen, what are you thinking about? Xiao Yulan asked softly at his side. The flashing light of the fire made Xiao Yulan's face look extremely sexy. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently. Everyone is diligent and never slacking. Taking part in this trial of life and death, and seeking the martial way. However, the end of this path, is becoming a martial god. Do martial gods truly exist? Xiao Yulan heard this, shook her head and sighed, indeed. Everyone knows that the end of the martial way is martial god. However, in the hundreds of thousands of kilometers of territory in our great Qin nation, with tens of millions of capable warriors, there are only 10 known martial monarchs. Even the most recent martial sage only existed 500 years ago. In my opinion, aside from the 3 orthodox holy lands, the one with the most possible chance of having a martial god would be the great Jin nation. After her previous statement, she added this sentence. In the Tianwu continent, aside from countless small nations and chaotic lands, the Qin nation, Chu nation, Tang nation, Xia nation, and Jin nation were the strongest 5 nations. Of those, the great Jin nation has the largest spirit vein under the heavens. In fact, its strength was not inferior even when 2 of the other great nations combined their forces together. Xiao Yulan was not wrong when she said this, that place is a land filled with spiritual energy. They also have the most experts in the continent. At this moment, a mournful and miserable shriek came from the east side of the camp. The sound was extremely agonized, as though it was suffering the most terrifying punishment. Xiao Chen got up and stopped Xiao Yulan from getting up. Don't go. I'll go that a look first to see what danger is there. You immediately send out the signal the first elder left behind. Xiao Yulan seemed to want to say something, but Xiao Chen said with a stern expression, you know about the matter in the 7-Horn Mountain. Regardless of the danger or the situation, I guarantee that there will not be any problems. Xiao Chen took long strides in the direction of the cry, toward the east side of camp. As he came closer, the mournful cries grew louder. When he was about 400 meters away from the source of the sound, Xiao Chen stopped. He condensed his spiritual sense into a column and extended it out in front slowly. When it reached 200 meters, Xiao Chen could feel his spiritual sense being blocked by something. Fu Si. Xiao Chen concentrated and fashioned his spiritual sense into the shape of a sword, slowly piercing through the barrier, preventing it to go further. After a period of time, his spiritual sense finally arrived at the origin of the sound. In the groove ahead, there was a martial Grand Master wearing the Tang clan attire lying on the ground. In front of him was a huge black bird, gorging itself on his internal organs. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and looked up. There was a dark human figure floating in the air. He was darker than night, and his being gave off a feeling that was as deep and wicked as a black hole. Although it was incredibly strange, Xiao Chen could sense a feeling of extreme weakness coming from the person's body. He should be severely injured. After hiding for 3 days, I finally found him. Xiao Chen heard the dark figure laughing and muttering to himself. The laughter in the black of night sounded like it came from hell, and was exceptionally gloomy. Suddenly, a black chi came from the body of the cultivator on the ground and entered into the other's body. An expression of extreme pleasure appeared on his face. It was as though he could taste a delicacy as that strange bird fed on the internal organs. Even Xiao Chen could feel it when the wounds on the dark figure's body began significantly recovering as the black chi entered them. He actually relied on the consumption of human internal organs to recover his wounds. It was truly unbelievable. When that black chi dispersed, the Tang clan cultivator on the ground no longer made any sounds. The huge black bird flew to the feet of dark figure with a shua sound. Xiao Chen was very startled. He was sure that this huge bird was a demonic beast. This person could actually ride on a demonic beast. This was something he had never heard of before. I originally thought that certain death awaited me, who knew that I would run into this nourishment. How unexpected for this king. The man smiled, feeling pleased with himself as he stood on that huge bird. Suddenly, his complexion changed. He stared at Xiao Chen's column of spiritual sense. His eyes gave off a deep glow, and it was as though he could see through Xiao Chen's formless spiritual sense. Xiao Chen quickly caused his spiritual sense to turn into a small sword and hide behind a huge tree, sneakily observing the person. After the man saw Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, it seemed as though he remembered something horrifying. A terrified expression crossed his face. Riding on the demonic bird, he fled as though he was in a sorry state. It was extremely fast, like a bolt of black lightning, leaving behind countless dark streaks in the forest. He managed to instantly leave the range that Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could observe. Xiao Chen did not dare to advance rashly. He slowly approached the dead Tang clan cultivator only after the man was long gone. His state was exactly the same as the other 2 corpses they had found. From the looks of it, they had died while the bird fed on them. This person was able to easily kill 3 martial Grand Masters despite his severely injured state. What terrifying realm was he at? Xiao Chen felt afraid just thinking about it. Regardless of the situation, this strange man had helped Xiao Chen indirectly remove some trouble. If the 3 martial Grand Masters had appeared to kill Xiao Chen and his compatriots, they would not have survived. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen ignored the body on the ground and quickly returned to the camp. Xiao Chen temporarily hid this matter from Xiao Yulan when she interrogated him. He felt the matter was extremely strange. To think that there was actually someone who could control demonic beasts. Before he clarified this, Xiao Chen decided to temporarily not tell the others. Around midnight, the 2 of them called someone over to take over their shift. After resting for 4 hours, the sky had already brightened. Of course, within the gloomy forest, it was still dark and gloomy. The visibility was no better than when it was night. However, at least it was not as cold as it was at night. Xiao Chen moved around his left arm. With the blood replenishing pill, he felt that there was no longer any major problems with it. Essence was not able to flow smoothly, but it was best not to make any excessive movements for the time being. The other people in the wooden hut were still sleeping. As there was no sunlight to shine into the wooden hut to wake them up, they were all fast asleep. Thus, Xiao Chen woke everyone up himself. After they finished washing up, they started to assign people to groups. When they were split into groups, Xiaoling indicated that she wanted to be in Xiao Chen's group. There were even a few others who expressed the same thoughts. This caused Xiao Chen to feel a headache. Finally, he decided to merge Xiao Yulin's and Xiao Jian's group together. This way, the strength of the two groups would be similar. In the end, Xiaoling was still assigned to Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chen led 4 people and headed toward the south. He decided to start off with fire lizards. This was because he had already killed quite a few, and had some experience with them. He released his spiritual sense and soon managed to find a fire lizard on the top of a large tree. "Wait here first," Xiao Chen called out, and had the group stop. "Brother Xiao Chen, why are we stopping? Is there a demonic beast? Where is it?" Xiaoling asked in a bizarre manner, her eyes looking all around, searching her surroundings. Xiao Chen smiled. "Stop looking for it, it's right above you." Xiaoling was startled when she heard this and retreated backwards a few steps. Xiao Chen raised his head and saw that the tree branches were crisscrossing in a complex manner, causing the sky to be hidden and looking very mysterious. This was Gloomy Forest. Aside from dangers coming from around you, one must also pay attention to what's above. Xiao Chen's smile faded away as he opened his mouth to say, "All of you, take a step back." After he said that, his body vanished from its original spot. A bright electrical light shone in the darkness. They could vaguely see Xiao Chen holding the lunar shadow saber, jumping from tree branch to tree branch. When the electrical light faded away, the forest returned to its previously dark state. The 4 people below could not see even a hazy figure, all they could see were swaying tree branches. Boom. A loud sound came from the top and a huge monster fell to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The 4 people on the ground hastily retreated. Xiao Chen did not immediately come down. Instead, he stood on a tree branch and smiled at the group. "It's your turn to perform. Do not be careless or you might end up dying." The fire lizard had already stabilized itself before the 4 people managed to reply. When it saw them, its hostility shifted and it swept its tail towards them. The 4 of them hurriedly jumped and scattered. A red shadow headed towards Xiaoling It looked like a red ribbon in the air, and its speed was ridiculously fast. What led Xiao Chen to feel surprised was that, despite Xiaoling normally seeming weird, her reflexes were very fast. She pushed off the ground lightly with her feet and her body nimbly evaded the attack. She even slashed at the red tongue, creating a wound at the instant she turned around. This fire lizard was obviously stronger than the ones that Xiao Chen had met before. The toughness of its tongue was very strong. Xiaoling spirit weapon had no way to break it apart. The 4 of them were being chased around by the fire lizard, cursing Xiao Chen in their hearts, feeling that he was very despicable. Many of them regretted choosing to follow Xiao Chen. No one had expected that Xiao Chen would ignore them after attracting the fire lizard over. Those who were initially planning to rely on Xiao Chen regretted their decision. Time slowly went by and something that caused the 4 of them to want to vomit blood happened. Xiao Chen took out a bottle of wine from the universe ring and started drinking on the tree branch. "Xiao Chen, you are too despicable. After seeing that we are being chased in such a miserable manner, you are still not making any moves to help us." Finally someone below could no longer tolerate it and scolded him. "Indeed. Brother Xiao Chen, you are too heartless. Ling originally liked you a little, but now, I hate the sight of you," Xiaoling said fiercely, but with a pout. Xiao Chen did not reply and revealed a faint, indifferent smile. After they overcame the initial shock, they finally got into the pace of things. They left wounds of varying degrees on the body of the fire lizard. After the 4 of them were hit by the fire lizard's tail a few times, there were 2 who had a trickle of blood at the corners of their mouths. However, Xiao Chen still did not make a move. This was their trial. If he made a move, then there would be no purpose to this. The martial path relied on the comprehensions one attained while they were in the middle of life and death situations. It could not be attained by the assistance of others. Bang! Xiaoling was unable to evade once again and was hit by the fire lizard's tail. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Xiao Chen felt that he could bear it no more. However, something happened that surprised Xiao Chen. This girl did not cry out. Her pretty face was filled with an unswerving determination. She did not look like her usual, weird self. Martial technique, cloud-breaking refreshing breeze chop. Xiao Ling actually used a martial technique in the air, it was truly unbelievable. The sword in her hands was like a cloud-breaking refreshing breeze, and with a white flash, the lizard tail was chopped into two halves. Xiao Ling landed firmly on the ground and wiped the blood off the corner of her lips. Then she made a face at Xiao Chen that caused him to fluctuate between laughter and tears. Shua. Another person exploded out and was able to break apart the fire lizard's greatest weapon, its red tongue. Now, the fire lizard had lost two of its greatest moves. Everyone's morale surged. Kill. 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 Everyone was excited and started to execute their martial techniques, exhausting their essence. They actually managed to make this terrifying demonic beast attempt to beat a hasty retreat, and in a short while it no longer had its initial imposing look. Since I was chased by you so miserably earlier, I definitely have to kill you today. One of the Xiao clan cultivators, who had his behind smacked by the lizard tail twice before, said ruthlessly. Just when the fire lizard was about to die, an ice arrow gave off a cold gleam and flew from a distant place. With a shua sound, it killed the fire lizard. A cold chi spread throughout the fire lizard's body. It caused all the black chi in its body to be expelled. After that, the fire lizard instantly turned into an ice sculpture. The cold chi was very threatening. Everyone was startled and did not understand what was going on. Bang! Xiao Chen leapt down from the tree and fired out a stream of purple flame, colliding with a second ice arrow coming from a distance, resulting in an intense explosion. The ice disappeared into nothing, but the purple thunder true fire did not weaken at all and continued to fly forward. Boom! After a while, there was another explosion coming from the front. There were the sounds of footsteps from a group of people coming towards them. That is Tang Feng. When the group of people came closer, Xiao Chen and the rest were able to quickly identify them. The Tang clan's group also consisted of 5 people. Tang Feng was holding a longbow made of ice crystals. When they were about 100 meters away, they stopped moving. When he saw Xiao Chen, a shocked expression appeared on his face for a while. After a long time, he smiled. So Brother Xiao is here. What a coincidence. My apologies, but this fire lizard's demonic core is ours. Hearing what he said, the few Xiao clan disciples behind Xiao Chen felt angry. After fighting for half a day, this fellow comes over and snatches it. How improper. Xiao Ling frowned slightly and said mockingly, if you have guts, then put aside your bow and come over here. The remaining people also roared out. It was obvious to them that the ice crystal bow in Tang Feng's hands was not ordinary. Seeing him stand so far, it was clear that he was extremely cautious. Tang Feng played with the ice crystal bow in his hand, revealing an indifferent smile. Brother Xiao, your Xiao clan members were being pressured to the point where they could not retaliate. My arrow could be said to be their savior. Handing a tiny demonic core to me would not be too unreasonable. It is very unreasonable. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to play word games with him and continued saying indifferently, if they had not severely injured this fire lizard in the first place, do you think that you could kill it with just one arrow? I'm already ignoring the issue of your actions disrupting our trial. Yet, now you want to engage in some glib talk in front of me. Scram immediately. Tang Feng's complexion changed. He originally thought that Xiao Chen's group was already eliminated by the elders of the Zhong clan and Tang clan. His intention in coming here was only to meet up with these elders. He had never expected that Xiao Chen would actually be standing right in front of him, still alive and well. Thinking very hard, Tang Feng said coldly, Xiao Chen, you look down on my strength too much. Do you dare to receive 3 of my arrows? If you are able to, then I will leave immediately. We will receive it. Why not? Even 10 arrows would not be a problem. Do you think elder brother Xiao Chen is afraid of you? Xiao Ling Er's melodious voice answered Tang Feng before Xiao Chen could say anything. Elder brother Xiao Chen, you must do your best. Don't let this fellow get too arrogant, Xiao Ling said to Xiao Chen in her usual, bizarre fashion. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes at her. This girl was obviously just trying to get revenge. She was put into a miserable state by the fire lizard earlier, and now that there was a chance for her to obtain revenge, she grabbed onto it immediately. In order to deal with someone who used long-range attacks like Tang Feng, one must rapidly get close and finish it quickly, not giving him any chance to put distance between them. Just like now, standing where they were waiting to shoot him down was undoubtedly the most stupid method. Xiao Chen, I will not fire more than what I said, just 3 arrows. If you can withstand 3 arrows of mine, I will immediately leave. Do you dare to agree? Seeing Xiao Chen not say anything, Tang Feng used the most vulgar method to agitate him into doing what he wanted. Ever since Tang Feng appeared, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense had not left the ice crystal bow in Tang Feng's hands. Cold chi was flowing in that bow, and the ice-attributed spiritual energy was relentlessly gathering in it. This was obviously a spirit weapon with an ice attribute embedded inside. Furthermore, Tang Feng's martial spirit was likely to be an ice attribute, allowing this ice bow to relentlessly absorb the cold energy from its surroundings. However, Xiao Chen was not afraid. This was because Tang Feng was only a peak superior martial disciple. Although he was already a step into the martial master realm, he was, in the end, still a martial disciple. There would be a limit to his strength. He would not have any way to fully display the huge strength contained in this ice bow. Xiao Chen smiled indifferently. Why would I not dare to receive 3 arrows from you? If I can withstand them, do you dare to receive a saber blow from me? Why would I not dare? I am just not sure if you will still be alive after receiving my 3 arrows, Tang Feng smiled coldly. It was clear from his words that he was extremely confident in the ice crystal bow in his hands. Tang Feng's hand grasped the ice crystal bow and his aura suddenly changed. Drawing the bowstring, turning the bow into a shape similar to that of the full moon, the cold chi poured into the bow. A cold light radiated out, with bits of ice swimming around it like tadpoles, as though alive. Shoo! The bowstring vibrated and the first ice arrow fired out like an icy rainbow. A boundless cold chi fired towards Xiao Chen's throat, giving off a woo-woo sound. It was as though an ice deity leapt across with a matchless momentum. Dang! Xiao Chen's gaze was as calm as still water, the lunar shadow saber in his hands suddenly radiating with an electrical light. A melodious shattering sound resounded, and the ice arrow was shattered into countless fragments. Wah! The ice fragments in the air did not drop to the ground. Instead, they melted into a pool of water and formed into an ice arrow again. Its speed increased explosively by a fold when it was about a meter in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took a few steps urgently backward, sending out the energy of the demonic core in the lunar shadow saber. The electrical light flickered continuously, creating a countless number of thunderbolts, then he chopped down with the saber again. Dang dang! This time, the ice arrow turned into water and fell to the ground. It no longer looked awe-inspiring. When Xiao Ling who was standing at his side, saw the scene in front of her, she immediately regretted her actions. The strength of Tang Feng's ice bow was incredibly strong. Tang Feng smiled coldly. I thought you were very strong. Turns out, not so much. This is just the first arrow. There are still 2 more arrows after this. I want to see how you withstand them. Once he said that, Tang Feng immediately drew the bowstring again. Cold chi rushed into the bow again and an ice arrow was formed again. A chill as cold as the North Pole penetrated through the air as the arrow was released. This arrow was so fast that it did not even leave behind a shadow in the air. It was impossible to see with the human eye. It was as though it had broken through space and just appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen extended out his right hand and pointed forward. The surging essence in his body poured out towards his right hand like a river. A small spark was ignited, looking like a weak firefly in the night. Bang! When the ice arrow met with the finger, there was a loud explosion. Xiao Chen frowned but did not move a single jot, colliding with the ice arrow. Tang Feng's right hand suddenly fiddled with the bowstring and an invisible ripple caused a boundless cold chi to pour into the ice arrow. This instantly increased the pressure placed on Xiao Chen, causing his foot to move a little. Purple thunder, true fire, explode. Xiao Chen shouted out gently and a fierce, purple fire extended from the soles of his foot to the fingertips of his right hand, making his hand look like that of a fire deity. That firefly-like glow instantly erupted into a huge, boundless flame, causing the ice arrow to completely evaporate, and turn into steam rising from Xiao Chen's finger. Under the heat of this flame, it caused people to feel a warmth despite the cold temperature of gloomy forest. This showed how hot it was. Xiao Ling said excitedly, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, that's amazing." Seeing the ice arrow evaporate into steam, Tang Feng's complexion changed as he smiled coldly, "Don't be too pleased yet. I still have one more arrow." Tang Feng drew the bowstring again. This time, his right hand was emitted a light, and the entire ice bow also gave off a resplendent glow. A boundless ice-attributed spiritual energy from the surroundings rapidly gathered at his right hand. A cold gleam filled the sky behind him like a nova of frost, or a vast sky full of stars. It was gorgeous. The surrounding temperature also lowered significantly. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense and he saw a huge bird behind Tang Feng. The body of this bird was extremely strange. One half was ice and the other half was fire. Feeling startled, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered the matter of Tang Feng bidding for the rainbow flame python inner core in Linlang Pavilion. It was obvious that he wanted to use it to increase his fire-attributed attacks. However, the two arrows that he shot out, and even the third arrow, were all obviously ice-attributed. What was going on? The most important thing was that he could obviously feel that Tang Feng's strength was raised to the martial master realm. What was going on? Could he have been suppressing his own cultivation all along? Go! Ice Fury! Via Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, the half of that huge fire and ice bird that consisted of ice instantly became significantly dimmer. The cold gleam behind him disappeared, and it turned into an arrow on the bow. That arrow grew larger as the wind blew on it, and soon it became an ice arrow that was tens of meters long. While the ice arrow existed, a cold wind attacked. Streams of fog covered its surface, billowing around. The terrifying ice arrow was actually still growing larger. The few people behind Xiao Chen cried out in surprise. Xiao Ling was so frightened she closed her eyes and did not dare to watch what happened next. This ice arrow may be incomparably huge, but its movement was not at all slow. In fact, it was not remotely inferior to the first two arrows. However, due to its huge size, the crowd was able to see it with their eyes. As the ice arrow came piercing across the land, a boundless cold chi covered the surroundings. Xiao Chen could feel his legs seemed becoming stiff. This way, his speed would vastly decrease, and it would be difficult for him to evade the arrow. Borrowing the might of a spirit weapon, do you think I don't know how to do that too? Xiao Chen smiled coldly as he thought this in his heart. Putting some strength into his arm as he flung the lunar shadow saber forward, the energy of the rank 6 lightning-attributed demonic core was fully unleashed. A boundless electrical light shone in the darkness. It was so bright it was blinding. The surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy relentlessly rushed towards the lunar shadow. The electrifying light formed countless glowing arcs. It looked like a lightning bolt in the dark night sky. Wah! The saber clashed with the ice arrow in midair, and with a shua sound the lunar shadow saber sliced into the ice arrow. Countless pieces of ice fell, then were zapped into oblivion by the electrical light. At this moment, it was no longer a battle between two people, but a battle between two spirit weapons. Based on the scene in the air, it was obvious that Xiao Chen's lunar shadow was gaining the upper hand. Dang! The lunar shadow pierced through, and the huge ice arrow gave off a resounding clang, shattering into countless pieces. However, the fierce light on the saber was still just as blinding. Before the shattered pieces of ice touched the ground, they were all zapped into oblivion. Kill! Xiao Chen shouted lightly and pushed off the ground with his feet. He leapt into the air and waved his hand, grasping the lunar shadow saber back into his hand firmly. His figure flashed by in the air, only a black saber light could be seen ruthlessly chopping down at Tang Feng. Tang Feng turned pale and left an afterimage behind as he quickly retreated backwards. Xiao Chen did not even bother to look at the afterimage. He twisted his saber, shifted his foot and slashed at 5 meters to the side. Tang Feng appeared and saw that the black saber edge gently sliced by his throat. He had managed to avoid this danger. However, the wind from the saber cut through some of his skin and flesh, leaving an indistinct scar. Tang Feng's throat unconsciously tensed up and he felt a slight pain coming from the wound. His originally pale face turned even more terrifying. He felt that he had narrowly escaped from the gates of hell. Xiao Chen stood straight and put away his saber. He looked coldly at him. Scram, and don't show your face here again. Don't feel unresigned. I know that you still have some trump cards you have not revealed yet, but so do I. Furthermore, don't hold any expectations in your heart. The two elders from your Tang clan are already dead, and so is the Zhong clan's elder. When Xiao Chen said his final sentence, Tang Feng's complexion completely changed. How could it be? There were 4 martial grand masters. Could he have killed them all? Still not scramming, Xiao Chen said as he looked at Tang Feng, who was deep in contemplation. Tang Feng's left hand, which was holding the ice crystal bow, trembled. A trace of flames actually spread onto the surface of the snow-white bow. Let's go. Tang Feng glared at Xiao Chen fiercely. His emotions calmed and the flames on the bow vanished. Xiao Chen, I will pay back the humiliation I have suffered today during the promise of 10 years. At that time, not only will the Xiao clan lose the Seven-Horn Mountain, but the Xiao clan will be thoroughly wiped out. This is a certainty, no one will be able to stop it. Still reluctant to admit defeat, Xiao Chen leapt forward and gave Tang Feng a flying kick, then he stepped on him and pointed the lunar shadow saber at his throat. Do you believe that I will kill you now? If you dare to, then do it, Tang Feng said stubbornly from the ground. I think I changed my mind, Xiao Chen said indifferently. You obviously still have some hidden cards to play. Regardless of the reason, now is the best time to kill you. Why should I wait for the promise of 10 years and give you an opportunity for revenge? What are you thinking of doing? Release the second young master. Are you not afraid of causing a war between the Xiao clan and Tang clan? The 4 people behind Tang Feng said anxiously. What if I kill all of you? At this moment, Tang Feng truly felt fear. His voice weakened as he said, Young Master Xiao, I was just joking earlier. You thought it was true. Xiao Chen put aside his saber and said indifferently, Get out of here. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen truly wanted to kill off all 5 of them, especially Tang Feng. He gave Xiao Chen a sense of extreme danger. However, when he thought about it, these 5 people were likely to have some kind of rescue signal on them. If he were delayed by them and allowed the Tang clan elders to rush over when they were done with their tasks, they would be in deep trouble. Tang Feng felt extremely dissatisfied as he left. The earlier 3 arrows had exhausted a great deal of his essence. Furthermore, he had just obtained this ice fire bow and had not completely mastered it yet. Otherwise, with his character, he would not have left just like that. Elder brother Xiao Chen, you are awesome. When the Tang clan's group was far away, Xiaoling immediately ran over and flattered him. Xiao Chen looked at Xiaoling somewhat helplessly and said, I will settle this score with you later. Let's collect the demonic core first. Xiaoling swallowed her saliva in a weird fashion before running to the very front. I will retrieve this demonic core, don't fight with me for it. Bang. Xiaoling sword smashed on it and the fire lizard, that was sealed in ice, shattered into tiny ice fragments. Finding the brain of the fire lizard, she split it open with her sword and a black demonic core immediately appeared. Xiaoling picked it up joyfully, then looked around furtively before running to Xiao Chen and said with glee, How awesome am I? I managed to extract the demonic core so quickly. Xiao Chen took the demonic core and said, This demonic core counts towards them, you do not get a share. Xiaoling pouted, dissatisfied as she muttered, Elder brother Xiao Chen, that is too unfair. You nearly caused the death of your team captain and you still dare talk back. Xiao Chen said, Let's go, we are continuing. You guys don't want to lose to Xiao Jian's group, right? Under Xiao Chen's lead, the group continued to kill demonic beasts. Xiao Chen expanded his spiritual sense to the maximum. When he saw a group of demonic beasts, he would quickly avoid them. Xiao Chen only focused on bringing the demonic beasts over, but he did not make any moves to kill them. The strength of a rank 2 demonic beast was about equivalent to an inferior grade martial master, but that was not something that made him want to fight. Although Xiao Chen did not say it, everyone understood the reason why Xiao Chen was not fighting. It was done on purpose to temper them, there was nothing to hold a grudge about. Xiao Chen stopped the hunt when it approached dusk. During the day, the group managed to obtain 18 demonic cores. Furthermore, there were no major injuries. They all felt relaxed. When they rushed back to the camp, they discovered that Xiao Yulan and the rest had already returned. There was white smoke coming from the kitchen, and a certain fragrance wafted over. 13 demonic cores and no major injuries. Xiao Yulan handed the demonic cores to Xiao Chen and reported on the situation of their team during the hunt. We met the Zhong clan's people during the hunt. Zhong Ziyong was leading the group. However, when he saw us, he was startled and then quickly retreated. Xiao Chen smiled. We met the Tang clan people as well. When they saw us, they were surprised. Xiao Yulan trembled with fear. Seems like the 2 corpses that appeared in our camp did not happen by chance. What exactly did you see yesterday when you went out? Coincidentally, dinner was ready and Xiao Chen used the timing to change the topic. He did not wish to answer this question. Xiao Yulan had no choice but to give up. They once more lit a bonfire in the camp after everyone had dinner. They gathered around and discussed the events of the day excitedly. Xiao Chen was surprised by the fact that Xiao Jian was training alone and chose not mix with the others. When it was completely dark, Gloomy Forest turned incredibly cold. Gloomy Forest was much more dangerous at night than it was by day. Xiao Chen did not wish for anyone to take any unnecessary risks. After he arranged for the night guard shift, he instructed them to go rest. However, Xiao Chen sneakily got up and prepared to go out once everyone was fast asleep. The demonic beasts they fought in the day were only rank 2. To him, these were not much of a challenge. Thus, he did not make a move. His true trial started now. Before he got far, with his spiritual sense he managed to detect someone following him. Looking carefully, he discovered that it was Xiao Jian. Xiao Chen looked at the direction he was going and realized that it was to the south of the camp, so he did not worry about him. With Xiao Jian's strength, it should not be a problem for him to train alone in Gloomy Forest. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could not think of any way to stop him. Xiao Chen collected himself and headed east of the camp. Before he traveled far, a patterned demonic panther appeared within the range of his spiritual sense. This patterned demonic panther was a rank 3 demonic beast. Its strength was equivalent to a peak martial master. It was a perfect target for Xiao Chen to use for his trial. Pushing his feet off the ground, Xiao Chen leapt up gently and landed on a tree branch. He calmly observed the patterned demonic panther on the ground. This patterned demonic panther was more than 2 meters tall and its body was completely black. It looked very similar to the panthers on Earth, but its eyes were blood red. This was a special characteristic of demonic beasts. Xiao Chen could feel a surging, baleful aura coming from the patterned demonic panther, even when he was tens of meters away. It caused him to shiver even though it was not cold. Crack. Xiao Chen accidentally broke a small tree branch. The patterned demonic panther's ear twitched and it heard the tiny sound. Its blood-red eyes looked in Xiao Chen's direction. Its vision was unobscured by the darkness, so Xiao Chen was discovered immediately. It roared, and a terrifying sound wave attacked in Xiao Chen's direction. Bo! A huge energy accompanied the sound wave and headed towards Xiao Chen. In the area where it passed, the huge, broad trees of Gloomy Forest trembled, and countless leaves fell to the ground. Xiao Chen was startled. This sound wave attack had a wide range and was mighty. It had almost no weak points. However, there were still a couple. Xiao Chen executed the lightning evasion and his body appeared behind the patterned demonic panther, avoiding the sound wave attack. With the lightning evasion, the sound wave attack was not much of a threat to Xiao Chen. The patterned demonic panther immediately sensed Xiao Chen's location, so it turned and pounced at him. A black chi gathered in its right claw as it ruthlessly slashed at Xiao Chen. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless and used a martial technique to clash with it. This was because he felt that the force behind the black chi was very terrifying. If he was careless, he would suffer greatly. Pu Kai. The force from the patterned demonic panther's right claw caused him to be pushed back a few steps. However, when it was hit by the one-line chop, it did not seem to feel any discomfort. As Xiao Chen was pushed back, the patterned demonic panther pressed in closely, not giving up its advantage. A towering figure of at least 2 meters tall, and with blood-red eyes, glared at Xiao Chen from above. A strong oppression pressured Xiao Chen. Purple thunder, true fire, shoot. Xiao Chen fired out a purple flame, the flames leaving behind a trail as they attacked the body of the patterned demonic panther. A pool of purple blood flowed out from the beast. The patterned demonic panther cried out in pain, but the black chi quickly put out the purple flames. It opened its jaws wide and roared loudly. A terrifying sound wave swept through the area again. Heavenly Lightning Shield. Sensing imminent danger, Xiao Chen executed the Heavenly Lightning Shield. However, it was not very effective against this strange sound wave attack, so it still managed to penetrate through Xiao Chen's Heavenly Lightning Shield. Some blood leaked out the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, and his ears had gone temporarily deaf. Xiao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and dissipated the Heavenly Lightning Shield. His eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. This beast was too infuriating, even Tang Feng did not manage to injure him to this extent. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen had attempted to execute this move many times before, but he was only successful about 50% of the time. This was because he still did not have a deep understanding of the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula. However, now he could not be bothered so much about that. He sank his consciousness into his dantian and tried to recall the scene of the battle with Zhong He. Each and every move of Zhong He appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, like a video replaying itself. Comprehending them in his heart, the changing character formula circulated quietly within. Xiao Chen suddenly executed the move, his figure appearing in the air and countless saber lights fired out. Xiao Chen's posture kept changing in midair as he successfully executed the move. The sword light carried the strength of the Azure Dragon martial spirit, relentlessly striking the body of the patterned demonic panther. Purple blood kept spurting from it. The patterned demonic panther roared in pain, trying to grab at Xiao Chen in midair, but was unable to catch him. Die. After the technique was used, a surge of energy came from the Azure Dragon martial spirit, his originally falling body rose higher. An electrical light was released from the lunar shadow saber, displaying its malevolent side. The rank 6 demonic core hacked at the patterned demonic panther with a boundless might. The patterned demonic panther was immediately hacked into 2 halves. When Xiao Chen descended, he sighed in relief. He felt disappointed. Aside from its terrifying sound wave attack, the rest of its attributes were not very strong. Xiao Chen left after he extracted the rank 3 demonic core from its brain. When he looked for his next target, a dark shadow flew by above his head. Raising his head to take a look, Xiao Chen was surprised. This dark shadow was the person Xiao Chen saw controlling the demonic beast the previous night. Whoosh! Another white shadow flew by above his head. This was true flight, and not just jumping from tree branch to tree branch. A martial king expert. Xiao Chen looked at the white shadow, and exclaimed in shock. Who? As Xiao Chen was stunned, that dark shadow stepped on the huge bird and flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, still on the ground, was obviously his target. That dark figure circled around Xiao Chen's head while riding on the huge bird, but he did not leave. Xiao Chen felt like he was being glared at with a pair of gloomy eyes. If he so much as moved an inch, he would be killed immediately. Shua. The earlier white shadow also rushed over. Xiao Chen stared at the white shadow and felt his mind enter into a state of unrest. It was extremely disturbing for him. The white shadow in the air was a youthful-looking girl. She was holding a 2-meter-long, golden spear in her hands. She had a delicate face that could represent the pinnacle of beauty. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her facial appearance was picturesque, and her eyes were like stars. Xiao Chen had never seen such an exquisite girl before. There were no words in the world that could describe her beauty. She was like a piece of jade that had formed naturally and required no polishing. Commander, you have chased me for 10 days and 10 nights already. From Zhongfeng City on the outskirts of the great Qin nation to this tiny Mohe city. Are you truly not willing to let me off? The dark figure said in a sullen tone with a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice, just because I awaken a demonic beast martial spirit. Commander, ever since you came to the border station, I have already been through more than 100 battles of various scales with you. There are more than 100 scars left on my body, or have you forgotten it? The devastating beauty revealed a painful expression on her face, causing one to be unable to bear seeing it. Her red lips gently parted and she said with a delicate voice, Xiao He, I have never thought of killing you before. Even though you cultivated a demonic beast martial spirit and killed 3 of your comrades. I only wish to exterminate your demonic beast martial spirit. TL note. Chinese character for the Xiao in Xiao He is not the same as the one for Xiao Chen. It means small and is usually used in the situation of a nickname. So in this case, this name means little black. Ha ha ha. The dark figure laughed loudly. You do not want to kill me, and yet you used an Earth-ranked martial technique, Boundless Azure Sea. If I had not been fortunate, I would have died long ago. So be it. Since you want to kill me, then I shall not take into account our old relationship and send you to meet with our 3 dead comrades. A saber appeared in the dark figure's hand as he rode on the huge bird and rushed at the girl. A black rift actually appeared in the air as the claws of the bird slashed at her. After the black bird attacked, the dark figure leapt off and sent a black saber light at the girl. Xiao Chen was surprised. It was clear that this dark figure was not as strong as the girl in white. This could easily be seen from the fact that he needed to ride the bird to fly, while the girl in white could fly without any assistance. However, with the huge bird below him also attacking, it was a situation of 2 versus 1. It was possible that this girl in white might suffer a disadvantage. But, things did not go as Xiao Chen expected. The girl in white grasped her golden spear and shook it. 9 golden dragons appeared behind her back, hissing incessantly. The girl's body gave off a supreme imperial might. Under such pressure, Xiao Chen almost knelt and prostrated himself. Suddenly, streams of the ancient azure dragon's aura were emitted by Xiao Chen's body. That boundless might instantly felt as if it did not exist, and Xiao Chen was able to relax. With the 9 dragons protecting her body, the spatial tears caused by the black bird were instantly soothed. The long spear suddenly turned and attacked the dark figure. The dark figure somersaulted in the air, resolving the surging dragon chi. The black bird in front of him seemed to be telepathically connected to him, and appeared precisely at his feet. The 9 dragons circled in the air as the speed of the battle between the 2 increased. Their bodies rose continuously up, further into the sky, as they released copious amounts of energy. The surrounding trees were broken at their trunks and instantly turned into powder. There was an endless hissing of the dragons and a boundless black chi extending out. The golden chi and black chi clashed violently in the air. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with incessant grievances. These 2 people were peak experts. The energy that they released would cause him to be severely injured if any of it landed on Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen could not help but execute the heavenly lightning shield to defend against the energy that would descend from the sky from time to time. Even though his internal organs were shaken, causing his chi and blood to be in turmoil. Very soon, Xiao Chen could no longer clearly see their shadows. Via Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, it was obvious that the girl's strength was superior. However, when they were fighting, he realized she was not using it all. It was obvious that she was under some kind of constraint. The true might of the 9 dragons was not able to be fully unleashed. Yi Chun Zhou, have you descended to such a level? To involve a martial disciple in our fight? Where is your pride? The melodious voice of the girl was filled with a boundless anger as the 2 of them slowly descended. Yi Chun Zhou smiled sullenly. Pride. As the commander, of course, you have pride. For me, it would be even difficult for me to stay alive. What is the point of pride? If you want to kill me, then kill this fellow first. Let me see your pride. Xiao Chen finally understood why the girl in white was under some kind of constraints. It was actually because of him. However, even if he wanted to leave, he could not. The dark figure had used his chi to lock him down. As long as he made any strange movements, he would be killed on the spot. How despicable. The girl in white said through clenched teeth. She waved the long spear in the air and the 9 dragons behind her trembled, circling around the spear. With a shout she thrust it at Yi Chun Zhou, creating a shadow of a dragon in the air. Dang! Yi Chun Zhou used his saber to block this attack, but the dragon shadow circling the spear dived down. Yi Chun Zhou was startled and waved the saber 9 times. 9 streams of surging saber chi collided intensely with dragon shadow. Streams of energy scattered in all directions. Xiao Chen, who was below, was shaken and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Boundless Azure Sea. The girl in white shouted gently and a boundless sea appeared behind her. An azure dragon jumped out from the sea and rushed at Yi Chunzhou with a boundless energy. Yi Chunzhou's mind worked very quickly, and he stepped on the huge bird with his right foot. They then quickly flew downwards, suddenly hovering just 1 meter above Xiao Chen's head. The girl in white frowned. She never expected that he would be so despicable. Shaking the spear in the air, the azure dragon just brushed past him. Boom! The azure dragon flew past and landed on the ground. There was a shocking explosion and everything within 100 meters was blasted into oblivion, turning the area into ruins. Yi Chunzhou laughed strangely, taking advantage of the girl in white, changing the direction of her move. His body turned into a streak of black lightning as he landed a palm on her right shoulder. Fu Si. Another saber light flashed. The girl in white was not able to evade in time, and was struck by numerous black-colored saber lights. Her white clothes were instantly covered with bloodstains. Yi Chunzhou kicked her, and the girl in white fell towards the ground. Yi Chunzhou laughed loudly. This is your pride, changing your move and showing an opening at the last minute. Your pride will only cause you to die at my hands. However, your life is originally going to be short anyway. Thinking about it, there would not be too much regrets for you to die at my hands today. Yi Chunzhou kept laughing in midair. He looked maniacal. The black qi on his body turned even denser. This was the boundless demonic qi, which had an endless energy. Go die. Yi Chunzhou shouted loudly and descended from the sky, a saber light tens of meters long given off by the blade. The black bird under him turned into a shadow and entered his body. At the same time, an ancient demon lord appeared behind him holding a saber and hacking downwards. The girl in white looked at Yi Chunzhou, who was possessed by the demon lord, and her face revealed an expression of despair. Am I going to die? Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. It must succeed, it had to succeed. Xiao Chen prayed very hard in his heart. When the girl in white was attacked, Xiao Chen had already decided to take action. Since he was going to die, he might as well try to do something. What he hated the most was someone who bullied women. Furthermore, he did not wish to owe such a favor to a girl. If the girl in front of him died because of him, it would become his heart demon for the rest of his life. A full moon rose slowly from the edge of the sky. Xiao Chen was very happy that it managed to succeed at this critical moment. Yi Chunzhou felt a dangerous aura, and quickly turned his head to look. He noticed that a full moon appeared in the sky without him noticing. It was as calm as still water as it fell rapidly towards him. A strong aura accompanied the moon as it fell. When the round moon got closer, it had already turned into a huge, glowing ball emitting a boundless radiance. Yi Chunzhou revealed a startled expression as he quickly changed the direction of his saber. He turned his body and chopped at the round moon falling towards him. A 7-meter-long saber light and the demonic weapon in the hands of the demon lord struck the round moon. When the two huge forces collided, it instantly let out a loud sound that shook the heavens. The radiance faded and the heaven-shaking qi wave scattered everywhere. With a shua sound, the qi wave caused all the ancient trees in Gloomy forest that it passed to break. Xiao Chen was knocked back by the qi wave and he landed on the ground. He rolled over for a few meters before he stopped. However, Yi Chunzhou took 3 urgent steps back. Each step he took left behind a 66-centimeter pit on the ground. Before Yi Chunzhou established himself, a golden flame flew at him quickly. There seemed to be a tiny flood dragon swimming within that golden flame. The golden fire pierced Yi Chunzhou's heart with a bang. He revealed an extremely painful expression. Holding his chest in disbelief, he said, "He actually gave you a strand of dragon fire." The black qi in his body continually dissipated, and his expression was distorted. The black bird appeared once again, and he rode on it, rapidly fleeing into the distance. The two people on the ground had no ability to continue fighting. They could only watch as Yi Chunzhou fled in a sorry state. Xiao Chen swallowed a blood-replenishing pill, then slowly walked towards the girl in white. He discovered that she had fainted. Her white clothes were ripped in many places by the saber light, exposing her snow-white skin. There was even some black qi eating away at her skin, causing her to reveal a pained expression even though she was unconscious. Her beautiful face was pale, completely devoid of blood. It was sad and beautiful. Xiao Chen thought for a while, then took out a few blood-replenishing pills and crushed them, spreading them on her wounds. When the green medicine liquid entered her wounds, the black qi dissipated significantly. Xiao Chen felt joy in his heart. As he spread the medicine on her, he noticed that the girl's skin was as pure white as snow, and was extremely smooth. Even with Xiao Chen's shocking determination, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. After he spread the medicine on all the wounds, only a bra was left on the girl's body. It was something that he could not help but do. There were many saber wounds on the girl's body. If he did not remove her clothes, he would have no way to apply the medicine. However, the bras of this world were much tighter than that of his previous world, and it would not even seem like anything erotic. The golden longevity lock in front of her chest attracted Xiao Chen's attention. Remembering Yi Chunzhou say that she did not have long to live, he was startled. Could it be that such a beautiful woman would die soon? Xiao Chen shook his head and pushed this question to the back of his mind. The main problem now was how to deal with her. He definitely could not leave her here. After causing such a huge commotion in Gloomy Forest, demonic beasts would surely be attracted near. This girl ended up in such a state because of him, so Xiao Chen would definitely not leave her alone. However, it would not be convenient for him to bring her back to the camp. Suddenly, his gaze fell onto his universe ring. Xiao Chen smiled gently. He already had a good idea. This universe ring contained an independent space. It was different from the spatial rings of this world. Living things could be put into it as well, as long as they were willing or unconscious. This was the might of the magic treasure. Seeing the ruins around him, Xiao Chen was no longer in a mood to carry on hunting. Furthermore, after they had caused such a huge commotion, there would be many strong demonic beasts that would be attracted. If he remained here, death would be the only thing awaiting him. When Xiao Chen returned, Xiao Yulan and the others were all awakened at the campgrounds already. Apparently, the commotion from earlier had woken them up. Cousin Xiao Chen, what did you go out to do? Everyone was worried about you, Xiao Yulan said to Xiao Chen somewhat angrily. Xiao Chen blushed with shame. Nothing, I just felt something, so I went out to check. However, the people on night watch said they did not see you. If you are going out, you should say something, Xiao Yulan said as she pointed at two people. Xiao Chen felt a headache coming on suddenly as he noticed Xiao Jian in the crowd, and hurriedly said, I told Xiao Jian, isn't that right Xiao Jian? Xiao Jian was startled and nodded his head, and, he indeed told me about it. Xiao Chen smiled, I did not lie to you right. Go and sleep. The night watch should continue their shift. I just checked it out, and it was nothing. On the second day of the trial, Xiao Chen was afraid they would run into the terrifying dark figure. He decided that the 10 of them would carry out their activities together. The scene of that dark figure consuming the internal organs of another person to treat his own injuries left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. Furthermore, the dark figure was injured so heavily last night, Xiao Chen did not dare to risk splitting up the group. Over the next 2 days, they met rank 3 and rank 4 demonic beasts running out suddenly during their trial. Although Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to avoid them, he felt that something was not right. Bang! Bang! On the third day of the trial, Xiao Chen felt a banging sound coming from his universe ring. He was dazzled. It seems like the space in the universe ring was about to shatter. It seemed that the girl in white was about to wake up. He had been so busy in the days leading the group and training himself at night that he forgot about this. Xiao Chen quickly took out all the rank 2 demonic cores from the universe ring. He was afraid that if he did not take them out, they would be destroyed by the girl in there. If that happened, it would be a great pity. With the effort of the past few days, they were already nearing 200 demonic cores. Cousin Yulan, I entrust these items to you first. You should also hang on to the demonic core we obtain later. I have to leave for a bit. Xiao Yulan looked at Xiao Chen's action in shock. Cousin Xiao Chen, what are you doing? We are about to depart. I have no time to explain. I have to leave soon, Xiao Chen quickly said. There was a drop of his blood essence in the universe ring. Every time there was a bang, it felt like an explosion going off in his mind. The remaining people saw Xiao Chen execute the lightning evasion and was quickly very far away. They did not understand what was happening. Xiao Yulan stomped on the ground angrily as she watched his swiftly disappearing figure. After Xiao Chen went far enough away and ensured there was no one around, he released the girl from the universe ring. Scoundrel. Die. The girl held her golden spear, and immediately attacked Xiao Chen when he was released her. This attack that was filled with anger and contained a flourishing energy. It flew at Xiao Chen ruthlessly, startling him, and causing him to jump in a hurry to evade. Hey, check yourself first to see if you lost anything before calling me a scoundrel, Xiao Chen hurriedly said when he saw that she was preparing to make another move. The girl saw that she was only left with a bra on her body and a tinge of red appeared on her pale face. Things have already gotten this far and you still want to deny it. I'll kill you. She grasped the golden spear in her hands once again, and a thick killing intent appeared in her eyes. She was preparing to make a move. Xiao Chen saw that there was no use explaining. This girl had strong battle capabilities. He had expected this earlier, and already prepared to run. Bang! There was the sound of someone tripping behind him. Xiao Chen turned his head to take a look, and discovered that before the girl made a move, she fell on the ground. He quickly turned around and walked over. Don't touch me, the girl said fiercely. Xiao Chen said helplessly, I won't touch you, I promise. I just want to tell you I really am not a scoundrel. Look at the wounds on your body, see if there are any scars left. I only applied some medicine to you. I did not do anything else. Don't look at me so fiercely. Consider your situation. If I truly wanted to do anything to you, you would have no way to resist. After a long time, the girl finally said, all right, I'll believe you once. However, why did you imprison me in that space? Xiao Chen hurriedly explained his situation to her before the girl finally believed him. Help me up first, I trust you now. Xiao Chen released his breath in relief and helped her up. Then he leaned on a tree. That's right, I have not asked you for your name yet. Name. I'm Yu Ying, the girl said gently. After she said that, a rumbling sound came from her stomach. She could not help but blush. After Xiao Chen heard it, he could not help but smile and took out a fasting pill from the universe ring. Eat this. After you eat this, you will not be hungry. Receiving the fasting pill, Yu Ying did not hesitate and swallowed it. After a short while, she felt that her empty stomach did not feel hungry anymore. She said in surprise, you are an alchemist. This pill is miraculous. Xiao Chen nodded his head. You are really daring. Are you not afraid that I gave you poison? At this point in time, Yu Ying already recovered some of her strength. She got up and stretched her body as she said, since I have chosen to believe you, I will not hesitate. Furthermore, if I want to kill you, as long as I have a breath left, it would be easy for me to do so. Xiao Chen quietly smacked his lips. Why was it that the women he met were all so strong? Ao Zhao was strong and now there is this Yu Ying. It was suffocating. How long was I in that space for? Yu Ying asked suddenly. About 3 days. Yu Ying's complexion changed. Oh no. Those people from the Qizi County have probably been killed by Yi Chunzhou already. You better bring the people participating in the trial away quickly. The demonic beasts are about to attack. Xiao Chen thought about it. He remembered that he kept running into higher-ranked demonic beast in the past few days. Could it be that those experts that the Qizi County sent to the core of Gloomy Forest were all dead? Hu Kai. Suddenly, there were 3 different colored flames rising into the dark sky of Gloomy Forest. These were the emergency signals of the Zhong clan, Xiao clan, and Tang clan. What happened? Why did the 3 clans release emergency signals at the same time? Xiao Chen thought puzzledly. I'm going back, what are you going to do? Xiao Chen said to Yu Ying. Yu Ying smiled indifferently, go. I'm not seriously injured. Just that I have exhausted myself too much by using the technique. I just need to recuperate for 1 hour, and I will be able to leave. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, then let me guard you for an hour. Thank you, Yu Ying said sincerely. She was currently at her weakest, and needed someone to guard her. Yu Ying sat down cross-legged, and 9 dragon shadows circled around her. Streams of golden dragon chi were emitted from her body continuously. Her aura grew stronger, bit by bit. After an hour, Yu Ying suddenly opened her eyes. All her previous injuries were healed. She no longer gave off the weak feeling she had before. she was now filled with a tyrannical aura. She nodded at Xiao Chen, and a small golden dragon entered into Xiao Chen's body. It swam in his body for a cycle, before integrating with the Azure Dragon martial spirit. You saved my life. When necessary, this dragon chi will protect your life. After she said that, she soared into the sky and flew into the distance, leaving Xiao Chen with the sight of a beautiful figure. Xiao Chen was not reluctant to leave. Based on the fact that she could use dragon flames, Xiao Chen had guessed her identity. Yu Ying, when he reversed her name, it was Ying Yu. It was obvious that she was from the imperial family of the great Qin nation. The distance between him and her was too far. After retrieving his gaze, Xiao Chen headed back towards the Xiao clan campsite. The three clans fired off emergency signals together. Something major must have happened. Why is there no one here at all? When Xiao Chen rushed to the camp, he discovered that the campsite had been packed up. Even the demonic beast corpses in the storehouse were all taken away. Could they have retreated already? Xiao Chen looked at his surroundings and guessed that it was very possible that everyone had left. Thinking of what Yu Ying said, he guessed that the people of Qizi County had received news and would end this trial early. When he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He released his spiritual sense, and he discovered a cultivator hiding in a tree to the left, about 20 meters high. This cultivator had withdrawn all his aura, and was glaring at Xiao Chen. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen controlled his spiritual sense, and after he saw him clearly, he could not help but laugh in his heart. The person was a martial grand master of the Zhong clan. He should have arrived together with the two elders of the Tang clan. He just did not know how this person managed to avoid being killed by Yi Chunzhou. However, his aura seemed to be quite weak. Due to avoiding Yi Chunzhou for the past few days, he had exhausted a significant amount of essence. It was obvious that he had not managed to get any decent rest. In his current state, he actually did not leave early. Instead, he even wanted to kill me. This goes to show how much the Zhong clan hates me, Xiao Chen thought to himself. With this man's current state he was, at best, only at half his usual strength. Xiao Chen did not wish to escape. To him, this was a suitable trial for him. This was much more interesting than a demonic beast. He immediately went for the first move. A lightning bolt flashed by, and Xiao Chen suddenly appeared behind the man. The lunar shadow saber flashed with a brilliant light, and the boundless might of the rank 6 demonic core pervaded the surroundings. The man turned his head around to see Xiao Chen's smiling face. The look of amazement was clear on his face. He had no idea how Xiao Chen knew he was hiding there. Ellipsis. Outside gloomy forest, the sun hung high in the sky, bathing everything in sunlight. Father, why did you call us back? Cousin Xiao Chen has not come out yet, Xiao Yulan said to Xiao Chang with clear dissatisfaction. Shortly after Xiao Chen left, Xiao Chang brought 4 of the Xiao clan's martial grand masters to the Xiao clan campsite. He said that the trial was ending early, and then brought everyone out of the forest immediately. Xiao Chang frowned. Aside from a martial grand master who escaped, all the experts that the Qizi County sent to the core of gloomy forest died. Even the martial saint expert they sent died as well. The crowd behind inhaled sharply. Even a martial saint expert died. Are the demonic beasts of gloomy forest so terrifying? He was killed by humans, not at the hands of demonic beasts. Furthermore, the way he died was extremely horrifying. Qizi County already reported this matter to the imperial household. This is not something that we can solve by having us to help. Thus, the trial has been cancelled. Xiao Chang explained. Xiao Yulan's face changed slightly and she said anxiously, then wouldn't that mean that cousin Xiao Chen is in grave danger? I have to go in and look for him. Preposterous. Xiao Chang shouted sternly, do you remember what happened at Sevenhorn Mountain? Do you think that Xiao Chen will die so easily? If he wishes to escape, even a martial saint would not be able to catch him. If you go in, you will just be a burden to him. Xiao Yulan's eyes turned red, but she did not say anything. Elder Xiao, what are you doing? Scolding someone. That's not good. The Tang clan head brought a group of people along as he walked over. Where is the second young master of your clan? How come I don't see him? Did the demonic beasts eat him up? Xiao Chang looked at Tang Tian coldly and sneered. Don't think that I do not know about what you have done in Gloomy Forest. Too bad that the heavens have eyes, and you lost 2 elder-leveled people for nothing. Tang's complexion changed, and then he smiled. I do not understand what Elder Xiao is talking about. However, although this trial has ended early, we still have to compare the results of our 3 clans. I wonder how many demonic cores the Xiao clan managed to collect. Later, when the city lord arrives, I will report it to him personally. When that happens, I hope that the number that the Tang clan reports is not too low. The Xiao clan managed to obtain a total of 180 rank 2 demonic cores. Xiao Cheng was very satisfied with them achieving such a result despite having only 3 days. Thus he was not afraid of Tang Tian's mockings. Not much later, the city lord Dugu Fung called the people of the 3 clans over. He had a relaxed expression on his face, as though the matters of Gloomy Forest did not involve him. Dugu Feng smiled. Although there were some problems with this trial and we had to end it early, we will still follow the old rules. The competition between your 3 clans will continue. I wonder if there is anyone who managed to surpass the Xiao clan. They have been first for the past few times. Let us start with the Zhong clan. I wonder how many demonic cores they obtained. The Zhong clan head's complexion turned extremely unsightly when he heard this. This time, the strongest disciple of their Zhong clan did not show up due to he and his martial spirit being injured. They did not manage to obtain many cores. However, since the city lord asked, they had to report it. The Zhong clan managed to obtain a total of 50 rank 2 demonic cores on this trip, the Zhong clan head said. Dugu Feng was not surprised at this result. Smiling gently, he said, "It's fine. Zhong He did not come, so it is pretty good for you to obtain such results already. Next up, let's have the Tang clan report their numbers. I still have a certain amount of expectations for the Tang clan." Tang Tian smiled indifferently. City Lord speaks too highly of us. This time, the Tang clan obtained a total of 100 rank 2 demonic cores. After Tang Tian finished, he looked at Xiao Cheng. The meaning in his eyes obvious. It is time for you to report your numbers. Xiao Cheng breathed out in relief when he heard the Tang clan's report. Seeing the glance the city lord was casting at him, Xiao Cheng said, "In this trial, the Xiao clan has obtained a total of 180 rank 2 demonic cores." Dugu Feng laughed loudly when he heard this. Looks like the Xiao clan has a deep foundation. Congratulations, it seems that the Xiao clan won the trial again. Tang Tian revealed a deep smile. City Lord, don't be in a hurry to congratulate them. Tang Feng, show your spoils to the City Lord. Tang Feng walked up when he heard this and took out 6 demonic cores, placing them in front of the City Lord. The glow of these 6 demonic cores was incredibly deep. It was clearly different from the rank 2 demonic cores. Someone beside him exclaimed out in surprise, "These are rank 3 demonic cores." "Indeed, they are really rank 3 demonic cores," said one of the people beside as he picked up one of the demonic cores and examined it closely. A rank 3 demonic beast had a strength equivalent to a martial grand master. This Tang Feng was actually able to take out 6 rank 3 demonic beasts. It was truly unbelievable. Mohe City has held so many trials, yet I have never heard that there was anyone who managed to obtain rank 3 demonic cores in the past. It seems that the Tang clan will be first this time, surpassing the Xiao clan. Indeed, the even more astonishing thing is that he is only a superior grade martial disciple. With this level of strength now, if he advanced, there would be no one who could beat him in the following promise of 10 years. Dugu Feng looked carefully at the rank 3 demonic cores Tang Feng handed over. In the end, he said gently, "Seems that the Xiao clan is not able to retain the first place this time. The value of these rank 3 demonic cores is equivalent to 100 rank 2 demonic cores." Tang Tian had a smug look on his face as he looked at Xiao Cheng. "Elder Xiao, my apologies. Seems like the first place for this trial belongs to my Tang clan." After suppressing the Xiao clan in this trial, and if they were able to defeat the Xiao clan in the promise of 10 years, the prestige of the Xiao clan would hit rock bottom. All those who had business or an alliance with the Xiao clan would see the situation and break off contact with them. When that happens, the Xiao clan will be in dire straits. Xiao Cheng's complexion was very unsightly. He originally thought that it was a sure-win situation, yet, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face. Tang Tian's move was too vicious. All the Xiao clan disciples had a very unsightly complexion too. This trial represented the clan's reputation. They all felt responsible for not obtaining the first place. Even the normally eccentric Xiaoling was biting her lips with a depressed expression. At this time, Xiao Jian stepped out from the crowd and slowly walked to the city lord. He took out 5 demonic cores and said indifferently, I have also obtained 5 rank 3 demonic cores. City lord, please verify it. After he said that, he walked to the back without saying anything else. His expression was as calm as still water, resulting in others not being able to guess what he was thinking. It's Xiao Jian, could it be that he obtained rank 3 demonic cores too? This person was once the number 1 youth in Mohe city. Did he really obtain rank 3 demonic cores? I heard that after he got humiliated by Zhong He, he shut himself in. To think that he was able to surprise us like this. I wonder if he could pull the Xiao clan out of defeat. It would be difficult. After he only took out 5 rank 3 demonic cores, Tang Feng took out 6. The people beside the city lord all broke out in discussion. No one had expected the results of this trial would surprise them, not once, but twice now. Fung muttered to himself for a moment before saying, these 5 demonic cores are indeed rank 3. The Tang clan had 1 more rank 3 than the Xiao clan, but the Xiao clan had 80 more rank 2 demonic core than the Tang clan. After deliberating about it, I feel that we should call it a draw. What do you think? Xiao Cheng smiled gently to show that this result was acceptable to him. He originally thought that they would lose, but who knew they could turn things around. It was already pretty good for them to obtain a draw. Tang Tian was now in a very bad mood. He said with some dissatisfaction, I'm not sure how much higher is the value of a rank 3 demonic core compared to a rank 2, but in my opinion, it would definitely be at least worth 100 rank 2 demonic cores. Xiao Cheng ridiculed him, are they worth 100 just because you say they are worth 100? Who do you think you are? The pavilion master of Linlang Pavilion. In your opinion? Well, in my opinion, they are only worth 50, what can you do about that? Tang Tian said angrily, in any case, I am not accepting a draw. After we return, I will be declaring and publicizing that the Tang clan obtained first in this trial. Fung was not in a tight spot. With such a result, he was not sure how to make an accurate judgment. After all, he was not an expert on appraising the value of demonic cores. Well, I am of the opinion that it is indeed not a draw, but the one losing is you, the Tang clan. Who was it that spoke that? His tone was full of arrogance. The crowd turned their heads to take a look, but all they saw was the figure of a youth slowly walking from the entrance of Gloomy Forest. They squinted their eyes, but a blinding bright light appeared suddenly. He was carrying a round package behind his bag. The sun was shining on his face, making that almost handsome face look radiant. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard him clearly. Cousin Xiao Chen, you are finally back. Elder brother Xiao Chen, come quickly and help Ling or take revenge. TL note. I believe the above dialogue was by Xiao Ling or herself. She sometimes refer to herself in the third person. Captain. The Xiao clan disciples who had followed him all ran over joyfully, and Xiao Chen greeted them. He walked to the front of Tang Tian with a smiling face, staring at him without fear. Since you do not want a draw, then I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chen took out 3 demonic cores. These are the demonic cores from the rank 3 demonic beast, patterned demonic panther. There is a total of 3. These are the demonic cores of the rank 3 demonic beast, demonic lunar blood monkey, there are also 3 of them. These are the demonic cores of the rank 3 demonic beast, sword-tailed dragon. There is a total of 4. Every time Xiao Chen read out a demonic beast's name, the surrounding people would let out a cry of surprise. In the end, Xiao Chen took out demonic cores from 8 different demonic beasts, there were at least 3 of each kind. What else would you like to say? Tang Tian, your Tang clan will never surpass the Xiao clan. If you wish to be first, you have to ask me to see if I would allow that to happen first, Xiao Chen said coldly as he looked at the stunned Tang Tian. The people from the Xiao clan felt relieved. As they looked at Tang Tian's speechless face, they felt great in their hearts. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "If you are still not convinced of your loss, the package behind me is worth another 100 rank 2 demonic cores." Xiao Chen opened up that round package after that statement. He then threw it onto the floor, and a round head rolled on the floor. His eyes were open, and it was clear that he died with a remaining grievance. That is an elder from the Zhong clan. How was he killed by Xiao Chen? According to the rules, he should not even be in Gloomy Forest. The surrounding people all took a deep breath. What? What? Tang Tian and the Zhong clan head exclaimed in surprise at the same time, and their expressions changed drastically. There was fear in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, you actually dare to kill the elder of my Zhong clan," the Zhong clan head said angrily after he got over his astonishment. The group of Zhong clan members rushed forward, as though they intended to start a fight. The first elder Xiao Chang quickly rushed forward. The group of Xiao clan cultivators also fearlessly rushed forward. Xiao Chen smiled coldly, "They wanted to kill me, why should I not kill them? The thing I hate the most is backstabbers like you, bullying the weak with your strength. If you do not wish for your son to be murdered when he goes out, then you should stop doing things like this." And as for the Tang clan, Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to Tang Tian, "Stop playing such tricks. If you are not afraid that I will end your family line, I would not mind giving you a helping hand." How intolerable. Xiao Chen, are you intending to start a war between our clans before the promise of 10 years? To think that you are considering ending my family line. Tang Tian's face turned purple, and the people behind him also surrounded them, glaring like a tiger watching its prey. TL notes. Glaring like a tiger watching its prey is a Chinese idiom meaning eyeing covetously. The silent Xiao Chang suddenly opened his mouth to speak. "If it's a war you want, then war it is. My Xiao clan is just afraid that you are not up to par. Give it your all and use whatever moves you have. My Xiao clan will take you head on. Although my Xiao clan is not strong, we would not be like some people who formed an alliance behind others' backs and play tricks. Even before the trial started, you sent 2 elders from your own families to ambush us at the Xiao clan campsite. It's a pity that the will of heaven transcends those of man, causing your people to be killed instead." Du Feng's expressions changed. There is such a thing going on. Tang Tian thought very quickly. This matter was not a glorious one and had resulted in him going against the agreement with the city lord. Thus, he could not admit to it. "Xiao Chang, don't accuse someone else blindly. If you want to accuse someone, you have to bring out evidence first." Evidence. The bodies of the elders from your 2 clans were already buried by us long ago. If you want evidence, I can go and dig them up now. I would like for you to explain what the elders of your 2 clans are doing at the Xiao clan campsite before the trial started. Tang Tian and the Zhong clan head were shocked. They did not expect that these 4 people were dead already, and that their bodies were found by the Xiao clan's people. This was making it difficult for them to explain themselves. Fung spoke up in an attempt to resolve the situation. "Elder Xiao, since no one from the Xiao clan got injured, how about we temporarily let this go? The Xiao clan obtained a great harvest this trial. I will definitely report this to the higher-ups when I get back." As the city lord of Mohe city, the thing that Fung did not want to see most was a war between the 3 clans. That would cause a great deal of death and damage. When his superior investigated it, it would not be easy for him to stay out of trouble. Xiao Chang also did not wish to break out in war now. The situation now was clear. The Zhong clan and Tang clan had formed an alliance, and there was a strong power behind them backing them up. The current situation was not good for the Xiao clan. If a war broke out, the Xiao clan would definitely suffer great losses. All they could do now was stake everything on the duels of the promise of 10 years. Fung already guessed what Xiao Chang was thinking of when he saw that Xiao Chang did not say anything. He cast his gaze on the clan heads of the other 2 clans. "I do not wish to see such things happen again in the future. It is fine to have some competition, but do not raise it to the level of life and death." Despite Tang Tian and the Zhong clan head being in the wrong, the city lord was willing to give them a way out of this embarrassing situation. He had also conveniently said some things out of formality. The trial has ended, everyone need not be concerned with the matters that occurred here. You may all return, Fung said finally. The results of the trial was spread to the entire Mohe city the next day, that the Xiao clan obtained first place again. However, it was unknown how, and that the process of the trial was spread by someone. The matter of Xiao Chen abruptly taking out 20-odd rank 3 demonic core in front of the Zhong clan and Tang clan was spread everywhere. It became the talk of town. Xiao Chen's victory over Zhong He also became the topic of discussion amongst all the people. Everyone believed that with Xiao Chen, the Xiao clan would not have to worry about the promise of 10 years occurring about a month later. Mohe City, Xiao clan. After the trial ended, the first elder strictly ordered for Xiao Chen and the other cultivators preparing for the promise of 10 years to stay at home and not go out. At such a critical moment, if the candidates were injured it would be a bad thing for the promise of 10 years. Although the Zhong clan and Tang clan had promised not to play any more tricks, they still could not let their guard down. If anything happened, as long as there was no proof, nothing could be done. Xiao Chen stood in the yard holding a small knife. He was not in a hurry to cultivate. He was carving something on the spiritual wood he had obtained from the tree spirit. The stone table was filled with some small sculptures that Xiao Chen carved. There were many different types: birds, beasts, humans, there were all sorts of sculptures. However, their quality varied, there were good ones and bad ones. For most of them, their form could not be made out. In the few days after he returned from Gloomy Forest, Xiao Chen felt that he had touched the boundaries of martial master. As long as he encountered an opportune moment, he could break through immediately. Thus, he did not focus all his time on cultivating. After all, those participating in the promise of 10 years were early martial masters, at best. Thus, it was not worthwhile for him to cultivate. He might as well use this time to look through the spells and talismans in the Compendium of Cultivation. After he came back, he purchased a large amount of wood and started to train his carving skills. After spending a week of time on this, he carved more than 1,000 sculptures using these ordinary woods. Now, Xiao Chen finally began to attempt carving on the piece of spiritual wood. However, he only used a small segment of it. Xiao Chen gently placed this sculpture, that was about the size of his finger, on his hand. It was a swallow, a creature from his previous life. At this moment, although he had completed carving it and it looked very similar, Xiao Chen felt that it was missing a certain grace. Second young master, are you carving again? You sure are very idle. I just saw Miss Yulan and Xiao Jian dueling each other in the practice grounds. They are very anxious, and working very hard. Bao was carrying a large bag as she walked over. Xiao Chen smiled softly when he heard this. He picked up one of the sculptures on the stone table and said to Bao, this is for you, does it look good? Bao received it and took a look. She discovered that this sculpture was created in her image. Blushing a little, she felt some joy in her heart. Second young master, how could you? You actually made a sculpture of me. She placed the things she brought aside after she said that, picked up the sculpture, and ran off shyly. Xiao Chen watched the image of Bao back disappear. Smiling gently, he looked at the things she brought, feeling very grateful in his heart. During these few days, Xiao Chen could not go out. Thus, whatever he wanted to buy, Bao had to go get them for him. Furthermore, he used a large amount of this stuff, so it was tough for the girl. Carrying the things Bao bought, Xiao Chen slowly headed towards his room. After he entered his room, Xiao Chen had a very carefree expression on his face. He picked up the swallow carved from the spiritual wood and held it in his hands. Concentrating very hard, he tapped it lightly, and the spiritual energy in the swallow's body suddenly became incredibly dense, giving off the radiance of life. Fuda. The swallow grew larger, to about the size of a regular bird, and flapped its wings. It actually came to life. There was a melodious cry, it was very refreshing. Success. Xiao Chen thought joyfully in his heart. This was a spell in the Compendium of Cultivation to turn objects into an army. The life bestowal spell, it could turn lifeless objects into high-grade creatures. However, as Xiao Chen's cultivation was currently low, he was not able to create an army just by scattering some beans. He had to first carve out the creature that he wanted to create. Furthermore, the material had to contain spiritual energy. TL notes. Sa Do Sheung Bing, cast beans on grounds which are transformed by magic into soldiers, work miracles. In the past few days, he had attempted to do so many times using the sculptures he carved from ordinary wood, but it had never succeeded. It was only until today, when he used the sculpture made of spiritual wood, that he was able to succeed in using this spell. Xiao Chen stretched his hands into the air, and the swallow felt the intentions of Xiao Chen. It flapped its wings and flew onto his hand. Xiao Chen smiled softly, and carefully caressed the creature he had created. Xiao Chen retrieved his gaze, and turned his attention to the things that bow backward or bought. He took them out, one by one, and placed them on the table: a brush, a large bottle of spirit beast blood, and a stack of yellow paper. The yellow paper was not ordinary paper, it was made from the skin and bones of spirit beasts, and they were very expensive. When Xiao Chen found out that such paper was available for sale in this world, he was very excited for the entire day. This paper was very suitable for making talismans. However, the people of this world only knew of its property for not rotting and only used it for writing important documents or books. It was a waste of such good material. Talismans were an important method of attacking amongst the immortal spells. In the past, Xiao Chen's cultivation was insufficient and he did not have time to work on it, so he had not researched it. Before the great battle occurred, Xiao Chen actually had a lot of free time. Thus, if he did not spend some time researching this, it would be a pity. Xiao Chen poured the spirit beast blood into the ink bottle, then he took out a rank 3 demonic core and crushed it into powder before placing it in the ink bottle. The spirit beast blood in the bottle immediately boiled over, and there was a gray color chi on its surface. The red blood turned into a deep purple. Xiao Chen felt some satisfaction when he saw that the spiritual energy in the blood increased many times over when he added the demonic core. Picking up the brush, he dabbed it into the purple fluid. Xiao Chen began to draw talismans. With just a thought, the surrounding spiritual energy started to slowly head towards the tip of the brush. With every movement Xiao Chen made, talisman scripts appeared on the yellow paper. The places where the purple liquid passed gave off a faint glow. When Xiao Chen finished the final stroke, the glow on the paper erupted out. Streams of radiance followed the strange talisman scripts and created a small formation. Xiao Chen put aside the brush and quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. The glow on the yellow paper died down. After Xiao Chen made the hand seal, the paper rapidly folded itself, turning into a triangular shape as Xiao Chen grasped it in his hands. Xiao Chen breathed out in relief. This talisman could be said to be made in one breath, without any mistakes. Although it was only the most elementary attacking type talisman, Xiao Chen was already satisfied with being able to succeed on the first attempt. Puchi. Xiao Chen tossed out the talisman in his hand. The triangular talisman opened up in midair, then exploded with a bang, creating a palm-sized fireball. The swallow happily flying in the air was startled, and it dropped down with a pu-tong sound. It turned back into a wooden sculpture, and there was no more spiritual energy in the spiritual wood. Seeing all these things, Xiao Chen could not help but smile bitterly. He had used good materials and a high-grade method, but because the talisman's grade was too low, with its small might, it would even be difficult to kill a mosquito. What caused him to be completely speechless was what happened to the swallow that he created, despite the easily ignorable nature of such an attack. I have to continue to work hard, make higher grade talismans, and stronger sculptures, Xiao Chen encouraged himself in his heart. Half a month went by in a flash, and the date of the promise of 10 years was drawing nearer. Xiao Chen holed himself up in his house, researching the talisman and life bestowal spell. He spent the time in isolation, choosing not to leave his home for the duration. Xiao Chen followed the methods listed on the Compendium of Cultivation, and injected spiritual energy into the wooden sculpture. With a shua sound, the wooden sculpture turned into a woman radiating golden light, and hovering in midair. The woman wielded a long golden spear. She waved it gently in midair and a stream of dragon chi gathered in the spear. 9 golden dragon shadows appeared behind her back, giving off the might of the dragon into the surroundings. Boom. Before Xiao Chen's smile could fade away, the woman shattered, turning into a pile of ash, and scattering slowly into the air. It's still a failure, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. His advancement in talismans was great, but he was still unable to succeed completely in the life bestowal spell. It was no longer difficult for Xiao Chen to carve some small animals and let them come to life temporarily. However, he was still unsuccessful at creating real soldiers and weapons. This woman was carved in the image of Yu Ying. Yu Ying was the strongest woman he had ever met. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's battle sage origins changing character formula managed to capture a trace of the martial techniques that she used. Thus, it could be successfully merged within. Nevertheless, during this past half a month of efforts, Xiao Chen kept feeling that he was missing a certain important grace. The life forms that he created for battle were not able to last more than 3 seconds. Could it be that he could only succeed after he became a martial master? Xiao Chen thought with doubts in his heart. Only half a meter remained of the originally 1 meter long spiritual wood piece. The chances that Xiao Chen had left were limited. It was difficult to find wood with a spiritual nature like this, so Xiao Chen had ask around in Linlang Pavilion, even in the Qizi County branch, to acquire more. It was rare to find even a single piece of wood like this in a year. Those spiritual wood that were of a certain age were even more difficult to find. Even if this kind of spiritual wood was in stock, it would seem Xiao Chen was unable to obtain it due to this kind of spiritual wood being in high demand. The moment one was available, it was purchased by alchemists at high prices. Although Xiao Chen was quite anxious, he did not worry about it too much. He could not rush these things. With regards to matters of comprehension or spirituality, the more one was in a hurry, the less likely one would find that kind of feeling. Returning to the table, Xiao Chen's vaguely depressed mood improved slightly. Scattered around the table were the talismans he had created over the past few days. The talismans listed in the Compendium of Cultivation were complicated, and had many different types. These various types of talismans could cause one to have a headache. It was truly too much for his eyes to take in. To make it easy for him to organize them, Xiao Chen split them into 3 categories: attack type, defense type, special type. The attack type talismans mainly used spiritual energy of different attributes. The more complicated the talisman scripts were, the more attributes the talisman had, and its attack would be stronger as well. As for the defense type and special type talismans, in theory they functioned similarly to the attack type talismans, only they were used in slightly different ways. Talismans could be divided into 9 grades. With Xiao Chen's current strength, he was currently only able to sculpt grade 2 talismans. It was possible for him to sculpt grade 3 talismans, but the failure rate was very high. After trying for a few times, Xiao Chen stopped attempting it. It wasted too many materials, and the gains did not make up for the losses he incurred. Second young master, the first elder asked you to go to the Great Hall. He said that there is an important guest here. Er's melodious voice rang from outside the door. Xiao Chen opened the door and came out. He said with some doubts, important guest. Do you know who it is? Smiled mischievously. It's a beauty, a very pretty one. The first elder was very respectful to her, addressing her as Miss Fung. Miss Fung. Fung Feishui. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. Is the girl wearing men's clothes? Replied strangely. Second young master, how did you know? Can I not predict it? Xiao Chen smiled gently. That should be right, Xiao Chen thought in his heart, it definitely is Fung Feishui. How strange, what is she doing at our Xiao clan at this time? It was only half a month away from the promise of 10 years, was this just a coincidence? After walking past a few gardens, Xiao Chen quickly arrived at the Great Hall. What caused Xiao Chen's surprise was that aside from Xiao Cheng and Fung Feishui, Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan were present as well. Young Master Xiao, it's been a long time. Fung Feishui was dressed in male attire, exuding a sense of heroism. She still looked as graceful as before. Xiao Chen smiled gently. I never expected to meet you here. Running into you everywhere, Miss Fung truly possesses remarkable abilities. When the 3 people at the side saw that Xiao Chen knew Fung Feishui, they were astonished. Xiao Cheng asked, Xiao Chen, you know Miss Fung already? Xiao Yulan and Xiao Jian were curious about Xiao Chen's answer to Xiao Cheng's question. Xiao Chen found a chair and sat beside Xiao Yulan. Can't really say I know her. We have met a few times. Would First Elder please introduce us properly? Xiao Cheng smiled when he heard this. This is Miss Fung Feishui. The Merchants Association run by her clan is the largest in the Great Qin Nation. Their business is spread throughout the entire continent. Even in the Great Jin Nation, they are amongst the top. Their ancestors and our Xiao clan had some sort of relationship. There was a faint sad expression in his eyes as Xiao Cheng said this. Fung Feishui keenly noticed the faint sadness in Xiao Cheng's eyes. She smiled indifferently, appearing to be very calm. Uncle Xiao speaks too highly. We are merely businessmen. Although she said it in a modest manner, the way she said it showed that she had accepted Xiao Cheng's words. Xiao Chen and the other two were astonished. The Tianwu continent was so big, and yet her clan was able to spread their business throughout it. The amount of strength needed to accomplish this could not be underestimated. However, with such great power, how could it be that they had a relationship with the Xiao clan's ancestors? Even if they did used to have a relationship with the Xiao clan's ancestor, there was no need to pay the Xiao clan a visit now. Xiao Cheng looked at the three of them and said, since the three of you are here, I shall tell you the purpose of Miss Feng's visit. After the promise of 10 years is over, regardless of the results, Miss Feng intends to think of a way to recommend all of you to the Heavenly Qin School. Heavenly Qin School. When the three of them heard these words, their hearts were in turmoil and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Heavenly Qin School was one of the 5 great schools of the Tianwu continent. It was situated in the capital of the Great Qin Nation. Actually, it had existed for even longer than the Great Qin Nation. According to legend, the founding emperor of the Great Qin Nation, Yingzheng, studied at the Heavenly Qin School when he was young. After he founded the nation, he immediately declared the Heavenly Qin School to be the national institution. Aside from the 3 holy lands in the Tianwu continent, there were a few other powers that had existed before the Tianwu dynasty. Some of them were even older than the holy lands. These powers had been passed down since the Tianwu dynasty. In the hearts of people, there was not much difference from the whole lands. Such examples of these powers in the Great Qin Nation were the Misty Sword Sect, Heavenly Saber Pavilion, and the Night Spirit Palace. The Heavenly Qin School was an existence that sat in between these two types of powers. It was stronger than those false holy lands, but was weaker than the 3 holy lands. However, there was a fundamental difference from those sects. The school would not interfere with the power struggles between the sects, it was simply a school for studying. Even when there were internal conflicts in the imperial family, the extremely strong ancient seniors of the school did not lend a helping hand. Xiao Jian suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, with our talents, can we really join the Heavenly Qin School? Fung Feishui smiled indifferently, you don't have to worry about this. The entrance exam of the school is not purely based on cultivation levels. The most important thing is combat abilities. Furthermore, with your current cultivations, your talents cannot be considered poor within the nation. The most important thing is that some large clans have a few spots reserved for them. You don't have to worry at all. Xiao Jian was not stupid, he quickly understood what she meant. He asked bluntly, these spots should be very precious. Do you have any demands of us by giving them to us? I don't believe that you would be so generous. Fung Feishui could not help but smile when she heard this. First young master is very direct, but I truly do not have any demands. If you do not believe it, you can ask Uncle Xiao. The 3 of them turned their gazes to Xiao Cheng to see what he would say. For there to be no demands, it was truly unbelievable. Xiao Cheng nodded his head, if you have any concerns, just speak your mind. If you do not wish to go, Miss Feng will not force you. Xiao Jian gives many thanks to Miss Feng's kind intentions. I truly wish to go, please forgive my earlier words. TL notes. In ancient Chinese culture, sometimes when one is being very respectful, they might refer to themselves in the 3rd person. It's more of a formal way of saying things. I wish to know how wide the heavens are, and how many talented geniuses there are on this earth. If I stay in Mohe city forever, I will definitely come to regret it. There was a trace of a heroic spirit and sincerity in Xiao Jian's tone. Xiao Yulan looked at Xiao Chen. Her eyes were twinkling with hope. Cousin Xiao Chen, are you going? I'll see when father comes out from his isolation, Xiao Chen said, somewhat evading the question. Although Xiao Chen was looking forward to joining the Heavenly Qin School, He did not long for it as much as Xiao Jian. As for how wide the heavens were and how many talented genius there were, could these answers be found in the heavenly Qin school? When one's eyes are obscured by a leaf, one is unable to see Mount Tai. The sky that you see may be only a leaf in the eyes of others. TL notes. When one's eyes are obscured by a leaf, one is unable to see Mount Tai. This means that they are unable to see the wider picture. Xiao Chen had already made up his mind long ago to leave the Xiao clan after the promise of 10 years. As to where he would go, he had not yet decided. After the matter with Ao Zhao, the lunar shadow saber had not rang out for him again. The place he really wanted to go was still the heavenly saber pavilion. Thinking of Ao Zhao, the depressing feelings that Xiao Chen kept suppressed erupted out, causing him to feel a sense of loss. Xiao Jian could not help but be surprised when he heard Xiao Chen's words. He could not help but cast his gaze on the first elder. Xiao Chang smiled gently. No matter. After the clan head comes out from isolation, he would respect your decisions. He would absolutely not stop you. Xiao Yulan could not help but feel some disappointment when she noticed the lack of the desire to go in Xiao Chen's words. She said sadly, Miss Fung, can I consider this for a while first? Seeing Xiao Yulan's expression, a strange glow flashed in Feng Feishui's eyes, but it disappeared very quickly. Feng Feishui smiled and said, I will not be leaving for a month, you can take your time and consider carefully. She then turned her gaze to Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, may I have a word with you? Xiao Chen looked towards the first elder. After seeing him nod, he replied, sure, no problem. The two of them walked out of the great hall, and Feng Feishui was leading the way in front. They stopped when they arrived at the desolated garden. Turning around, a pair of bright eyes stared at Xiao Chen. Feeling a little unnatural, Xiao Chen said, I wonder what does Miss Feng wants to speak to me about. Who see? Feng Feishui did not respond to him. Instead, a folding fan appeared in her hands and was shoved in front of Xiao Chen's face. The folding fan gave off a fiery red glow. As it approached Xiao Chen, it opened up with a shua sound. A fiery red lotus flower soared high into the air. It was very alluring and pretty. Facing Feng Feishui's sudden attack, Xiao Chen felt flabbergasted in his heart. However, he was not overly panicked. Feng Feishui's attack was incredibly sharp, but he could not detect a trace of killing intent. Rushing thunder chop. Facing the fiery red lotus in front of him, with just a thought, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hands and instantly executed the rushing thunder chop. The black saber light was like rushing thunder, as it chopped toward the red lotus. Bang! The lotus flower scattered, turning into countless red sparks. Under the bright sun, it was like a butterfly dancing around. Seeing Xiao Chen execute the rushing thunder chop, a gleam appeared in Feng Feishui's eyes. Following that, with a wave of her hands, the folding fan changed out for a slender long saber. Feng Feishui grasped the long saber in her hand and her feet shifted slightly as she took up a stance. Her aura changed suddenly, and there was harmony between her and the saber, only herself and the saber existed. Feng Feishui shouted lightly, draw. A saber light flashed, like a laser show. It was fast and graceful. In an instant the saber light reached the surprised Xiao Chen. Regardless of the speed or the force behind this saber, it all had reached the pinnacle of martial master. Xiao Chen's brain moved as fast as lightning. When he saw Feng Feishui take up that stance, he immediately thought of the strike that Ao Zhao used when they went to forge his weapon. Although Feng Feishui did not achieve the same level of aura as Ao Zhao did back then, she had pretty much achieved a good portion of its grace. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless, and quickly retreated. However, this saber was too fast. Even though Xiao Chen had retreated in advance, the wind caused by the saber light nimbly cut Xiao Chen's forehead, leaving behind a small wound. Fresh blood flowed out. What a fast saber, Xiao Chen thought in his heart as he took a breath of cold air. However, with Feng Feishui's second saber strike already coming, he did not have time to let out even a sigh. Arc-light chop. Feng Feishui gently twisted her hands and pointed the tip of the saber downwards. An azure arc of light appeared. This was the arc light caused by the pure saber light. Everywhere the arc light passed in the garden, flowers flew around and petals scattered everywhere, flying without the wind blowing. With the settling of countless of fresh flowers, Feng Feishui's graceful temperament was currently like that of a fairy from the heavenly palace, pure and without a speck of impurity. However, Xiao Chen did not have the time to enjoy this hard-to-come-by view, he had to retreat. The angle of this attack had sealed off all paths of attack, leaving him with no other choice but to retreat. Rushing Heaven Chop. Feng Feishui shouted gently and her feet softly pushed off the ground. She turned into a streak of light, rushing towards Xiao Chen with her saber pointing at his head. The aura of this saber pressed forward, as though it was hastening toward the heavens, seeming very graceful. What a strong aura, Xiao Chen exclaimed in his heart. This surging saber was not fancy at all. It went directly for his head, forcing Xiao Chen to clash with it. However, Xiao Chen had already retreated by 2 steps, and his aura was also diminished significantly, causing him to lose his opportunity. Furthermore, this saber had almost reached the level of being one with the saber. Xiao Chen could not find any weak points, and did not know how to deal with it or how to block this soaring saber. Retreat. He could only continue to retreat. However, Feng Feishui was rocketing forward. If he continued to retreat backwards and his body rose into the air, just by a little bit, he would naturally run into her saber blade. Xiao Chen felt incredibly sullen. He could only roll backwards in a sorry state, avoiding the surging saber strike. This was the most direct method, and the most effective method, but it was also the method that made him look pathetic. Rushing Thunder Chop. Feng Feishui twisted her perfect body in the air, and it rose higher into the sky. There was a sudden clap of thunder that crackled behind her, and she seized the opportunity to descend downwards, bringing with her the might of the wind and thunder. At this moment, Xiao Chen, who was crouching on the ground, did not have enough time to get up. Seeing Feng Feishui sending a saber strike at him containing the might of wind and thunder, Xiao Chen felt incredibly terrified. Is this the true rushing thunder chop? Xiao Chen thought in his heart. From the moment the saber was drawn, its aura was rising unceasingly while the opponent was forced to continually retreat. When the opponent's aura reached rock bottom, its aura would be raised to its peak. Using a sure kill strike at this moment, filled with surging thunder, it was unblockable. Just then, Xiao Chen could not waste time considering this, he had no way to avoid this saber. As long as he retreated just by a step, he would be chopped into halves. He could only passively block. When his aura was at its weakest, he had to block the saber, whose aura would be at its peak. What a great saber technique! Although the situation was urgent, Xiao Chen could not help but praise it in his heart. Fu Si. Xiao Chen stood up bravely and raised his lunar shadow saber. An electrical glow shone in all directions, and the rank 6 demonic core released its boundless might without holding back. He had to raise his aura up as much as he could in the shortest time possible. Bang! Feng Feishui's saber, which was filled with the might of rushing thunder, ruthlessly hacked on Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber. A resplendent electrical light blasted the blade of the 2 sabers apart. Putong. Huge force traveled down from the blade of the saber, instantly transmitting it to both of their arms, and then their legs. Xiao Chen staggered and retreated backward by 2 steps. Rushing Thunder Second Chain Chop. Feng Feishui landed on the ground and shouted loudly. Both of her hands were grasping the saber as she stepped forward, chopping horizontally at Xiao Chen. This saber had a supreme aura to it, which was originally already raised to its peak, and continued to rise even further, finally reaching a shocking level. Bang! All of a sudden, Xiao Chen's defenses were unable to withstand this saber and he was knocked into the air. His body continued to fly backwards as Xiao Chen did his best to turn himself around, barely managing to land on the ground stably. The blood and qi in his body were surging, and his internal organs all seemed to be shaken. However, Xiao Chen knew that this saber strike did not contain all of Feng Feishui's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block it. Feng Feishui wielded the sword as she stood up straight. She said in a somewhat apologetic manner, "Young Master Xiao, I have offended you. There is a complete record of this rushing thunder saber technique at the Heavenly Qin School. As long as you decided to go to the Heavenly Qin School, there are plenty of such techniques scattered around. There, you would gain tremendous benefits." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. After fighting for so long, she was actually attempting to convince him to join the Heavenly Qin School, Feng Feishui, you are interesting. After listening to Feng Feishui's explanation, the anger in Xiao Chen's heart now disappeared. Xiao Chen also knew that Feng Feishui had held herself back from the very first strike. Furthermore, she had not revealed any killing intent throughout the entire battle. It can only be said that she was sincere. This kind of straightforward method was also to Xiao Chen's liking. It's a pity that Xiao Chen truly could not go. Xiao Chen stood up. After he was stable, he suddenly drew his saber. It was the same stance that Feng Feishui had used earlier. Feng Feishui revealed an expression of shock, as this move was not much slower than hers. Throwing aside the saber in her hands, the folding fan appeared in her hands once more. A fiery red lotus flower appeared at her feet. Within moments, it spread to an area of 10 meters around her. Everywhere her feet landed, red lotus flowers would blossom. Young Master Xiao. Feng Feishui was about to say something after she stood up straight, but Xiao Chen did not give her this opportunity. He instantly used the lightning evasion and appeared in front of her. Seizing a good opportunity, he used the arc light chop. A long arc of light appeared in the air. Feng Feishui was different from Xiao Chen. She had been practicing the rushing thunder saber technique for a period of time already, and understood the essence of this saber technique very well. She knew that she could not retreat. Once she started, she would not be able to stop, finally resulting in her aura reaching rock bottom. She turned her body to the side gently and sent the folding fan forwards, meeting the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hands. Boom. However, Feng Feishui was shocked by the huge force that came from the saber blade. She had always thought that Xiao Chen was only a peak martial disciple. Thus, she had controlled her essence to remain at the level of an early martial master, in case she injured Xiao Chen accidentally. However, she did not expect that Xiao Chen's strength was greater than a regular peak martial disciple. Stepping on the red lotus flower under her feet, Feng Feishui retreated backward by quite a few steps. Rushing heaven chop. Xiao Chen did not wait for her to stabilize herself before rushing over, pointing the saber tip towards her head. This move that put Xiao Chen in a such sorry state earlier was not working on Feng Feishui. What caused Xiao Chen to be mildly disappointed was that even though Feng Feishui was retreating, she was doing so in a much more relaxed manner than Xiao Chen did. As the lotus flowers blossomed, the air was filled with a radiance, following Feng Feishui as she retreated by 3 steps. Rushing thunder chop. Xiao Chen shouted out in midair, and a clap of thunder crackled behind him. The might of thunder and wind followed him as he moved. This move was something that Xiao Chen had used many times, only executed in a different manner. Xiao Chen could clearly feel the difference between the two. Release. Feng Feishui shouted lightly in her heart. 2 fiery red lotus flowers appeared in her eyes. The folding fan that was originally giving off a faint glow in her hands turned complete dull, looking like it was completely ordinary, and its brilliance was reserved. She swung it up lightly, catching onto Xiao Chen's saber as it descended from the sky. There was no heaven-shaking sound or any chi waves that would result from a collision. It just smoothly blocked Xiao Chen's thunderous saber. She managed to scatter away the aura that had built up to its peak. This was similar to someone having cold water poured on him as he was about to climax. Xiao Chen landed on the ground feeling incomparably depressed. He did not even have the opportunity to use the rushing thunder second chain chop. The taste of being beaten up by someone like this was unbearable. The red lotus flowers in her eyes faded away and Feng Feishui smiled mildly. How is it? You have experienced the might of the complete technique for yourself. It is not something an incomplete technique can compare to, right? The Heavenly Qin School still has many more martial techniques like this. With the talent you displayed here, your cultivation is sure to advance by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, this set of rushing thunder saber technique still has a rushing thunder third chain chop. Even I'm not able to use it. After you go there, you would be able to learn it immediately. Xiao Chen recovered his calm and sincerely felt that it was funny. This Feng Feishui was like a wolf grandmother, continually enticing him. TL notes. I have to admit, I was very surprised at the use of this term, wolf grandmother, and had to look it up. Apparently it is referring to the wolf in Red Riding Hood, where it pretended to be the grandmother and kept trying to get Little Red Riding Hood to come nearer so it could eat her. Based on his instincts, he was sure that Feng Feishui did not have any bad intentions. It was a pity that, although Feng Feishui's cultivation was high, she was not able to hear the sound of the saber. Xiao Chen walked to the side and picked up the saber Feng Feishui threw aside. "Miss Feng, can you hear its voice?" Feng Feishui was stunned for a while, and was slightly confused before she said, "You are talking about listening to the sword, and communicating with it. I am not able to do it." The ability to create a resonance with weapons had nothing to do with cultivation, and relied entirely on one's comprehension. Many of the ancient leveled seniors of the Heavenly Qin school were not even able to comprehend that level. It was natural for her to not be able to hear the sound of the saber, as that was not her primary weapon. Xiao Chen cupped his hands in thanks. "I sincerely thank Miss Feng for the recommendation. However, I, Xiao Chen, am only looking for a place where I can hear the sound of the saber. I already have my own plans. I can only accept your kind intentions." Xiao Chen turned around and left after he said that. Feng Feishui looked at the image of his back as he left, frowning slightly. Thinking in her heart, if he is not going to the imperial capital, then this is going to be difficult. With this course, there would be no way to guarantee his safety. Xiao Chen walked quickly to his courtyard. He had comprehended some things during the earlier battle. The essence in his body was continually flowing throughout, and this was a sign that he was about to make a breakthrough. After using the low-grade spirit stone, his cultivation had already reached the peak of superior-grade martial disciple. Furthermore, during the trial in Gloomy Forest, he had further solidified his cultivation as a superior-grade martial disciple. After he came back, he felt that he was already one step into the martial master realm. All he had to do was to wait for an opportune moment, and he would be able to immediately make a breakthrough. Once inside his room, he sat cross-legged and entered into a state of cultivation. Sinking his consciousness down, he saw the white clouds, which had increased to 8 when he became a superior-grade martial disciple, around the Azure Dragon martial spirit. At this moment they were glistening, and their luster was very bright. It was as though they were about to explode. Indeed, he was about to make a breakthrough. Xiao Chen felt happiness in his heart. Although he had guessed long ago that he would break through to martial master before the promise of 10 years, he would only feel truly assured when he actually broke into the martial master realm. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as water. While Xiao Chen was immersed in this wondrous state, the surrounding spiritual energy streamed into his body continuously. His consciousness was controlling the racing spiritual energy in his body. Under the guidance of the purple thunder divine incantation, the spiritual energy circled around the meridians of the whole of his body before entering into the dantian. The little azure dragon in the dantian opened its mouth and sucked in this spiritual energy. There was a satisfied expression on its tiny dragon face. After a while, it spat out pure essence from its mouth. Xiao Chen controlled this essence, making it flow out slowly through his meridians. Then he pervaded his bones and muscles with it, tempering his body. Aside from the time when he used the spirit stone, this was something that Xiao Chen would do every time he made a breakthrough. Due to the fact that he condensed his martial spirit quite late, he had used most of the spiritual energy he absorbed in the early stages to temper his body. This was an advantage that would be very useful in battle. Xiao Chen did not want to give up this advantage. If he continued on like this, it would only be a matter of time until he was able to reach the level of having tendons of bronze and bones of steel. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated non-stop in his body. After 49 cycles, Xiao Chen could sense that exploding feeling in his dantian was becoming more and more intense. Taking a deep breath, he stopped circulating spiritual energy in the regular cycles and proceeded to circulate it in the great cycle, attempting to break through to the martial master realm. Under Xiao Chen's circulation, the spiritual energy in the room poured into his body like water. Xiao Chen absorbed spiritual energy like this for an hour before finally starting to circulate it. This spiritual energy, that was much stronger and denser than most regular spiritual energy, was slowly circulating in his body. Xiao Chen patiently and unhurriedly advanced forward bit by bit, following the order of acupoints along the meridians. Another hour went by, and the purple thunder divine incantation finally completed a great cycle. The turbulent, river-like spiritual energy rushed into the Dantian. The azure dragon opened its mouth excitedly, as though it was eating a delicacy, continually absorbing this large amount of spiritual energy. The white clouds surrounding it turned even brighter, it seemed like it would explode in the next moment. Boom. There was an explosion of sound coming from near Xiao Chen's martial spirit after an unknown amount of time. The 8 white clouds had erupted, and the area near his martial spirit was in a state of chaos. However, Xiao Chen did not feel any discomfort. In fact, it was more like he had been suppressed to the extreme and had finally obtained release. This was a feeling that Xiao Chen had experienced before during his previous breakthrough. However, it did not feel as comfortable as it did now. The pores all over his body opened up and streams of black impurities flowed out. After half an hour, Xiao Chen controlled his consciousness and sank it down slowly to check out the area near his martial spirit. The originally chaotic area had become clear. When his consciousness arrived at his Dantian, it seemed like it had arrived at a whole new space. The white clouds of the past were gone, and there was now only a pool of clear water where his martial spirit used to reside. Even the tiny azure dragon had disappeared. What was going on? Where was the azure dragon? Xiao Chen was full of doubt as he thought in his heart. Pu Tong. Suddenly, there was a splash coming from the pool. A lovable dragon head popped out from the small pond. It was swimming around happily in the crystal waters. When Xiao Chen's consciousness noticed the splash of water, he observed it carefully. After about 15 minutes, Xiao Chen was full of joy. This pool of water was actually Xiao Chen's new method of storing essence. When he had observed it earlier, just one droplet of the splash contained the same amount of essence as 10% of a white cloud. Xiao Chen calculated in his heart, there should be about 2 handfuls of water in the pool in this space. If each drop of water contained the same amount of essence as 1/10 of a white cloud, there would be plenty of essence available here. Regardless of refining medicine or battling with someone, he no longer had to worry about the consumption of his essence anymore. Xiao Chen even had a rash impulse to try and see if he could execute the return of the azure dragon. If he were able to, then in the promise of 10 years, he would be unrivaled. With the heaven-ranked martial technique, even martial grandmasters would not be able to defend against it. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of purple light shot out from them. Xiao Chen did not know what these purple beams of light meant. Every time he made a breakthrough, such a phenomena would occur in both his eyes. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen did not bother to think about this any further. Seeing the disgusting black impurities on his entire body, he could not help but smile bitterly. Looks like every time he broke through a realm, he would have to change his clothes. Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable covered in these sticky impurities. Thus, he quickly went to take a bath. After he was done with his bath and changed his clothes, Xiao Chen's entire body felt relaxed and alert. His face was radiating with health and vigor, he even felt that he was filled with an inexhaustible energy. Second young master, where did you go to? I have been looking for you for a long time. When Bao saw him from outside the yard, she ran over hurriedly. Xiao Chen smiled, why are you looking for your young master? I went to take a bath earlier. Bao checked out Xiao Chen with her eyes after she heard this, revealing a slightly expression that resembled drunkenness. She immediately blushed and said in a soft voice, second young master, you seem to have become even more good-looking. Could it be that when I break into the martial master realm, one's aura would change as well? Xiao Chen thought with some doubts. However, there had never been any girls who had praised him like that. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly, you still have not told me why are you looking for me? Bao woke up to reality and hurriedly said, Miss Fung asked me to hand this book to you before she left. She also asked me to pass on a message to you, if you change your mind in future, you can look for me anytime. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart, this girl had not given up on him yet. He received the book from Bao and took a look. The expression on his face immediately changed slightly. This was actually the handwritten copy of the complete manual for the rushing thunder saber technique. How long has Miss Fung been gone? Xiao Chen asked as he put the book aside. Bao replied in a lovable manner, she left about 2 hours ago, I believe. Looks like I cannot catch up to her. Xiao Chen said with some regrets. Xiao Chen did not like receiving grace from another person for no reason at all. Looks like I will have to repay this debt of gratitude in the future, Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the handwritten copy of the complete manual for the rushing thunder saber technique. After returning to his room, Xiao Chen stored the rushing thunder saber technique manual in his universe ring. He did not immediately take a look at it, as he still had something else he wanted to do. Xiao Chen took out the half-meter-long piece of wood and cut off a segment that was as large as his thumb. Then he began to carve it carefully. The life bestowal spell was a very strong immortal spell. Although he had not succeeded in using it properly before, Xiao Chen had never thought about giving up either. Now that he was a martial master, the most urgent thing in Xiao Chen's heart was to continue attempting to succeed in this endeavor. He recalled every single detail of the battle between Yu Ying and Yi Chunzhou as he carved each nuance of Yu Ying's appearance, stroke by stroke. Before long, Xiao Chen had finished carving it and gently blew the wood shavings of the sculpture away. He picked it up and observed it carefully. The appearance of the wooden sculpture was almost exactly the same as what Xiao Chen remembered. However, he kept feeling that he was missing something. The wooden sculpture of the girl had a stern expression on her face. She was frowning slightly, she was not angry, but was radiating might. For a dead, inanimate object, it seemed to be radiating a stern might into the surroundings, just like a queen. Queen. Something clicked into place in Xiao Chen's mind. It was as though there was a cog in his mind that finally started to move. He seemed to have discovered something that he had not noticed in the past. Right. Queen. Why would Yu Ying be the queen? Xiao Chen suddenly said joyfully. He finally understood where he had gone wrong. He was too focused on how she looked when she was in battle. Just like a queen who ruled everything under the heavens. Thus, when he carved her, he had carved her in the image of a queen. However, Yu Ying was not a queen. The image of her looking very awkward when her stomach growled appeared in his mind. He remembered the moment she blushed when she called him a scoundrel. Now, this was a person made out of flesh and blood. As his cultivation was insufficient to perform the life bestowal spell, he had to make up for it by making carvings. He had to carve out an image of Yu Ying that was true to life, or else, it would just be form without substance and it would not turn into a powerful weapon. Xiao Chen cut out another piece of spiritual wood, once more about the size of his thumb. His hands moved very fast as he carved out the image of the girl, thoroughly merging the image of her as she battled with her look when she was injured. Although it was easy to think of this, it was difficult to carry out. Xiao Chen carved then rejected his work endlessly. It was only when the half-a-meter-long piece of wood was only left with a tiny segment that Xiao Chen managed to complete a piece of work with which he was satisfied. The absolute beauty was holding a golden spear, and her mighty and stern face had a faint smile on it. It did not have that earlier, threatening feel to it. Instead, there was the warmth of a girl. Of course, these were not the parts that Xiao Chen was the most satisfied with. The part that he liked most was that this absolute beauty was wearing only a red bra. I wonder if she would kill me on the spot if she saw this piece of work. Xiao Chen smiled to himself in a slightly ridiculing manner as he held the wooden sculpture in his hands. Maybe even she did not know that this was her true self. Casting away the idle thoughts, Xiao Chen focused and decided to use that dragon chi that Yu Ying had given to him to merge into the sculpture. If this still failed, then that dragon chi, which could save his life in a crucial moment, would be wasted. With just a thought, the azure dragon in Xiao Chen's dantian swam up to the water's surface, spitting out a golden-colored dragon chi. The dragon chi traveled via the meridians and flowed out of his body, appearing on Xiao Chen's right hand. The energy contained in this dragon chi was very strong. This was the true dragon chi that had been passed down for thousands of years in the great Qin nation. Xiao Chen was surprised that Yu Ying was willing to give him a strand of it. If this dragon chi was completely used, even a martial saint would be severely injured. It was not an exaggeration for her to say that it would be able to protect Xiao Chen's life. Xiao Chen carefully infused the dragon chi into the wooden sculpture. A stream of golden light appeared at the feet of the wooden sculpture, and when the last bit of dragon chi was infused within, the entire wooden sculpture gave off a resplendent golden light. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. With a slight thought from him, the clear water around his martial spirit began to gradually surge up. A thick essence flowed slowly to his right hand. He raised it and tapped on the forehead of the wooden sculpture with one finger. Hu Kai. The boundless essence streamed into the wooden sculpture through that finger. It gave off a faint radiance. Xiao Chen's essence was continually exhausted, as though incapable of being completely filled up. After 15 minutes, the clear water in his dantian had already reduced by half. Xiao Chen was surprised in his heart, to think that this life bestowal spell would exhaust so much essence. No wonder it was impossible to succeed before becoming a martial master. With the amount, purity, and strength of the essence of a martial disciple, it was impossible to meet the requirements of this spell. Furthermore, the sculpture he made was not up to par. This naturally resulted in him failing. Shua. When the amount of essence in Xiao Chen's body was reduced to a quarter, the wooden sculpture suddenly turned large with a shua sound. The Yu Ying that was only wearing a bra and holding a long spear came to life in front of Xiao Chen. She gently swung the golden spear in her hands, and 9 golden dragon shadows appeared behind her back. With a boom, the dragon shadows flew all around in a chaotic manner before finally entering into her long spear. Xiao Chen was full of joy. With just a thought, Yu Ying turned into a beam of light and shot towards his hand, turning into a wooden sculpture once again. Success. After trying for countless times, I finally succeeded once. In the future, if I run into any martial saint expert, I will be able to hold my ground, Xiao Chen muttered joyfully to himself as he grasped the wooden sculpture tightly. It was less than half a month to the promise of 10 years. There were surging undercurrents within Mohe City. Mohe City, in a secret room of the Tang clan. The Tang clan head, Zhong clan head, the mysterious old man in blue clothes, and a few consecrates of the two clans were there. The Zhong clan head's face was full of anxiety as he said, "Elder Leng, when can you pass the returning essence pill to me? For the great undertaking of the Leng clan, I have already risked everything. Now that my eldest son has been crippled, you must do something to help him." The blue-clothed martial saint smiled gently, "Elder Zhong, there is no need to be anxious. I'm sure I don't have to tell you how precious the returning essence pill is, as it can help to recondense the martial spirit. Yesterday, I received news that my clan head has specially requested one from the Misty Sword sect. It will probably arrive tonight." The Zhong clan head revealed an expression of joy as he said, "In that case, many thanks to Elder Leng. I am eternally grateful." The blue-clothed man waved his hands, "There is no need to stand on ceremony. We still need to rely on your son, as well as the son of the Tang clan head. Helping you is equivalent to helping myself." When Tang Tian, who was standing beside him, heard that the Zhong clan head had managed to obtain a returning essence pill, he felt some dissatisfaction in his heart and he said, "Elder Leng, my eldest son died at such a young age. Why do I not see you making compensation for that?" The expression on the blue-clothed man's face changed slightly. "Elder Tang, it's not right that you say such a thing. With regards to the matter with the six-tailed spirit fox, I have held up my end of the bargain. I have done everything I should have. The one who killed your son was Xiao Chen. Furthermore, as far as I know, the talent of your eldest son is merely average. Normally, you wouldn't even care about him." Tang Tian's face turned dark. The words of the blue-clothed man were indeed true. He was not able to find any words or retort to that, and could only snort coldly without saying anything else. When the blue-clothed man saw the situation, the expression on his face turned warmer, smiling, "Elder Tang, you don't have to be too anxious. After the promise of 10 years, when we obtain the Seven-Horn Mountain, our Leng clan will start up a new sect. By the time, the position of Supreme Elder will definitely be yours." When Tang Tian heard this, his expression became warmer. However, the 3 participants from the Xiao clan are extremely strong. Not to mention the terrifying Xiao Chen, there is still Xiao Jian, and Xiao Yulan. The 2 of them are martial masters. I'm afraid that even if Zhong He recovers his strength, we will still be unable to beat them. The blue-clothed man smiled coldly, "Is Xiao Chen very strong? I'm not so sure. He was just lucky, and managed to kill one injured martial grand master. He is not even a martial master, so how strong can he be? Furthermore, even if he is very strong, he would first require the opportunity to even attend the competition. Otherwise, no matter how strong he is, it will be useless. Tang Tian and the Zhong clan head exchanged a look with each other. Could it be that Elder Leng is planning to take action personally, and cripple that fellow? However, doesn't the Xiao clan have a martial saint expert as well? The blue-clothed man said indifferently, in another 2 days, the Leng clan head will bring 3 martial saint elders to Mohe city personally. This promise of 10 years is something that was established by the Mohe city lord. It is not appropriate to sabotage this in the open, but it is still possible to play some tricks behind their backs. As for that martial saint from the Xiao clan, haha, he is just an inferior grade martial saint. My clan head could destroy him with just the wave of his hand. The clan heads of the Zhong clan and Tang clan were both shocked in their hearts. This meant that, including the blue-clothed man, all 5 martial saint experts of the Leng clan would be coming. With their strength, they would be able to sweep away the Xiao clan simply by relying on these 5 people. Now that Xiao Chen had succeeded at the life bestowal spell, he focused his remaining time on consolidating his cultivation as an inferior grade martial master and drawing talismans. A martial master had an abundant amount of essence, so Xiao Chen attempted to create grade 3 talismans a few times and found that the success rates were higher than before. If his Purple Thunder Divine Incantation could advance to the 3rd layer, then he could guarantee a 90% success rate. The days passed just like that, and in the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Cousin Xiao Chen, are you there? Xiao Chen was currently in his room drawing a grade 3 dual attributed attack talisman. He immediately put down what he was doing when he heard Xiao Yulan's voice. The instant Xiao Chen put down the brush, the spiritual energy in the talisman completely faded away. Then it rose up into the air and burnt up, turning into ashes. This was normal for drawing talismans. If one was unable to finish it in a breath, then all the work put in was wasted. Xiao Chen felt that it was a pit in his heart. This was a grade 3 ice fire talisman, and it was just hair's breadth away from completion. If he was lucky, it could have succeeded. Xiao Chen was mildly surprised when he opened the doors. Aside from Xiao Yulan, there was also Xiao Jian, Xiao Ling Yi Lan, and the other people from the trial of Gloomy Forest with her. What's going on? Why did you all come here? Xiao Chen said with some surprise. Xiao Ling had a big smile on her face as she said, Elder brother Xiao Chen, do you still not know? The first elder gave us a 1-day holiday today, allowing all of us to go out. We all decided to take a walk around Mohe city, but we were missing you. Xiao Chen suddenly understood something. This move of the first elder was correct. After all, this was a bunch of young people. If they were locked up in the house, they would be stifled and something might go wrong. However, some suspicions appeared in his heart. With so many people going out, what if something happened? Xiao Ling could tell that he was worrying about something. She raised her lily-white hands and pointed towards a certain direction. Take a look in that direction, there is a consecrate or something over there protecting us. We will be fine. Xiao Chen looked in the direction she pointed and discovered that Lu Fengyan was standing outside the courtyard resting with his eyes closed. Behind him, there were also a few of the Xiao clan's martial grand masters following him. Xiao Chen laughed involuntarily in his heart. The first elder was actually willing to send a big portion of the Xiao clan's elite forces just for the group of them. Let's go then. Xiao Chen stopped hesitating and followed the group of them to Mohe city. In Mohe city, there were crowds moving around everywhere. It was as bustling as it had been in the past. The group of them followed the crowd and wandered around the streets, shopping everywhere. Xiao Chen suddenly discovered, regardless of the world, the girls all had a strong desire for shopping. Aside from Xiao Chen and Xiao Jian, out of the 10 of them, the other males had bags of varied sizes hanging all over them. Yi Lan was the most miserable out of the lot. He was responsible for the things that Xiao Ling purchased. In every possible place where something could be hung, there was something hanging on him. Let's go to Cultivator's Plaza to take a look. Yi Lan finally could no longer take it, and made the suggestion in the hopes that it would distract Xiao Ling from shopping further. Cultivator's Plaza. Xiao Chen thought in his heart, the promise of 10 years that was taking place 7 days later would be held in Cultivator's Plaza. If they go there to check out the situation first, it would definitely be beneficial for them when the duels start. Cousin Yulan, how about we go take a look? The duels are in 7 days, and it might be good to check out the location in advance. Xiao Yulan smiled faintly. We will follow what cousin Xiao Chen says. Yi Lan and his other male brethren all looked at Xiao Yulan with gratitude and released their breath in relief. Only Xiao Ling seemed dissatisfied, as she was grumbling that she had not purchased enough things yet. When Yi Lan heard this, he felt very down, and he could not even muster up the mood to cry. Cultivators Plaza was the center of Mohe City. In the center of the plaza, there was a 100 meters tall statue. This was a statue of the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty from 10,000 years ago. Every city in the continent would have a cultivators plaza. Each of those cultivators plazas would have a huge statue in the middle. The likenesses of the people carved into the statues at each location were basically all of the famous martial emperors of the past. Around the statue, there were 16 arenas made of heavenly mountain stones. One of the arenas was particularly eye-catching. Its size and height were much larger than the surrounding ones. These arenas were all operated by the city lord. This was a norm in the Tianwu continent, and there would normally be plenty of people here. However, it currently was a prohibited zone, not allowing anyone to go in or out. Every year, there was a large-scale competition that was held in Mohe City's Cultivators Plaza. It was organized by the city lord personally. Aside from winning generous prizes, one could also raise their reputation, and possibly be seen in a good light by the major clans or the city lord. This was the most bustling period in Mohe City. Furthermore, this competition coincided with the promise of 10 years of Mohe City's 3 major clans. Imagining the kind of bustling scene. It would be horrifyingly crowded. Thus, the city lord's manor had sealed up the Cultivators Plaza half a month ago and begun rehearsals, as well as conducting repairs in order to guarantee that nothing adverse would happen. However, this restriction was for the outsiders. For the Xiao clan group, it was not a problem. All they had to do was report their identities, and the city lord manor's people would not stop them. The group walked towards the statue of the Tianwu emperor in the center of the plaza. In front of the emperor of 10,000 years ago, even the restless people in the crowd all quieted down. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly felt 2 gazes filled with killing intent staring at him. He turned his head and saw Tang Feng and Zhong He at an arena not far away, staring at him with a cold gaze. Apparently they were dueling with each other earlier. Zhong He was still actually able to use martial techniques. Xiao Chen was sure that he did not see wrongly. The 2 of them were indeed dueling earlier, and Zhong He had even used a martial technique. What's going on? Xiao Chen's heart was filled with doubt. As he was thinking, Tang Feng and Zhong He jumped down from the arena and started to walk towards him. The crowd in front of the Tianwu Emperor statue also noticed Tang Feng and Zhong He walking over. They all noticed the 2 clan elders' leveled characters following behind them. With the approach of the promise of 10 years, the 3 clans attached heavy importance to the protection of their participants. In front of the Tianwu Emperor's statue, under the bright sun, the people of the Xiao clan were standing across from the people of the Zhong clan and Tang clan. Xiao Chen, it's been a long time, Zhong He said slowly as he walked up to the front. When Xiao Jian first saw Zhong He, the flames of anger lit in both his eyes. He clenched his right fist tightly, and it gave off a cracking sound. When he thought of the scene from that day, his heart suffered torment. Hearing Zhong He's voice, he could no longer restrain himself. Zhong He, do you dare to have a duel with me? Zhong He smiled coldly. Who do you think you are? I am talking to Xiao Chen. Why are you interrupting me? Just a piece of trash. Do you think that you are still Mohe City's #1 person? When Xiao Jian heard this, he was startled, and angrily said, Zhong He, don't go overboard. Xiao Chen looked at Zhong He coldly as the lunar shadow saber suddenly appeared in this hand. His feet shifted slightly, then his aura changed abruptly. There was harmony between himself and the saber, only he and the saber existed. Draw. There was a flash of saber light as Xiao Chen suddenly made his move. Zhong He was startled. He had not expected that Xiao Chen would make a move against him in front of everyone without even saying a single word. He rapidly moved his body backwards. It was a pity that this saber was too fast. Furthermore, it was under the situation of a surprise attack. He utilized the movement technique, heavenly rock spreading wings, to its extreme. However, a bright red wound still appeared on his right arm, and blood instantly flowed out. The Zhong clan and Tang clan elders immediately rushed forward anxiously. However, when they saw Lu Fengyan standing silently behind, no one dared to take another step. The elders of the Xiao clan also immediately rushed forward. In an instant, their bows were drawn and arrows ready. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Zhong He said angrily, "Xiao Chen, you actually dare to injure me in front of everyone." Xiao Chen put aside his saber and stood up straight. Smiling indifferently he said, "With regards to the barking of dogs, I have always taken action instead of trying to reason with them. Could it be that if a dog bites me, then I should bite it back?" This insult did not contain any obscenities, but it managed to infuriate Zhong He completely. Xiao Jian instantly felt a significant relief of his anger. "Brother Zhong, there is no need to get into a conflict with them here. They won't be able to continue bragging for long," Tang Feng, who was beside him, advised. Zhong He calmed himself down and thought about the things his father briefed him on that morning. Then he said to Xiao Chen, "I'll make you pay sooner or later. The humiliation of that day. I will return it manifold." Xiao Chen said nothing. Instead, the purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in his body and his right hand suddenly pointed at Zhong He. A small thread of purple flames fired out. Due to the fact that Xiao Chen shot out this thread of flames in a hurry, he did not revolve it around his finger first before firing it, thus, the strength of the flames was not strong. The flames brushed by Zhong He's head before dissipating. All this happened in an instant. It was as though nothing had happened at all. Pooh! All of a sudden, there was a stream of fire that went by his head. The hair that Zhong He had painstakingly grown over the past month burned up again. Xiao Chen did not infuse much essence into this flame, so while it was very quickly executed, it also disappeared very quickly too. It was extinguished after just 2 seconds. However, Zhong He's hair was completely burned. There was a certain burning stench coming from his head and azure smoke coming off it. The surrounding people quickly scattered and hid. The Xiao clan's crowd all started to laugh out loud. Even some Tang clan disciples who were with them, secretly snickered. "Xiao Chen!" Zhong He shouted out with a cracked voice. He could no longer keep his emotions calm. Under instruction from the elder-leveled cultivators, some of the Zhong clan disciples beside him were holding on to the raging Zhong He, preventing him from rushing out. Tang Feng was unable to continue just watching. He held the ice fire bow in his hand and said to Xiao Chen, "Don't go overboard. Don't you think this is too much?" "Overboard. Too much." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. "After pointing to my nose and threatening me in front of so many people, you actually say that I'm going overboard. Does the world revolve around them in the eyes of these people?" Xiao Chen said coldly, "I said it before, I will not try to reason with a dog. When a dog barks at me, I will take action instead of trying to reason with it." Seeing Tang Feng's state of disbelief, Xiao Chen sighed quietly in his heart. Indeed, everything in this world is decided by strength. If his opponent did not see that Lu Fengyan was here, he would be the one humiliated. He did not believe that Zhong He came over to greet him because he had not seen Xiao Chen for a long time and had missed him. Zhong He and Tang Feng obviously wanted to make use of their advantage in numbers to thoroughly humiliate him. Only, they did not expect that Lu Fengyan would be present too. Thus, they ended up suffering a huge disadvantage. After a long time, the burnt odor on Zhong He's head faded away. He truly no longer wished to remain here. He appeared to want to say something before he brought his people away from this place. However, when he thought of what happened earlier, he suppressed the words he wanted to say. Instead, he glared at Xiao Chen fiercely. Xiao Yulan and the others were no longer in the mood to shop after that bunch of people caused such trouble. Before they left, Xiao Chen looked at the 100-meter-tall statue of the Tianwu Emperor behind him. Thinking to himself, he had the supreme heavenly flame that was capable of burning down the entire continent. With his own personal strength, he was able to unite the continent and establish his own dynasty. These were the legends about the Tianwu Emperor. Even after 10,000 years, after the Tianwu dynasty was destroyed, the people were still unable to forget the Tianwu emperor. This was how awe-inspiring the emperor of that generation was. During his generation, there were many other outstanding people. However, they were all overshadowed by him, turning into stepping stones for him before their existences were finally lost in the river of time. Would I, Xiao Chen, be like the Tianwu emperor after 10,000 years? Standing tall for a long time, achieving immortality? Or would I become a stepping stone for others? It was late at night, the moon was high, and stars filled the sky. Xiao residence, within Xiao Chen's courtyard. After Xiao Chen came back, he immediately continued to draw talismans. As night approached, he examined the handwritten manual of the rushing thunder saber technique carefully. Ever since this book was handed to Xiao Chen, he had not had the time to take a look. At this moment, after he began looking it over, he was immediately absorbed in it. Rushing thunder chop. It was originally just a superior grade yellow ranked martial technique. However, the next few moves that were chained after it increased its might by several times, causing it to reach the standard of a superior grade profound ranked martial technique. He had inherited the Battle Sage Origins changing character formula from the Thunder Emperor. As long as a martial technique was executed in front of him once, he would be able to imitate at least 80% to 90% of it. Although its power would be slightly decreased, once he comprehended the essence of it, it would even be possible to surpass the original might of the martial technique. The rushing thunder chop was something that Xiao Chen had practiced for quite a while. After he saw Fung Feishui use it that time, he immediately understood the essence of this rushing thunder saber technique. Thus, he was able to rapidly and completely replicate it using the changing character formula. Now that he had the complete manual of the changing character formula, his comprehension of its essence went up by another level. He was even able to comprehend the final move in the saber technique, the rushing thunder third chain chop. Pooh! In the silence of the night, suddenly there was a muffled scream. This was the cry of a person who had his mouth covered shortly before his death. Although the sound was very soft, after Xiao Chen became a martial master, his five senses were raised significantly. He was slightly startled in his heart. Could it be that the Zhong clan and Tang clan came to kill them? Bang! 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 The sounds of battle grew louder and louder. Miserable cries echoed continually. Xiao Chen hurriedly released his spiritual sense, and in that instant everything in the Xiao clan was visible to him. Via his spiritual sense, there were three shadows killing openly. The speed of the three was extremely fast, and practically no one was a match for them. The elite guards of the Xiao clan were as weak as paper to them. With just a light hit, they would be shattered into pieces. Martial saints. There were actually three martial saint experts. Xiao Chen was startled and his heart was thrown into turmoil. Why would there be three martial saints experts appearing in Mohe city? The faces of the three of them were masked, and they did not indulge in the battle. They were very fast, and they only dealt with the people directly in their way. Xiao Chen checked the direction they were traveling in and suddenly realized their targets were Xiao Yulan, Xiao Jian, and himself. These were all the participants of the promise of 10 years. It was indeed the work of the Zhong clan and Tang clan. Seeing the disciples that died miserably, Xiao Chen clenched his fist furiously. He was bleeding in his heart. There was a strong killing intent in his heart. Where was Lu Fengyan? Xiao Chen turned his attention to another area and he saw Lu Fengyan's figure. He was currently occupied by a blue-clothed person. He was already having difficulties protecting himself and was unable to get away. At an even further location, the first elder led a group of martial grand masters. However, they were delayed by a powerful martial saint. That person did not kill them, but when someone came to provide assistance, he would immediately hold them back. There were actually 5 martial saint experts here. The situation was bad. Xiao Chen hurriedly left his room and rushed to Bao-Er's room. Young master, what's going on? Bao-Er said with a panicked expression as she walked out from the room. She had heard the miserable cries of the people coming from the outside. Xiao Chen was about to explain when suddenly an overwhelming killing intent came over. That shocking aura was about to put pressure on someone, even though they were not near yet. Xiao Chen pushed Bao-Er back into her room and quickly told her, quickly go back to your room. Remember, regardless of what you hear, do not come out. Remember, regardless of what you hear, you absolutely must not come out. Although Bao was slightly confused, she had never seen Xiao Chen reveal such an anxious expression before. Thus, she obeyed his words and ran back to her room. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the walls of the courtyard. There was a sword dripping with blood in his hands. A black cloth covered his face, preventing people from seeing what he looked like. His eyes were glowing, glaring at Xiao Chen. Who see? The black-clothed person waved his sword, and a 6.6-meter-long blue sword qi was sent flying at Xiao Chen. This was the true sword qi, a characteristic of a martial saint sword user, unlike the sword qi that Zhong He used by means of his holy sword martial saint. TL note: 6.6 meters is 2 zhong. It's a Chinese unit of measurement where 3 zhong is 10 meters. The sword qi surged over, and very soon it arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen knew he could not defend against this, so he hurriedly retreated backward. Bang! Xiao Chen's front foot shifted and the sword qi slashed the area where he was standing just a moment prior. With a loud exploding sound, a deep pit was created on the ground. Streams of qi waves scattered in all directions, and dust flew everywhere. Xiao Chen was still in midair, and had not yet landed, when he was caught up in the qi wave. His body was blasted backward, crashing onto the ground with a loud bang. This was the might of just one sword slash. A martial saint expert was indeed strong. Xiao Chen was very startled in his heart. The figure on the wall suddenly disappeared. In the next instant, he reappeared above Xiao Chen, his sword emitting a 6.6 meters long sword qi. The might of this strike was matchless as it descended down from the sky. At this moment, no matter how powerful a martial technique was, it would be useless because there was no time for him to use them at all. Xiao Chen's hand moved quickly and the wooden sculpture, that was carved from the spiritual wood, was thrown up above his head. Previous chapter table of contents. Next chapter. Shua. With a shua sound, the wooden sculpture turned into a girl wielding a long golden spear in midair. When her long spear moved slightly, the surrounding space seemed to freeze up. Yu Ying blew a long whistle and the 9 dragon shadows behind her surged forward. The streams of dragon shadow and the supreme might of the dragon entered the spear, causing its golden glow to rise to its peak. The spear was sent towards the sword strike the black-clothed man sent from the sky. Bang! As the golden light came in contact with that 6.6 meters long sword qi, it gave off a loud sound. A qi wave that was visible with the naked eye blasted out in all directions. After the black-clothed man landed, he quickly backed off. He looked at Yu Ying, who had suddenly appeared, with a cautious expression. He could not understand. How did a girl with a strength at least equal to a martial saint appear beside Xiao Chen? Who are you? How are you related to the Xiao residents? Yu Ying did not answer, nor was she able to. She raised the spear in her hand, and 9 streams of dragon shadow flew up again. The black-clothed man struck out in retaliation, fighting with Yu Ying at close quarters. Seeing the two of them fight, Xiao Chen did not know whether to join the fight or retreat. This life bestowal spell may be strong, but it could not be sustained for long. Against a martial saint expert, it definitely would not be able to kill him. If he left here now, it would mean leaving Bao here alone. That was too dangerous. Kai. Suddenly, a white-colored firework rose high in the sky above Xiao Yulin's courtyard. Xiao Chen's heart stopped for a second. He had a bad feeling about this. He hurriedly sent his spiritual sense in that direction. In the middle of the courtyard, many Xiao clan disciples laid on the floor, dead. Xiao Yulan was lying in the middle, and her face was pale as fresh blood continuously flowed from the corner of her mouth. It was unclear whether she was alive or not. There was a black-clothed man leaving rapidly at the back. Cousin Yulan. Xiao Chen felt a pinch in his heart. He wanted to execute the lightning evasion to hurry over to take a look. Thinking of running. That's not going to happen. The black-clothed man saw that Xiao Chen was intending to leave. He hurriedly used his sword to brush away Yu Ying's attack and leapt forward fiercely. A lightning-fast sword strike was chopping towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen hurriedly executed the lightning evasion, retreating backwards quickly. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "You bastard, don't force me." The black-clothed man laughed coldly, just an insignificant martial master. What qualifications do you have to say this to me? After he said this he ignored Yu Ying, who was rushing over to attack him, and raised his sword to kill Xiao Chen. The earlier white firework meant that one of them had already succeeded. Feeling anxious in his heart, he did not wish to delay this. Even if he had to suffer an attack, he wanted to severely injure Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen continued to retreat backward as he casually threw out a grade 3 talisman. The talisman rapidly opened up in midair before turning into an intense fireball, exploding in the air. With the talisman as the center, a large amount of flames and shock waves blasted out in all directions. The air was instantly burnt up as an earth-shattering, surging heatwave engulfed the area. Boom! A biting cold energy exploded out from the black-clothed man's body. The flames that were nearest to his body were immediately dispersed. The black-clothed man felt disdain in his heart. It seemed this powerful flame was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. However, the talisman in the air did not disappear when the flames were dispersed. It continued to hover, giving off a bright radiance, before exploding again. Hu! An extremely cold qi blasted out into the surroundings. This air seemed to have frozen up. The surrounding temperature instantly decreased by more than 100 degrees Celsius. The cold air caused one to tremble when they breathed. The black-clothed man quickly stopped, feeling shocked in his heart, but he did not panic. He circulated the essence in his body, and instantly expelled the cold qi from himself. I see. The heatwave that was dispersed earlier suddenly came surging back from all directions, interacting with the cold qi in the air. The black-clothed man suddenly felt uneasy. There was an endless cold qi on his left side and a surging heatwave on his right. Boom! The incompatible elements came in contact with each other. When the two opposite energies reached a certain level, they exploded abruptly. It was much stronger than the earlier ones. With the black-clothed man as the center point, there was an explosion. The black-clothed man was caught off guard, and was blasted out. Although he appeared to be in a sorry state, he did not suffer any major injuries. Before he was able to stand stable, 9 streams of golden dragon shadows were heading towards him rapidly. These 9 dragon shadows contained the dragon qi that Xiao Chen infused within Yu Ying's sculpture. Its strength was not weak. If struck by it, even a martial saint would suffer a serious injury. Martial technique, pushing clouds gazing at sun. The black-clothed man did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly executed his own profound ranked martial technique. A bright radiance blossomed from his sword blade, cutting apart the darkness as though he was slicing apart dark clouds. The sword blade was as bright as the sun. The strong martial techniques of the two of them collided with each other. The stone table in Xiao Chen's courtyard was shattered into dust as a result of the energy waves. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to continue zealously fighting. He sent out his spiritual sense again and discovered that Xiao Yulin's originally open eyes were already closed. His complexion turned even more pale. There were a few people rushing over from the side, picking her up in a fluster, and bringing her to the Xiao clan's dispensary. Xiao Chen's heart was now completely at a loss. He wanted to immediately send over a blood-replenishing pill. He raised his legs with the intent to leave. I said before, you cannot leave. The black-clothed man threw off Yu Ying again, and chased after Xiao Chen. Just then, another firework rose high into the sky. Another person had succeeded. According to the plan, it was time to retreat. However, he still had yet to even touch Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted lividly, "You bastard! I said not to force me any further. Did you not hear me?" Martial technique, wind from all directions. The black-clothed man raised his sword and countless sword shadows appeared everywhere. A whirlwind was formed, blowing up all the dirt on the ground instantly. Hu! The whirlwind came to the black-clothed man, causing him to fly high in the air. He shouted angrily in the sky and the sword shadows all returned. The light on his sword grew longer by a fold. Heavenly lightning shield. With the assistance of the whirlwind, the speed of the black-clothed man was incredibly fast. Xiao Chen would not be able to evade in time, he could only use the heavenly lightning shield to defend. A shield, made out of electricity and in the shape of the Jin character, instantly wrapped around Xiao Chen. Bang! The sword-light attack struck the heavenly lightning shield and gave off a muffled sound. There were tiny cracks appearing in the heavenly lightning shield, and after a short moment, it was completely broken down. The huge force of the sword light immediately blasted Xiao Chen flying. A bloody wound appeared on his right shoulder. If Xiao Chen's heavenly lightning shield had not blocked that attack, it would have been sufficient to chop Xiao Chen into halves. As Xiao Chen took out a blood-replenishing pill and placed it in his mouth, he smiled bitterly to himself. In front of absolute strength, all strategies and tricks are useless, no matter how ingenious they are. Just like now, he could imitate the wind from all directions. However, before he would be able to fly up into the air, he would be sliced into two halves. Only by using the return of the Azure Dragon could he possibly injure this person. Or else, even when he was killed, he would not be able to injure him at all. In front of absolute strength, one could only use a strength that was stronger. With just a single thought, Yu Ying's body glowed with a magnificent golden light. The 9 dragon shadows continuously circled around her, and she issued a dragon's hiss. The black-clothed man looked coldly at Yu Ying. He did not pay too much attention to her. After exchanging blows with her, he had already figured out her weak point. She was not agile enough, she did not have the movement techniques and reactions of a martial saint expert, only her strength was at the martial saint level. Seeing blood flowing from the wound on Xiao Chen's right shoulder, the black-clothed man said to himself indifferently, "Just one more strike and I can leave this place." Boundless Azure Sea. Suddenly, a boundless sea appeared behind Yu Ying. An azure dragon broke out from the sea and roared loudly. It circled in the sky for a while, before rushing at the black-clothed man. It actually was an earth-ranked martial technique, the black-clothed man thought in shock. It's a martial technique from the Imperial Courts, how did this girl obtain it? Bang! What a fast speed. This was the final thought in the black-clothed man's head before he was hit by the Azure Dragon's attack. With a loud sound, a 3-meter pit appeared on the ground. Countless cracks extended out in all directions. Rumble. When the cracks extended to the walls of the courtyard, the walls immediately crumbled. In the next instant, all the buildings in the courtyard collapsed. This was because the foundations were damaged, causing all of them to fall over abruptly. Xiao Chen protected himself with his 2 arms in front of him. After he was forced by the chi wave a few steps, he managed to slowly stabilize himself. He looked towards Bao-Er's room with some worry and discovered that she was trapped beneath a beam. Xiao Chen looked at the scene with eyes filled with fear and worry. As long as everything is fine, Xiao Chen breathed out in relief. After Yu Ying used this move, she immediately turned into a beam of golden light and flew to Xiao Chen's hands, turning back into a wooden statue. Seeing that the glow of the wooden statue had dimmed significantly, Xiao Chen felt distressed in his heart. The boundless Azure Sea can only be used 2 more times before the wooden sculpture was used up. Within the deep pit, the black-clothed man slowly stood up. Blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. He had not expected that he would actually get injured on this mission. With a gentle leap, the black-clothed man was standing back on the ground. What caused him to feel surprised was that he was no longer about to sense that martial saint expert. He suddenly thought of something and spoke to Xiao Chen, the person earlier. That is some kind of secret treasure, right? Now that the secret treasure has vanished, you still did not leave. I'm surprised. Xiao Chen gently waved his hands and the lunar shadow saber, laying on the ground in the distant corner, flew back into his hands. An electrical glow radiated from the saber blade, and the energy of the rank 6 demonic core was released completely. The eyes of the black-clothed man brightened and he said indifferently, "I will be taking this demonic weapon." Xiao Chen looked coldly at the black-clothed man walking slowly toward him. The essence in his body was circulating according to the methods of the dragon subduing slash. The essence circulated rapidly as he stored up strength and waited for an opportunity to use the return of the Azure Dragon. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to use the return of the Azure Dragon, there was the sound of ground breaking coming from the distance. A human figure broke through layers of barriers, and flew high into the sky. Martial King. The 2 of them stopped what they were doing, but the expressions on their faces were different. Xiao Chen knew that he was saved. However, the black-clothed man did not hesitate to quickly flee. executing his movement techniques to the extreme. The human figure in the sky was the Xiao clan head that had been in isolation training, Xiao Shang. There were rumbling sounds coming from around him continuously. In an instant, he flew to the front of the black-clothed man. Bang! Just an instant ago, Xiao Shang was still flying through the air. In the next instant, he landed behind the black-clothed man. When the black-clothed man heard the sound, he immediately turned around and slashed out with his sword. With a "hoo" sound, Xiao Shang immediately moved to the back of the black-clothed man again and struck out with his palm, attacking his back. Ka ka. This was the sound of his bones breaking. The black-clothed man took a deep breath in pain, and when he turned around again, all he saw was a shadow flashing by. Xiao Shang had moved to his back once again and struck him with his palm once more. Pu si. The black-clothed man spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Xiao Shang's body position kept constantly changing as he continued sending out palm strikes against the black-clothed man's body. As for the black-clothed man, he was not even able to touch the corner of Xiao Shang's clothes. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He was completely helpless, and was not able to retaliate at all. Who? Suddenly, the strong martial saint in the distance who was obstructing Xiao Cheng and the others, flew over, sending a palm strike at Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang gave up on the black-clothed man and exchanged blows with that person. Boom. There was a muffled sound as small ripples appeared in the surrounding air. The two of them retreated backward a few steps before they began exchanging blows with each other again in the next instant. Their hands and feet were moving everywhere, the wind from their palms was like thunder, their speed was incredibly fast. Xiao Chen, who was standing at the side, could not even see the shadow of the two of them. He could only hear the unending explosive sounds, and the ripples through the air. Xiao Chen was secretly shocked in his heart. Even if it were a martial grandmaster coming in contact with the ripples in the air, they would immediately be shattered into dust. Xiao Chen turned his gaze to the now incredibly weak black-clothed man. His face revealed a dark smile as he walked towards him, slowly. "What are you thinking of doing?" That black-clothed man said anxiously when he saw Xiao Chen walking over with an equally dark expression on his face. He was severely injured by Xiao Shang earlier, but with his battle prowess now, even an inferior-grade martial disciple would be able to kill him easily. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to talk crap with him. He kicked him flying toward the ground. The black-clothed man grunted in pain. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Chen stomped down on him ruthlessly. The black-clothed man shouted out in pain as he swallowed back everything he wanted to say. The strong and mighty martial saint was stomped on by an inferior-grade martial master like Xiao Chen. The black-clothed man felt incredibly sullen in his heart. "Xiao Chen, let go of my hand now. Or else, I will kill you in the future." The black-clothed man shouted out loudly. Xiao Chen ruthlessly stomped on his face with his feet as he smiled coldly. "Do you think that you still have the opportunity to do so? I told you before, do not force me. Did you not hear me earlier?" After he said that, Xiao Chen stomped ruthlessly on his face a few more times. The cloth covering over his face fell off, revealing the face of an old man. Even though his face was covered in Xiao Chen's footprints, Xiao Chen did not have the intention of killing him so simply, that was letting him off too easily. When he thought of the dead disciples of the Xiao clan, and Xiao Yulan whose status was currently unknown, Xiao Chen's heart raged in anger. A cold gleam filled his black pupils as he picked up the black-clothed man. Pa! 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 Slaps after slaps were delivered to his face. The originally extremely pale face of the black-clothed man was slapped until became red and swollen. After Xiao Chen was done slapping him, Xiao Chen raised his foot and kicked him flying again. Wielding the lunar shadow saber in his hand, Xiao Chen dashed rapidly to the front. With a flash of the saber, it pierced towards the heart of the black-clothed man. Who? The two men battling with Xiao Shang suddenly scattered. In a flash, a palm strike was sent at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen heard the rustling of the wind, we quickly evaded. That person did not continue to pursue him. Instead, he picked up the black-clothed man and dashed forward quickly. Just one more strike and I could have killed him. Xiao Chen felt dissatisfaction as he watched the two men leave the place. Xiao Shang did not chase after the two men. While looking at Xiao Chen, he said, "Come with me." This was the first time Xiao Chen saw his father from this world with his own eyes. He was not used to this, but he dared not disobey his words, so he obediently followed him. Second young master, are you alright? Bao asked worriedly when she came out from the rubble of the house and saw the wound on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "It's fine. Follow me for now. It's not safe here." The two of them followed Xiao Shang, and before long, they saw Xiao Cheng leading a big group of cultivators who were rushing over. When Xiao Cheng saw Xiao Shang, he immediately knelt down and said, "This old man is incompetent, causing our Xiao clan disciples to be gravely injured. Clan head, please punish me." "Would clan head please punish us?" The large group of people behind all knelt down and said. Xiao Shang frowned. He stomped heavily on the group with his right foot. The crowd only felt a gentle breeze pulling their bodies up. "First elder, go count how many deaths there are and save all those who are still alive without sparing any effort. Regardless of the grade of herbs, as long as they are in the dispensary, you may use them." Xiao Shang faced Xiao Cheng and carried on saying, "This matter cannot be blamed on you. I am at fault too. I will wait for you in the Great Hall." Xiao Residence Great Hall. Xiao Shang sat on the chair in the middle of the Great Hall and looked at Xiao Chen. "I hear that you have obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor." Xiao Chen nodded his head in acknowledgement and handed the lunar shadow saber over to Xiao Shang. Xiao Shang took the lunar shadow saber and examined it carefully. After a long while, he smiled warmly. "To think that your cultivation talent was so mediocre when you were young. Now that you have obtained the inheritance of the Thunder Emperor, your accomplishments might possibly become the highest in the Xiao clan." Xiao Chen took back the lunar shadow saber and then muttered to himself irresolutely for a while before finally speaking out the doubt that he had in his heart. "Father, since you have already become a martial king, why did you not chase after those two persons?" Xiao Shang sighed. "You probably saw that I was flying in the air and thought that I was already at the martial king realm. Actually, my current realm has only reached peak martial saint. The Leng clan head, who fought with me at the end, also knew that. I am only able to fly because of my wind-attributed martial spirit, despite my cultivation only being at peak martial saint. However, my speed is much slower than that of a true martial king." Xiao Chen suddenly understood, so there was actually such a reason. This all makes sense now. Just at this moment, Xiao Cheng brought a few people over and greeted Xiao Shang respectfully. "I have already tallied up the numbers of the dead and injured. There were a total of 150 people injured, of which 90 had died. Out of the 90 dead, there were 3 martial grand masters." Everyone present took a deep breath of cold air when Xiao Cheng said this. There were actually that many casualties. A big portion of these people were the elite disciples of the Xiao clan, many of whom were of the Xiao clan's descent. Furthermore, there were martial grand masters amongst the dead. As martial grand masters, they could be considered as the finest fighting force in Mohe city. Even the Xiao clan did not have many martial grand masters. "Clan head, should we inform City Lord Dugu? By doing this, they are going overboard. This is war," one of the Xiao clan elders said angrily. Xiao Cheng said helplessly, "The people who made a move were the Leng clan. With Misty Sword sect backing them, City Lord Dugu cannot do anything against them. Furthermore, they all masked themselves, and they left behind no evidence at all." Xiao Shang said, "What about Yulan and Xiao Jian? Are their lives in danger?" Xiao Shang's expression turned sullen. Their martial spirits were severely injured. They will not be able to fight for at least half a month. Hearing this news, everyone's complexions in the Great Hall changed. The promise of 10 years was going to start in a week, but these two people who were confirmed for the competition were not able to fight. This move of the Leng clan was too vicious. To directly injure the participants of the Xiao clan. Furthermore, according to the rules, once they confirmed their participants, they could not change them. This meant that the Xiao clan could only send out Xiao Chen to fight. When Xiao Chen heard this news, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. At least their lives are not in danger. "Father, I wish to take my leave for a while to go see cousin Yulan." Xiao Shang nodded his head, then he seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "Wait for a moment." Xiao Chen stopped walking and asked with some doubts, "Is there anything else?" He was unsure why, but he felt some fear towards this man, who was his father in name only. Xiao Shang walked to Xiao Chen's front and said, "Don't move, let me see your martial spirit." Martial spirit again, Xiao Chen was surprised. The first elder had also checked his martial spirit multiple times. Now Xiao Shang wanted to check his martial spirit too. What was going on? After a while, Xiao Chen felt a stream of gentle essence, along with a consciousness, entering his body. Xiao Chen sank his consciousness down and used it to hide his original martial spirit, then he used his consciousness to imitate a purple flame. After Xiao Shang saw that, the expression on his face turned much warmer, a martial spirit made out of pure purple flames. "I will give you a few fire-attributed martial techniques another day." Cold sweat covered his back as Xiao Chen nodded his head in thanks. The doubts in his heart grew greater. He must know something. Is he afraid of the Azure Dragon martial spirit in my body? Xiao residence, within the dispensary. After Xiao Chen asked around and obtained the location of Xiao Yulan's room, he rushed over in a hurry. "Cousin Yulan, are you asleep?" "I am Xiao Chen," Xiao Chen said from outside the doors. "Cousin Xiao Chen, come in." "I'm not asleep yet," a weak voice came from inside the room, but the voice sounded happy. Xiao Chen pushed open the door and entered. He saw Xiao Yulan, dressed in a white nightgown, struggling to sit up. There was a faint smile on her pale face, but her knitted eyebrows revealed that the action was painful for her. Xiao Chen quickly rushed over, took out a blood-replenishing pill and gave it to her. "Cousin Yulan, don't move yet. Take this blood-replenishing pill first. Although it will not heal the injuries of your martial spirit, it should heal your internal injuries very quickly." She blushed slightly as she received the blood-replenishing pill, and swallowed it unhesitatingly. She immediately felt a cooling sensation, and the pain from her internal injuries was immediately reduced significantly. "Thank you, cousin Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen smiled gently. "There is no need to be so courteous. Back then, you saved me once. Giving you a blood-replenishing pill is nothing compared to the fact that you saved my life. This is truly nothing. If there is nothing else, then I shall be leaving first. Cousin Yulan, have a good rest." Hearing these words, Xiao Yulan felt a pang in her heart. Was it only just to repay that gratitude? Seeing that Xiao Chen was about to leave, Xiao Yulan suddenly said, "Cousin Xiao Chen, wait for a bit." Xiao Chen stopped. Feeling something was off, he asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yulan wanted to say something, but after thinking for a long time she did not know how to start the conversation. Her pretty face blushed before finally saying, "Cousin Xiao Chen, I can't sleep. Can you stay here and chat with me?" Xiao Chen was mildly surprised, but he smiled and said, "Sure, of course I can." Xiao Clan, about 1,000 meters high in the sky. Xiao Chen executed the gravity spell and flew high in the sky. His hair and clothes fluttered about in the cold wind. He released his spiritual sense, and the dark night was unable to obstruct his senses. The entirety of the Xiao residence appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Ever since he came out of Xiao Yulan's room, he saw many injured Xiao clan disciples leaving the dispensary. His heart was unable to find peace. It was only 5 martial saint experts, but they were able to slaughter the Xiao clan without significant resistance. Actually, Xiao Chen had the opportunity to prevent this tragedy from happening. There were many records of formations on the Compendium of Cultivation. All he needed to do was to lay down a large formation and it would definitely be able to obstruct those 5 martial saint experts. However, the amount of energy this formation required was far more than what his current cultivation level could provide. Furthermore, he had thought that within Mohe city it would be impossible for the Xiao clan to suffer from such a huge attack. It seemed that his previous thought was too naive. The attraction of Seven-Horn Mountain was much greater than he had imagined. Suddenly Xiao Chen opened his eyes and descended slowly towards the ground, landing on a piece of high ground in the southwest of the Xiao residence. He used his senses again and muttered to himself, "This should be the Qian position. The Qian position represents the heavens, and the Kun position represents earth. With the Qian position settled, the other position should be easy to find." TL notes. Qian and Kun are positions on the 8 trigrams. The meanings are explained above, but when the 2 characters are placed together it means heaven and earth, or universe. This is where the name of the universe ring came from, the Chenkin ring. After he muttered that, Xiao Chen took out some talisman paper, a brush, and the purple fluid made from a mixture of spirit beast's blood and demonic core. Then, he took out a small knife and made a small cut on his hand. Xiao Chen circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, infusing the essence in his body into his blood. Instantly, the blood that flowed out from the cut in his hand gave off a faint glow. As it dripped into the purple fluid, he gave off a golden light. His face slowly turned pale and his lips turned purple. Xiao Chen felt dizzy, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. This is the ninth heaven's thunder formation. It was not something that he should be able to lay at his current cultivation level. In order to forcibly do it, he had to use his own blood essence. When the purple fluid in the ink bottle completely turned a golden hue, Xiao Chen stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. His complexion improved when he stopped the bleeding from the wound. Holding the brush in his right hand, Xiao Chen dipped it into the amber-colored spiritual fluid. He had a solemn expression as he drew rapidly on the talisman paper. The talisman paper gave off a brilliant, yellow glow as he did so. When Xiao Chen finally completed his last stroke, the talisman paper immediately burst out in a golden light, then it folded itself up rapidly and landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Xiao Chen held the talisman in his right hand as he drew an equally gold-colored circle on the ground with his left hand, then a faint golden Qian character appeared within the circle. The right hand holding the talisman pointed towards the ground, and with a quick wave of his hands he quickly threw it into the golden circle. Boom! There was a sudden clap of thunder, and a streak of lightning tore across the sky. As though guided by something, it went directly inside the glowing circle. The light faded off and the ground looked normal again, as if nothing had happened to it. However, via Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, he could tell that the talisman, which was filled with Xiao Chen's blood essence, was brimming with the boundless energy of heavenly thunder. It just required a thought from him and it could be immediately activated. Qian, Zhen, Li, Xuan, Kun, Dui, Kan, General. The next position is the Zhen position. Its corresponding nature is thunder. I have to find the location where the thunder attribute is the most dense. I also have to look for locations that correspond to the other positions of the 8 trigrams. TL notes. Qian Qian, Zhen Zhen, Li Li, Xuan Xuan, Kun Kun, Dui Dui, Kan Kan, Zhen General. These are the 8 positions. Xiao Chen said to himself. He had already found the suitable position for the 8 trigrams when he was in the sky earlier. All that was left for him to do was to find the location with the densest thunder attribute. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen inserted a talisman full of his blood essence into each of the 8 positions, Qian, Zhen, Li, Xuan, Kun, Dui, Kan, and Zhen, as well as their corresponding nature, heaven, thunder, fire, wind, earth, marsh, water, mountain. Xiao Chen closed his eyes gently and, within his spiritual sense, a majestic formation appeared around the surroundings of the Xiao residence. There was faint flickering lightning high in the sky, and the entire ninth heaven's thunder formation was finally completed. Xiao Chen raised both his hands to feel this boundless and surging force of heaven and earth. With just a hand seal, even if there was a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses, he had the confidence this could destroy them all. When he opened his eyes, a strong sense of fatigue overwhelmed his brain. Xiao Chen felt dizzy and his legs trembled. After a while, he could no longer withstand it and he fell unconsciousness onto the ground with a putong sound. Mohe City, Tang Clan, within the secret chamber. The Zhong clan head and the Tang clan head as well as the 5 martial saints that just returned from the Xiao clan were present. Clan head, let's not wait for the promise of 10 years. After I recover from my injuries, let's go destroy their Xiao clan. That Xiao Chen is too vicious, the martial saint humiliated by Xiao Chen said angrily. The blue-clothed man said, Leng Ziyu, did you not see that the Xiao clan head already came out of isolation and is a martial king? Do you think we stand a chance? You as a martial saint are not even able to handle an inferior grade martial master. I truly feel ashamed for you. Leng Ziyu's expression darkened as he said angrily, Lan Chaoyang, what do you mean? If you truly ran into a martial king expert, you probably would not be alive. What I mean is, Lan Chaoyang sneered, "You are not focusing on that fact you were beaten up and are recklessly giving commands. Alright. Stop fighting." The Leng clan head, Leng Zhongyan suddenly said. His voice was not loud, nor did it carry any emotion, but the two people arguing did not dare to say anything else. Leng Zhongyan glared at Leng Ziyu. "Ziyu, stop speaking nonsense in the future. Although Xiao Shang played a part, the responsibility of the failure of this operation lies with you. This is because you took too long to do your job." Leng Ziyu felt dissatisfied and pouted, but he did not dare to retort to that. "I understand. It was my fault. I did not grasp the opportunity." Leng Zhongyan shifted his gaze to Lan Chaoyang. "Chaoyang, in this matter of the Seven-Horn Mountain, without a doubt, your contributions are the greatest. However, do not carry over your personal grudges into this operation. Founding a sect. What this means is that my Leng clan is betting our wealth and foundations on this. I do not wish for anything to go wrong. If we end up failing, you know what I will do." Lan Chaoyang lowered his head and said, "I understand. I just could not resist. I will pay note of it in the future." When Leng Zhongyan saw the attitudes of the two men, the expression on his face turned warmer. He said, "When a big ordinary clan reaches a certain stage, and wants to progress further, there are only two paths, starting a sect, or turning into a noble clan." Leng Zhongyan carried on, saying as he sighed, "Our Leng clan does not possess any God-given bloodlines, thus the only path we can take is that of starting a sect. If it were not for the fact that there is only Seven-Horn Mountain within the Qizi County, I truly would not have wished to take actions against the Xiao clan." The envy of a God-given bloodline could be seen in Leng Zhongyan's words. If he had such a bloodline, then he would not have to bet the efforts of hundreds of years of the Leng clan's effort to take action against the Xiao clan. The risk involved was not something an ordinary person could understand. Although the Xiao clan's might could no longer compare to what it had been in the past, they were still not an existence that anyone could just trample over. Tang Tian stood at the side, listening for a long time. Now that he had the chance, he said somewhat worriedly, "Elder Leng, is Xiao Shang really out of his isolation and now a martial king?" The Zhong clan head standing at the side was also very concerned about this. The two clans had been fighting against the Xiao clan for a very long time. They were very clear on what Xiao Shang was like. When they heard that Xiao Shang was now a martial king, they felt fear in their hearts. When Leng Zhongyan heard this, he smiled indifferently. "Brother Tang, you don't have to worry. Xiao Shang has indeed come out of his isolation, but his cultivation is only at peak martial saint. His martial spirit is a wind-attributed martial spirit, thus he was able to fly. In another 3 days, the final martial saint elder of my Leng clan will be leading 50 martial grand masters over in case anything happens. However, I hope that we will not need to utilize this force. It is best if your two clans can defeat the Xiao clan in the promise of 10 years. That would save us a lot of trouble." When the two clan heads heard this, they breathed out in relief. Then, Tang Tian suddenly remembered something. "I heard earlier that Xiao Chen was not injured. If this is so, then according to the rules of the competition, our two clans do not stand much of an advantage. According to the rules of the promise of 10 years, the Xiao clan, Zhong clan, and Tang clan would have to select 3 participants beforehand. On the day of the competition, one of the two clans must challenge the Xiao clan. The victor of this battle then battles against the final clan. The final victor receives the rights to Seven-Horn Mountain." Tang Tian said, "With Xiao Chen's strength, even when going 1 against 3, we might not win. The result is still unpredictable, especially after letting him rest for a day before battling the other clan." The Zhong clan head stood beside and nodded his head in agreement. When Leng Ziyu heard this, he had an unnatural expression on his face. Now that there was such a situation, the responsibilities all fell onto him. Leng Zhongyan's expression did not change as he said indifferently, "That is not a problem. I will think of something when the time comes. Even if we lose, there is still our final move. I just hope we don't have to resort to that." The next day, within the great hall of the Xiao clan. Before the morning dew evaporated, the elders of the Xiao clan all gathered in the great hall. The Xiao clan head, Xiao Shang, sat on a chair in the middle. He said to Xiao Cheng beside him, "First elder, what do you think of our current situation?" Xiao Chen immediately replied, the situation now is very clear. The Leng clan is working with the Zhong clan and Tang clan against us. Without any external assistance, cannot resolve this. The few others beside also agreed with this. Without any external assistance, not only would the Xiao clan lose the Seven-Horn Mountain, it would be difficult for the Xiao clan to even survive. Xiao Chen continued, actually, Miss Fung is currently in Mohe City. A few days ago, she came by the Xiao clan to visit. When Xiao Shang heard about Fung Feishui, the expression on his face instantly turned incredibly scary. He said in a sullen voice, what is she doing here? Did that aunt of hers tell her to come here and see our sorry state? Xiao Chen quickly explained everything that had happened that day. After Xiao Shang heard this he said, I will not interfere with their choice, but it is impossible for me to seek help from the Fung clan. Call for someone to send Xiao Chen over. By the time Xiao Chen woke up, the sun was high in the sky and it was already noon. I forced myself too much. I estimate that I am going to need 3 days of rest in order to fully recover. I have exhausted too much of my blood essence. Xiao Chen got up and massaged his Taiyang acupoint as he headed toward the gates of the Xiao residence. TL notes, the Taiyang acupoint is at the side of the forehead. When the 2 guards watching the gates saw Xiao Chen appear, they immediately ran over saying joyfully, second young master, you finally returned. The clan head has been looking for you the whole morning. You better go to the Great Hall quickly. Xiao Chen was startled, they were looking for him for the whole morning. There must be something urgent. After saying his thanks, he rushed over to the Great Hall. At this moment, most of the people had already gone, leaving only Xiao Chen and Xiao Shang behind. Xiao Chen immediately rushed over and said, my apologies. I'm late. Xiao Shang looked at Xiao Chen with doubt in his eyes, and asked, why is your complexion so poor? Where did you go, and what did you do last night? I heard that you were in Yulin's room, and only came out very late. Xiao Cheng, who was standing beside him, looked at Xiao Chen with a stunned face. It was obvious he wanted an answer too. Xiao Chen's current appearance looked as though he had performed a certain act. Furthermore, with his previous reputation, it was difficult for people to not think of that. Xiao Chen felt ashamed in his heart and hurriedly explained, First Elder, please do not misunderstand. Last night, after chatting with Yulan, I left immediately. The reason why my complexion is so poor is because something went wrong with my cultivation. Never mind. That is not important. The reason why I called you here was to discuss the matter of the promise of 10 years duels. Xiao Shang saw that Xiao Chen wanted to continue to explain himself, thus, he interrupted him. Seeing the First Elder's expression, Xiao Chen really wanted to explain in detail the events of the previous night. However, since Xiao Shang said that, he did not dare to carry on explaining. Xiao Shang continued, you should be familiar with the rules of the promise of 10 years duels. The participants that were selected can no longer be changed. Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan are unable to participate in the duels. If this is too much pressure for you, I will not force you to do this. I am not just saying some words of formalities. Even if we lose Seven-Horn Mountain, we can still get it back in the future. I hope you will consider carefully before you give me an answer. After all, you are my son. Xiao Shang's words were sincere, and did not contain any hypocrisy. Xiao Chen considered in his heart for a while before saying, I will not give up. Regardless of the situation, I must make an attempt. He had already made his decision in his heart. Regardless of the results of the promise of 10 years, he was planning to leave the Xiao clan. If he left the Xiao clan without doing anything, he would not feel at peace in his heart. Xiao Shang looked at Xiao Chen with a profound gaze before slowly saying, come with me. First Elder, please come along as well. It is time we used the wealth that the Xiao clan has accumulated in the past few hundred years. Xiao Cheng's heart trembled. He knew where they were going. The expression on his face turned solemn and respectful. Xiao Chen followed the two of them, and traveled for quite a distance. Along the way, they used secret passages that were hidden behind objects and obstacles. Xiao Chen had even been to some of these places before. He just never discovered the secret passages. It was a completely different world behind them. Finally, the two people in front stopped before the doors to an underground room. Xiao Chen and Xiao Shang each took out a key part and combined them together to form a single key. They used this key to open the door to the underground room. Then, Xiao Chen followed both of them inside. The underground room was actually a secret treasury. The harvests that the Xiao clan obtained over the past hundreds of years were all stored here. There were spirit weapons, secret treasures, battle armors, medicinal pills, martial techniques. Everything that was needed could be found here. Xiao Chen was shocked in his heart. He had not expected there to be such a large treasury underneath the Xiao residence. The spirit weapons here were all profound ranked, the highest of which was superior grade. There were also many profound ranked martial techniques, as well as many grade 4 and grade 5 medicinal pills. However, Xiao Chen possessed the lunar shadow saber, considered to be a heavenly weapon, the wooden carving that was comparable to a high-grade secret treasure, and the martial technique inheritance of the Thunder Emperor. To the other members of the Xiao clan, the items in the treasury would cause them to go wild with joy. However, Xiao Chen was not very interested in them. Xiao Shang picked up a set of battle armor and said, "As for martial techniques and spirit weapons, you should not be lacking. This profound ranked battle armor is made from the soft skin of a demonic beast's abdomen. In times of danger, this could save your life." Xiao Chen took the battle armor and looked it over. This battle armor was extremely thin. It was only a little thicker than normal clothing, and it would not hinder his movements when worn. This is a pretty good item, Xiao Chen thought joyfully in his heart. It was difficult to purchase this kind of battle armor in the market, and it was also something that Xiao Chen needed. Alright, as for the other thing, they would probably not catch your attention. Xiao Shang paused for a while, looking at Xiao Chen before continuing, just simply choose a few items. Consider them your compensation. Xiao Chen did not reject, and casually selected a few items. After he wore the battle armor on his body, he left the place. 6 days of time went by quickly, and the duels of the promise of 10 years were finally officially starting. In the past 6 days, Xiao Chen researched the rushing thunder saber technique. Most of his current martial techniques were learned as a result of the battle sage origins changing character formula. It was difficult for him to comprehend the essence behind them. However, he had the complete manual of the rushing thunder saber technique. Of course, he had to do his best to learn everything within it with the remaining time available, especially the rushing thunder third chain chop. Its might was close to that of an earth-ranked martial technique. Just as the sky turned bright, Xiao Chen quickly got up. The Xiao clan's people were already gathered at the entrance. When Xiao Shang saw that Xiao Chen arrived, he immediately brought the group to depart for Cultivator's Plaza. The annual martial competition of Mohe City had already started 3 days ago. However, everyone knew that the true highlight was the promise of 10 years, the battle of Mohe City's 3 great clans. There was a huge crowd in the plaza, and the people of the 3 great clans moved closely to each other as they made their way through the crowds. On the platform in the plaza, 3 pavilions were constructed specially for the 3 great clans. They were able to see the entire plaza from it. The Xiao clan's people are here. Wasn't it said that 2 of their participants were injured and cannot participate? Why do they still dare to show their faces here? Look at the dark expressions on their faces. Looks like the news of 2 of their participants being injured is true. Are they just here to try their luck? You know what? Xiao Chen is not injured, so the Xiao clan still has hope. Xiao Chen. No matter how strong he is not able to stand against the tactic of several persons taking turns in fighting him to tire him out. I think the Xiao clan is bound to lose. The varied discussions of the crowd all entered into the ears of the Xiao clan's people, causing their dark expression to turn even more sullen. Brother Xiao, it's been a long time. You finally came out of isolation. Just as the Xiao clan's people were about to ascend to their pavilion, the Zhong clan head and Tang clan head walked over. Xiao Shang smiled indifferently. Indeed, it's been a long time. Tang Tian, the alliance of the Zhong clan and the Leng clan was within my expectations. I did not expect that you would be involved as well. Tang Tian smiled coldly. We can't let Seven Horn Mountain remain monopolized by an outsider clan. The Zhong clan head opened his mouth to speak. Xiao Shang, we are not here for a casual chit-chat. We are here to discuss something with you. We have a suggestion for you to consider. How about we resolve the hundreds of years of grudges between our clans? As long as Xiao Chen can defeat Tang Feng and Zhong He today, then the remaining 4 people will not come out to battle. We will consider it as the Xiao clan's victory. Xiao Shang's brain worked very hard as he thought about this. The Zhong clan head meant that he would send only 2 people to battle with Xiao Chen, but the condition was that both the battles had to occur today. Their intentions were clear. They wanted to use the tactics of exhausting Xiao Chen, to not give him the opportunity to rest. However, this meant that he could fight 4 battles less. When Xiao Chen heard this suggestion, his eyes brightened and joy filled his heart. He did not have many martial techniques, and if he were to fight too many battles it would become apparent to his opponents. This fit Xiao Chen's intentions perfectly. Seeing Xiao Chen nodding his head in the dark, Xiao Shang said, "What a joke. You think that I would agree to this? After getting the Leng clan to injure our Xiao clan's participants, you come up and give me such a suggestion. Do you think that I, Xiao Shang, am a fool?" Tang Tian smiled. "Xiao Shang, do you think you have any other choice? This is the best scenario for you already. From 6 battles being reduced to 2 battles, I don't see any need for you to reject this." The Zhong clan head said, "Brother Xiao, I have already sent for someone to call the city lord over, so think about this carefully." After a few moments, Dugu Fung arrived, and when he saw Xiao Shang he hurriedly said, "Congratulations Brother Xiao on coming out from your secluded training. I heard that 2 of your participants are injured, is this true?" Without waiting for Xiao Shang to reply, Tang Tian put forth his suggestion to Dugu Feng. After Dugu Feng heard the suggestion, he muttered to Xiao Shang, "According to the rules of the competition, once the participants are selected they cannot be changed. Xiao Shang, if 2 of your participants truly cannot participate, how about you accept this suggestion?" Finally, under Dugu Feng's suggestion, Xiao Shang was pressured into accepting this suggestion. Xiao Chen, who was standing at the stand, wiped the sweat off his forehead. The acting skills of Xiao Shang were too realistic, even he was almost fooled. Dugu Feng stood on the top of the tallest arena in Cultivator's Plaza. Facing the crowd he said, "Today is the final day of the martial competition. I believe that most of you are here for the competition of the promise of 10 years. Now, I would like to announce something. Because 2 of the Xiao clan's participants were injured and cannot take part in the competition, after some discussion, the 3 clans decided to change the rules at the last minute. As long as Xiao Chen of the Xiao clan can consecutively defeat Zhong He and Tang Feng, the Xiao clan will be considered to have won the duels. As long as they lose just one of the matches, they will lose their rights to Seven Horn Mountain." To think that the news of 2 participants of the Xiao clan being unable to participate is true, someone below said in shock. "Haha, this alteration may seem advantageous to the Xiao clan, but actually they are planning to use the tactic of tiring out Xiao Chen. Looks like the Tang clan and Zhong clan have formed an alliance. Indeed, I heard that the Xiao clan suffered from the attack of some experts in the middle of the night. I suspect that the 2 clans were the culprits behind that. How stupid are you? Why is there even a need to suspect it? There is no need to think about it, it was definitely done by the 2 clans." Endless discussions and arguments entered into Xiao Chen's ears, but his heart remained as calm as still water as he slowly walked past the crowd and headed towards the arena. The shadow of the Tianwu Emperor statue was cast over the arena, giving the arena an additional solemn feel. "I have to win today's battle. I will not become a stepping stone for others. After 10,000 years, I will be like the Tianwu Emperor, standing tall and towering over others without falling," Xiao Chen muttered to himself in his heart. When he neared the arena, Xiao Chen pushed off gently with his feet and landed stably on the arena. As he did this, his eyes were resolute. In the other corner, Zhong He had been waiting for a while. His gaze was cold. The first battle of the promise of 10 years officially begins. This Zhong He, I heard that he ate a returning essence pill. His martial spirit not only recovered, but it became even stronger. I wonder if he can defeat Xiao Chen this time. It could be said that they were evenly matched the last time. If Zhong He's martial spirit is destroyed again, I wonder if it is possible to save it again. You guys don't understand. After a martial spirit recondenses, its might and strength is increased by many times. To think that the Zhong clan was able to obtain a returning essence pill. I wonder how they did it. Before the two of them started fighting, the sounds of discussions coming from the crowd could be heard. The referee walked up and told the two of them, exchange salutations. Xiao Chen and Zhong He exchanged salutations. Duel, start. Right after the referee said those words, Zhong He immediately executed heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. An illusion of a heavenly rock appeared behind him, giving off a loud bird cry. He flew off the ground and hovered in the air. Zhong He brandished his sword in his hands and 4 streams of sword chi screamed in the air, heading towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's eyes were calm as a gentle breeze blows his fine black hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He made poking motions in the air 4 times, and 4 streams of purple flames appeared on his fingertips. The flames revolved around his fingers once and then flew towards the sword chi. Boom, 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 boom. The sword chi and the purple flames clashed in the air, giving off 4 explosive sounds before dissipating in all directions. Zhong He casually waved his hand and sent out a chi wave, scattering the flames in front of him. The heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique was extremely fast. Zhong He was able to instantly move to the front of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was barely able to see Zhong He's figure moving. Actually, Xiao Chen did not have any decent movement techniques. There was another loud bird cry. When Zhong He was near Xiao Chen, his body moved strangely to one side, leaving behind an afterimage. As a matter of fact, Zhong He was already behind Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sent out his spiritual sense. A gentle breeze blew as Xiao Chen's feet remained steady and unmoving. Suddenly, the lunar shadow saber burst out in light and with a flick of his wrist, the lunar shadow saber moved towards the back and blocked. Bang! Xiao Chen's saber managed to intercept Zhong He's slash as it came from behind him. It was very precise, in the eyes of others, as though he had grown eyes on the back of his head. Zhong He was mildly astonished, but he still remained in the air. Moving very nimbly, he switched to another position and arrived to the back of Xiao Chen's left side. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber was switched to his left hand and before Zhong He could make his move, a resplendent glow appeared on the saber blade and chopped towards Zhong He. Xiao Chen's feet still had not changed position. Zhong He was shocked. He could attribute the earlier block as a coincidence. However, with Xiao Chen taking the initiative, it was clear that Xiao Chen was able to see the attacks coming from behind him. Spreading apart both his hands like a huge bird, Zhong He retreated into the air. As he was about to land on the ground after making a somersault, the tip of his sword came in contact with the ground and gently sprung back into the air. He executed the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique to the extreme, moving through the air like a sharp arrow, shooting towards Xiao Chen, the tip of his sword surging toward him. Dang! 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 In an instant, the two of them exchanged countless blows. Despite Zhong He executing the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique to the extreme, Xiao Chen still did not move. He dealt with every blow as they came, and was not flustered at all. After Zhong He stabbed out with his sword again, he flew backward. Seeing that Xiao Chen still had his eyes closed, he felt very helpless in his heart. The movement technique that he was so proud of, was actually useless against Xiao Chen. In the previous battle, Xiao Chen was not able to catch up to his speed, he was only able to use the heavenly lightning shield and passively defend. Now, he was able to hold his ground without moving and deal with Zhong He's moves. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Zhong He shouted angrily, as a simple and reserved sword move chopped down towards Xiao Chen. Since he was not able to use speed to suppress Xiao Chen, then he would use force to do so. Suddenly, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A gleam flashed in them as he watched Zhong He descending from the sky. He smiled indistinctly and his feet pushed off the ground gently, leaping into the air. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Bang! The saber light and sword light collided with each other, giving off a horrifying chi wave in the air. Zhong He retreated backward by several steps. Seeing that Xiao Chen only had his movements affected slightly, he was extremely astonished, to think that I would actually lose to Xiao Chen in a competition of force. The heavenly rock behind Zhong He cried out loudly again. Zhong He pulled to a stop in midair, cutting off the momentum of falling. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the air, and his grin faintly revealed derision. Even if you are slightly stronger than me, you should not go against me in the air. I have the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. Let's see how you will resist the gravitational pull. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Zhong He shouted loudly and executed the martial technique he was so proud of against the falling Xiao Chen. He hoped to defeat Xiao Chen in the air and not give him the chance to land. Xiao Chen smiled faintly in his heart and a stream of energy came from the Azure Dragon martial spirit. He brandished his saber and did a somersault, his body using the energy from the Azure Dragon martial spirit to abruptly rise higher. Zhong He's martial technique immediately lost its target. Zhong He raised his head to discover that Xiao Chen was already above him. Zhong He was startled. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Although it was the same disordered dance of 1,000 years, when compared against Zhong He's disordered dance of 1,000 years, Xiao Chen had the advantage of position. The disordered dance of 1,000 years executed from above him completely suppressed Zhong He. In an instant, the figures of the two of them kept changing position. Countless saber lights and sword lights flew around. The sounds of the sword lights and saber lights clashing with each other rang out incessantly. Within an instant, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. With the difference in their positions, Zhong He is going to be at a huge disadvantage. Surprisingly, Xiao Chen had a movement technique that allowed him to rise higher into the air. Indeed, he possibly had revealed an opening on purpose. Or else, why would he suddenly decide to battle him in the air? It is very possible. As the crowd discussed the fight, the people of the three great clans were also anxiously watching the fight below. In the Xiao clan's pavilion, Xiao Yulan was watching the two people in the air very apprehensively, her eyes filled with worry. After they executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years, they moved very fast. With Xiao Yulan's current cultivation level, it was difficult for her to see the situation clearly. Father, how is the situation? Xiao Yulan asked the first elder. TL notes. Not sure if I mentioned this before, but in the past, the author said that the first elder was her grandfather. After a while it seems that he became the father instead. I will use father from now on, and will change the previous chapters to father to keep things consistent. Xiao Cheng smiled faintly, all's good. Xiao Chen has the advantage. The people of the Zhong clan and Tang clan were both in the same pavilion. The Zhong clan head had an unsightly expression on his face, to think that he fell for such a simple trap. Zhong He is too short-sighted. Tang Tian consoled him, he only lost the advantage temporarily. It has not reached the moment where victory will be decided. Furthermore, this way, we can expose one of Xiao Chen's skills. Tang Feng, who was standing beside them, grasped the ice fire bow tightly as he stared at the two people in the sky. He smiled coldly, this kind of skill will only become a sitting duck in front of my ice fire bow. Bang! Within a short moment, the two people in the sky exchanged more than 1,200 moves with each other. As they finished up the martial technique, Xiao Chen ruthlessly planted his foot onto Zhong He's body, pushing off with some force and causing him Xiao Chen to soar higher into the sky. Zhong He fell onto the ground with a bang. There were many holes on his shirt created by saber lights, leaving behind many bloody wounds. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was soaring higher into the sky, and his eyes were full of shock. What was he trying to do? Zhong He quickly got up and cast aside the doubts in his heart. Currently, his momentum was at rock bottom. If he could not regain any of it, he would be thoroughly suppressed by Xiao Chen. Heavenly rock spreading wings, chasing stars catching moon. The illusion behind Zhong He's back suddenly let out a sharp bird cry. His clothes fluttered around non-stop as a sound wave burst out in all directions. The spectators who were closer to the arena instantly felt their eardrums tremble, making them feel dizzy. The people with lower cultivations even vomited blood and fainted. This bird cry has already achieved the charm of a divine bird cry. To think that Zhong He still has so many cards to play, even after being injured. Back in the days of that expert, he used the divine bird cry to cause people to bleed from their 7 orifices and to die from the rupturing of their internal organs. Although Zhong He has not reached such a level yet, it is already pretty good for him to be able to make people faint, the crowds below discussed. After Zhong He used the chasing stars catching moon movement technique, he was like a sharp arrow fired from a bow. He sprang up from the ground and chased after Xiao Chen. Despite making his move later, he managed to catch up with Xiao Chen in an instant. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He was astonished at the heavenly rock spreading wings movement technique. With Zhong He's current cultivation level, he was able to reach such a standard. One could only imagine the might and strength of that expert from back then. Xiao Chen had no other choice but to give up on his original plan. He originally wanted to use the meteor burst. If Zhong He had been late in catching up to him, he was confident that he could have used the meteor burst and ended this duel instantly. Xiao Chen twisted his body and avoided a stream of sword chi that Zhong He sent out. He quickly descended towards the ground. His movement technique was not as good as Zhong He's. There were no advantages to going against him in the air. Seeing the statue of the Tianwu Emperor in front of him, Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. Xiao Chen moved quickly in the air and avoided the sword chi of Zhong He as he descended towards the statue of the Tianwu Emperor. After a few moments, Xiao Chen stood on the sword of the Tianwu Emperor. After he stabilized himself, Xiao Chen finally had the opportunity to make a counterattack. He turned around to face Zhong He, who was chasing him, as he shot out 4 grade 3 flame talismans. Zhong He made stepping motions in the air, and the image of a heavenly rock appeared. The image of the heavenly rock looked very real. Zhong He stood on it and moved towards the left, evading a talisman that was shot at him. Bang! Just as Zhong He thought that everything was fine, the talisman suddenly exploded in the air. Surging heat waves emanated in all directions, with the talisman as the center. Boom! 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 There were another 3 explosive sounds as the other 3 talismans exploded continuously, filling the sky with thick flames. A boundless heat wave blasted out in all directions. Similar to dark clouds, it covered up the bright sun, looking like a large cloud made of flames. Seeing the thick clouds filling up the sky, the crowd below were all astonished. The Zhong clan head was frightened until his face could show no expression. He trembled as he said, "Is this a secret treasure? The Xiao clan actually still has such a secret treasure." Tang Tian and his son, who were at the side, were also incomparably shocked. The thick flames actually covered the entire sky above the arena. The blaze had a matchless might and power. Even from far away, they could feel the horrifying heatwave. Clear sky holy sword, 8 desolate sweeps. Just as the crowd thought that the situation was very bad for Zhong He, a resplendent sword light suddenly appeared in the sky, scattering away the thick flames completely. The sunlight from above shone down on them once again. As a result of the huge sound wave, the boundless flames slowly dispersed. The sword Zhong He grasped in his hand gave off a resplendent sword light. The heavenly rock that suddenly appeared below his feet actually allowed him to float, temporarily. The aura of the clear sky holy sword martial spirit kept rising. A boundless sword intent appeared in his eyes. When Xiao Chen looked into Zhong He's eyes, he actually saw the scene of an ancient battlefield. He was nearly entranced in it before he quickly recalled his wits. Zhong He looked at Xiao Chen, who was standing on the sword tip of the Tianwu Emperor's sword. "Xiao Chen, actually, I have to thank you. If you had not shattered my martial spirit, my understanding of the clear sky would not have advanced by another level." Xiao Chen held onto the lunar shadow saber as he stood stably on the sword residing in the hand of the Tianwu Emperor's statue. Smiling faintly, he said, "I thought you were about to thank me for the few new hairstyles that I've given you. Why are you wearing a hat? I feel that your current hairstyle is very nice. There is no need to cover it up." Zhong He felt anger burning, and the sword intent in his eyes started to slowly dissipate. Just when the sword intent was almost completely gone, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the boundless sword intent appeared again. His state of mind had returned to its previous calm. He looked at Xiao Chen indifferently and said, "Not bad. At this moment, you are able to use words to break my sword intent. You are indeed a good opponent. However, no matter how strong you are, you will eventually only be a stepping stone to my Tao of becoming a sword sage. For I have completely comprehended the clear sky sword intent." Although Xiao Chen felt it was a pity that Zhong He managed to quickly recover his sword intent, he also felt disdain for Zhong He. He was able to break his sword intent just by using a few words, and yet Zhong He still dared to brag about completely comprehending the clear sky sword intent. Who? Zhong He rode on the heavenly rock and flew over. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet gently and leapt up into the air, avoiding Zhong He's attack. However, he discovered that Zhong He's attack was just a feint. Zhong He rushed to the head of the Tianwu Emperor, and the heavenly rock beneath his feet disappeared. He landed with a bang sound and a relieved expression appeared on his face. So he had exhausted too much of his essence and needed to find a place to land, Xiao Chen mocked him in his heart. Flight on wings, moon bright like fire. Zhong He stood on the head of the Tianwu Emperor statue and immediately executed the third move of flight on wings. A mysterious phenomenon occurred. The sky, which previously had a sun shining fiercely in it, was now covered by the darkness of night and a full moon slowly rose into the sky. Suddenly, two human figures flew in from the horizon. One was male and the other was female. They were holding swords and appeared to be deities. They looked very elegant and graceful, as they held their swords and danced under the moonlight. Xiao Chen was shocked in his heart. Why were there two people now? The last time Zhong He executed that moon bright like fire, there was only one human figure. To think that it actually turned into two people now. The clear sky sword intent is indeed formidable. To think that Zhong He was able to comprehend the true essence of flight on wings so quickly. Indeed, legend has it that the sword sage who created the flight on wings created it because of his longing for his dead wife. I wonder how strong the might of moon bright like fire will be this time. The might it showed previously was already quite horrifying. This is only the third move of flight on wings. Given that he comprehended it to this level, its might should be equivalent to the level of an earth-ranked martial technique. Let's see how Xiao Chen will defend himself from the might of an earth-ranked martial technique this time. If Zhong He can completely bring out the might of this technique, he could even kill a martial grandmaster easily. There were many knowledgeable people below the arena discussing this. When the Zhong clan and Tang clan in the pavilion saw that Zhong He was able to execute the flight on wings to this level, their expressions slowly became relaxed. However, the expressions of the people in the Xiao clan's pavilion turned grim. Xiao Yulan asked worriedly, "What is going on? Why does that person's martial technique have such a strange mysterious phenomenon? Will cousin Xiao Chen be alright?" Xiao Shang stared at the full moon that hung high in the sky, as well as the human figures that flew over. After a while, he sighed. The appearance of the mysterious phenomenon has nothing to do with the cultivation realm. It is completely reliant on the understanding of the Tao of the sword. I believe that amongst the younger generation of Qizi County, no one can surpass this brat from the Zhong clan in terms of understanding the Tao of the sword. Xiao Chen stood on the sword tip as his spiritual sense extended towards the full moon in the sky. However, that moon seemed as though it was really in the sky. No matter how hard he extended his spiritual sense, he was unable to reach it. Suddenly, the two human figures stopped moving in the sky and the sky immediately quieted. Xiao Chen felt as though he was being locked down by two strong sword intents. He could feel a dangerous sensation. Kill. Zhong He raised his sword and pointed it at Xiao Chen. A boundless sword intent surged over. A heavy rumble rose in the air. Feeling Zhong He's killing intent, the two figures pointed their swords towards the sky and gave off two streams of resplendent sword light. After that, the two streams of sword light merged together and chopped downwards towards Xiao Chen. Seeing the very powerful sword light, the people below the arena quickly fled in all directions. If this sword light chopped down like that, then there would be plenty of people who would be injured. Shua. Xiao Chen threw a wooden sculpture, which appeared in his hand, into the sky. The wooden sculpture instantly turned into a girl holding a golden spear. Boundless Azure Sea. A boundless sea appeared behind Yu Ying, an azure dragon leapt out from the sea. The golden spear trembled as the azure dragon roared angrily and rushed towards the sword light in the sky. Boom. There was a loud startling sound. The sword light was instantly dispersed by the azure dragon. The azure dragon roared angrily again, and continued to rush forward, clashing against the boundless night sky. Kai. A hole immediately appeared in the night sky, and a column of sunlight shone in from the hole. The hole grew larger and larger, and after a few short moments the sunlight was shining on the ground once again. The full moon and human figures completely vanished. Xiao Chen casually waved his hands and the wooden sculpture returned to his hand. He felt extremely unfortunate, he could only use it one more time. The night sky disappeared and Zhong He vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression showed incredible weakness as he knelt on one knee on the head of the Tianwu Emperor. It's finished. Zhong He's mysterious phenomenon was broken. He is now unable to turn this around after suffering the backlash, the people below the arena exclaimed. Xiao Chen leapt lightly onto the head of the Tianwu Emperor, and ruthlessly kicked Zhong He off towards the ground without bothering to engage him in useless chatter. The statue of the Tianwu Emperor was hundreds of meters tall. If Zhong He fell from it, he would be severely injured, even if he did not die. The Zhong clan head shouted out in surprise as he leapt out from the pavilion, intending to catch Zhong He. However, Xiao Chen did not wish to give him the opportunity to do so. Leaping down, he kicked Zhong He's chest heavily again. Zhong He cried out painfully as he vomited out another mouthful of blood. The huge force caused Zhong He to crash onto the body of the Zhong clan head. Thus, the two fell towards the ground. As they were about to hit the ground, the Zhong clan head did a somersault and landed firmly on the ground. However, Zhong He landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang and died. The Zhong clan head's complexion was ashen as he looked at the dead Zhong He. Xiao Chen's kick was too ruthless. He kicked him at the dantian, crippling Zhong He's martial spirit. The Zhong clan head pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Chen and said lividly, Xiao Chen. To think that you are so ruthless. Towards the end, he was so angry that he could not say anything else. Xiao Chen smiled coldly, I am ruthless. Am I as ruthless as you? Allying with the Leng clan and murdering more than 100 people from my Xiao clan. Should I show mercy to Zhong He so that he can come and hurt my family and friends in the future? Shifting his gaze to the referee at the side, Xiao Chen continued, you are able to declare the victory already, right? That referee was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. The Xiao clan won this round. Would the Tang clan participant please step up to the arena? To think that Xiao Chen was actually able to defeat Zhong He with ease. How unimaginable. What do you mean, unimaginable? His final move was clearly a secret treasure. It is not him who defeated Zhong He, it was his secret treasure. A defeat is a defeat. Why look for excuses? Could it be that secret treasures are not part of one's strength? Of the 10 experts in the nation with the abilities to suppress the entire nation, there is one who relies on a secret treasure. Even so, there is no one who dares to speak out against him. Many people felt that it was incredulous that Xiao Chen was able to defeat Zhong He so easily. No one expected that Xiao Chen had a secret treasure that was so powerful. Looking at Xiao Chen, Tang Tian frowned deeply. He said to Tang Feng, I'm afraid he did not exhaust even half his essence. If you find that the situation is disadvantageous for you, then immediately admit defeat. While the green hills last, there'll be wood to burn. Do not be like Zhong He. The returning essence pill is not easy to obtain. TL note. While the green hills last, there'll be wood to burn. This is a Chinese idiom for, where there's life, there's hope. Tang Feng nodded his head. He grasped the ice fire bow tightly as he leapt off the pavilion directly. After that, he landed firmly on the arena. When he landed on the arena, there was no sound at all. It was clear that he had an extremely brilliant movement technique. I have never heard of this Tang Feng before. I wonder how strong he is. I believe he will not last even 5 minutes. Looks like the Xiao clan is going to win again. Indeed. Zhong He was not able to win, even with his strength. If they are going to rely on this unheard of person, they will not stand a chance. All these years, the people of the Tang clan were very low-key. Aside from scarce rumors, no one knew about his true strength. Xiao Chen and Tang Feng's expressions did not change when they heard the discussions coming from below. However, Xiao Chen did not let his guard down. Instead, he raised it. In Gloomy Forest, Tang Feng only fired 3 arrows. Furthermore, he was hiding his strength. Even so, Xiao Chen defended against them with some difficulty. According to Xiao Chen's senses, Tang Feng was now a martial master, so his strength would have a qualitative increase. Under the instructions of the referee, the two of them exchanged salutations and the duel officially began. Shua. Xiao Chen did not hesitate as he stomped on the ground. His figure moved like lightning as he flew forward. When going against a long-ranged opponent, naturally, one must get near and use short-ranged attacks to deal a fatal blow. Xiao Chen was fast, but Tang Feng was faster. In the instant he started moving, Tang Feng shot 3 ice arrows. An electrical light was given off by the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen generously fed his essence into the saber as he chopped at the 3 ice arrows. Bang! 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 He accurately chopped down thrice, hitting each ice arrow. The ice arrows disintegrated into fragments, but Xiao Chen's movements did not slow as he rushed at Tang Feng. Tang Feng calmly drew his bow and continuously fired out ice arrows. His footsteps had a strange pace to them. It was as though he was taking a stroll. It felt incredibly free and at ease. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen chopped down on numerous ice arrows along the way, exhausting a large amount of essence. After a tremendous amount of effort, he finally arrived where Tang Feng was initially standing. However, he discovered that his distance from Tang Feng was unchanged. He was still as far away as when they began. Bang! Another arrow flew over at a very fast speed. Xiao Chen smashed it to bits as well, as per his usual custom. Just as his saber touched the arrow, Xiao Chen felt something was wrong this time. This was not an ice arrow, but a fire arrow. Boom! By the time Xiao Chen realized this, it was too late. The fire arrow exploded with a loud boom. An intense flame expanded fiercely in all directions. Xiao Chen used his essence to cover the surface of his body, turning it into an essence shield. Xiao Chen then quickly retreated backward, but he was too close to the source of the flames. The surging shockwaves generated by the explosion ruthlessly struck him. The powerful shockwaves knocked Xiao Chen flying backward. Xiao Chen was astonished. If he had not taken measures against it, this shockwave would be powerful enough to knock him out of the arena. The moment he landed outside the arena, he would automatically lose. Kai! Xiao Chen stuck the lunar shadow saber into the heavenly mountain stones, creating a long and large crack on the ground. This reduced the speed of his backward motion. After that, he somersaulted towards the back and then stood up again. Before Xiao Chen obtained a stable footing, 2 arrows made of flames arrived in front of him. Tang Feng, who was in the distance, plucked on his bowstring lightly. Before Xiao Chen could do anything, the 2 arrows made of flames exploded. Boom! Boom! Being caught off guard, Xiao Chen had no time to put up an essence shield. He was immediately knocked flying by the terrifying, swelling heatwaves. The robes he wore grew tattered, and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen's body fell towards the ground outside the arena. The people below the arena quickly scattered. This fellow concealed his strength. He actually has a dual-attributed martial spirit. Furthermore, he is able to switch between ice and fire so quickly. His strength cannot be seen through. Indeed, no wonder Xiao Chen was caught off guard and got struck. The rarity of such a dual-attributed martial spirit is comparable to the spiritual martial spirits. If Xiao Chen fell, would the duel end here? The crowd in the distance discussed. No one expected Tang Feng to be so strong. It gave the crowd an unexpected surprise. Just as he was landing, Xiao Chen used the lunar shadow saber to spring off the ground and flew back to the arena. However, there were another 3 flame arrows that welcomed him. Xiao Chen immediately expanded his spiritual sense and sent it into the core of the flame arrows. He found a bright spot burning within the flame arrows, which was then imprinted on Xiao Chen's brain. So that's how it is, Xiao Chen thought suddenly. He finally understood the reason why the flame arrows exploded. As long as he was able to destroy the light core in the flame arrows instantly, they would not be as terrifying. Shua! Xiao Chen brandished his lunar shadow saber, and a saber light moved as fast as lightning through the air. In the next instant, the burning bright spot was shattered. The flame arrows were shattered with a loud sound, and turned into sparks, before fading into ashes. Indeed. That was how it was. Xiao Chen smiled to himself. It is time to use a killing move. Lightning evasion. There was a flash of electricity, and suddenly, Xiao Chen appeared behind Tang Feng. The lunar shadow saber was pointed towards his back as he chopped down ruthlessly. A boundless electrical light surrounded the saber blade as it caused a clap of thunder. Tang Feng was not surprised that Xiao Chen appeared suddenly. He already knew that Xiao Chen had this mysterious, martial technique. He turned his body slightly and avoided Xiao Chen's attack. Before Xiao Chen could recover for his move, he fiercely attacked Xiao Chen's chest from an inclined position. Inclined body strike. This was a martial technique that used the body as a blade. It focused one's essence onto the shoulder and attacked the enemy like a lance. If one was struck by it, it could instantly cause one to be severely injured. This was a strong martial technique with an extremely high destructive power. Xiao Chen did not expect that Tang Feng had such strong combat abilities. He was caught off guard again, and was hit ruthlessly. The huge force penetrated through Xiao Chen's battle armor and was transmitted into his body. His internal organs were jolted. Using the recoil of this strike, Tang Feng's body flew rapidly towards the back. He pushed off the ground lightly, and his body pulled further away from Xiao Chen. While he was in the air, he already began drawing his bow. Shua. After he landed, the ice arrow on the bow shot out with a shua sound. The string of movements was very fluid, they were very natural and unforced. There was a cold gleam and the arrow instantly appeared in front of Xiao Chen. The blood and qi in Xiao Chen's body was still churning. He was temporarily unable to use his essence, and could only turn his body to evade. The arrow brushed by the side of Xiao Chen's face and flew behind him. The wind from the arrow caused a small, bloody wound on Xiao Chen's right cheek. Xiao Chen watched as ice arrows continuously flew at him. He felt very frustrated in his heart. This situation where he could only passively defend made him very sullen. After avoiding another arrow, Xiao Chen's left hand made a hand seal. A streak of lightning from the sky descended near Tang Feng. Tang Feng hurriedly stopped doing what he was doing and evaded toward the back. However, just as he stabilized himself, another 5 streaks of lightning crashed down loudly. With Xiao Chen's previous cultivation as a martial disciple, he could continuously send out 3 streaks of lightning. Now that he was a martial master, he could continuously send out 6 streaks of lightning. The 6 streaks of lightning gave Xiao Chen some buffer time. He used this time to ponder deeply on countermeasures against this situation. Xiao Chen felt he could only deal with this quickly by using close combat methods. He had to think of a way to get close. A wooden sculpture appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. He sighed in his heart, "I can only sacrifice you." Shua. Xiao Chen threw the wooden sculpture at Tang Feng. A faint radiance expanded out from the wooden sculpture. A boundless dragon's might instantly filled the entire arena. Tang Feng's heart tightened. An arrow that was flickering with a spiritual light suddenly appeared in his hand. He knocked it to the bow quickly, and fired it at the wooden sculpture. The arrow was like a fierce tiger coming out. It gave off a prolonged hum in the air. The essence in the air was infused into the arrow, causing it to turn incomparably resplendent. Boom. Before Xiao Chen's wooden sculpture could be completely activated, the arrow flashed by gracefully and shattered it into countless pieces. Sawdust scattered everywhere, and Xiao Chen's trump card was gone, just like that. That is the Essence Light Arrow from Heavenly Craft Manor. It is worth 10,000 gold. They only make 100 of those every year. To think that the Tang clan was able to obtain one. It's unfortunate that Xiao Chen's secret treasure was shattered just like that. That secret treasure managed to break Zhong He's mysterious phenomenon earlier. It must have been of a very high grade. This is interesting now. I wonder if Xiao Chen still has other trump cards to play. If he does not, then it is very likely that he will be shot to death in a sorry manner. Indeed. A long-ranged attacker, armed with exquisite movement techniques and excellent close combat skills. Within the same cultivation realm. He is practically unrivaled. The situation on the arena changed once again, so the people below the arena discussed it once more. In the pavilion of the Tang clan and Zhong clan, the Zhong clan head asked out of amazement, "Brother Tang, where did you obtain this Essence Light Arrow from? I heard that it is difficult to obtain, even for the royal family." Tang Tian smiled faintly, "How could I have obtained it? It was given to Tang Feng by Leng Zhongyan last night. He gave him a total of 3 Essence Light Arrows." The Zhong clan head revealed an elated expression, "Let's see if Xiao Chen will continue to behave so savagely. Without a secret treasure, let's see how he is going to deal with the remaining 2 Essence Light Arrows." In the pavilion where the Xiao clan resided, after Xiao Cheng saw the Essence Light Arrow, His face was filled with a shocked expression. Clan head, I'm afraid that we do not stand a chance anymore. How about we get Xiao Chen to give up? Xiao Shang's gaze was focused far away. He did not reply to Xiao Cheng's question and said, did you notice the movement technique that Xiao Chen used to rise higher in the air in the previous battle? Xiao Cheng had a stunned expression for a while before exclaiming in surprise, you mean to say, that is? Indeed, that is the Azure Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. A complex expression appeared on Xiao Shang's face. Unfortunately, this movement technique was lost long ago, or else he would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Shang looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the arena. A warm look flashed in his eyes, and the image of a pretty girl appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself, if it were not for that promise, you probably would not even be willing to enter the threshold of the Xiao clan. Who exactly am I to you in your heart? The first elder, Xiao Cheng, carefully thought about the meaning of Xiao Shang's words and deciphered it slowly before saying, clan head, it has already been 1,000 years. There is no need to be so worried. How about just letting go and gambling on it? Xiao Shang revealed a desolate expression. He smiled bitterly when he heard this, gamble. What am I going to gamble with? The lives of thousands of young and old of the Xiao clan. I cannot afford that price, and neither do I dare to. Xiao Cheng felt dissatisfied and wanted to say something more. Clan head, 1,000 years have passed. This might be a chance. Xiao Shang waved his hands and interrupted Xiao Cheng. He said indifferently, I'm going to leave for a bit. If Xiao Chen's life is in danger, stop the duel immediately. After he said that, he leapt up high into the air and flew towards the Xiao residence. His speed was very fast, and strings of explosions could be heard coming from the area near him. After a while he became a tiny black dot, disappearing from the people's eyes. My god. That is the Xiao clan head. He actually can fly. Could it be that he is already a martial king? Oh my god. With such a cultivation, he is unrivaled in Qizi County. The Zhong clan head and Tang clan head looked at the disappearing Xiao Shang, their faces clearly indicating that they did not understand. Tang Tian asked in doubt, the duel is not over yet, why is he leaving so early? Could it be that he is aware of Leng Zhengyan's arrangements? The Zhong clan head smiled indifferently, that may be so. I'm sure he already guessed that Xiao Chen's defeat is inevitable. Thus, he left in advance to make preparations. Tang Tian still had doubts in his heart, I hope it is so. If we can win this duel, that would be the best. I do not wish to resort to that final move. Father, what's going on with the clan head? Were you discussing about cousin Xiao Chen earlier? Looking at the distant Xiao Shang, Xiao Yulan sensed that something big was going to happen. She had no idea what it was though. It was completely baffling her. Xiao Cheng waved his hands and did not give her an answer. Watch the duel. Xiao Chen still has a chance. You don't need to think about these things. In the ancestral hall of the Xiao clan, Xiao Shang knelt in the center and faced the hundreds of tablets within, saying in a sullen voice, honored ancestors of the Xiao clan. I, Xiao Shang, am useless. I am not able to revitalize the glory of the Xiao clan. If there were to be any punishments, please let them all fall on me. It has nothing to do with our descendants. Xiao Chen, who was in the arena, did not notice Xiao Shang leaving. He looked at the remnants of the wooden sculpture on the ground and was filled with disbelief. He had heard of the essence light arrow before, but he did not expect that it would appear in such an insignificant place like Mohe city. Or that such a heaven-defying object would break his life bestowal spell. Kai. Countless frost crystals appeared behind Tang Feng, like stars made of ice. The temperature in the arena lowered significantly. Tang Feng had a solemn expression on his face as he held the bow with his left hand and drew the bowstring with his right. His right hand emitted a boundless radiance. Xiao Chen's heart trembled in fear. He saw this move in Gloomy Forest. However, this felt slightly different. The frost crystals behind Tang Feng suddenly disappeared, and countless sparks appeared. The cold air was swept away and a boundless heatwave surged in. Martial technique, ice fire flowing cloud arrow. Instantly an arrow made of intertwining ice and fire appeared on the bow. The arrow formed slowly and was fired out with a su. The ice and fire were flowing around continuously on the arrow. It left behind a resplendent tail of light as it drilled through the air like a colorful ribbon. It looked extremely beautiful. Boom. This was the fastest arrow that Xiao Chen had ever seen Tang Feng shoot. In one moment the arrow was still being formed on the bow, and in the next, it had turned into a magnificent streamer flying towards him. Heavenly Lightning Shield. In such a situation, where he could not avoid the oncoming attack, Xiao Chen instantly executed the Heavenly Lightning Shield. The electrical light formed into a Jin shape, and wrapped around Xiao Chen. Cha! Heavenly Lightning Shield was instantly punctured. The ice-fire flowing cloud arrow pierced through with great momentum and hit Xiao Chen's right chest. The qi and blood in his body churned. Xiao Chen could taste something sweet in his mouth as he vomited out a mouthful of blood. Tang Feng frowned slightly. When he saw that the ice-fire flowing cloud arrow did not pierce through Xiao Chen's body, he was slightly astonished. Tang Feng's right hand plucked the bowstring lightly, and an invisible energy was transmitted to the ice-fire flowing cloud arrow. After that, the energy arrow made of ice and fire exploded loudly. The Heavenly Lightning Shield was extremely weak from the inside, so it was instantly blasted apart. The huge energy of the intertwined ice and fire blasted Xiao Chen into the air, causing him to vomit another mouthful of blood. Xiao Chen felt that his entire body was in pain. He had never suffered such a severe injury before since coming to this world. He quickly took out a blood-replenishing pill and put it into his mouth in midair. Su. 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 Tang Feng did not wait for Xiao Chen to fall back down as he fired out 3 ice-fire flowing cloud arrows. Xiao Chen was wearing the battle armor, so the ice-fire flowing cloud arrows were not able to penetrate into his body. Xiao Chen was like a target board that was being blasted higher and higher by Tang Feng. The string of 3 explosions, and the surging shockwave, was like fireworks in the air. The resulting shockwave knocked Xiao Chen to a height of more than 200 meters. Tang Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead and revealed a cruel smile. Up until now, he did not dare to relax. Blasting Xiao Chen into the air was part of the tactics he had come up with long ago. Regardless of one's method, there was no way for one to be as agile as on the ground. This way, that person would become a living target. It could be said that Tang Feng already had victory in his grasp. Xiao Chen is finished, he is now a living target. Indeed. Xiao Clan, quickly admit defeat. I can't bear to watch this any longer. He has been continuously shot at from the start to now. The Xiao Clan is not surrendering yet, they still might have some trump cards to play. What other trump card is there? His secret treasure is already gone. What other divine object can he take out? Everyone discussed this, but most of them could not bear the current situation. No one expected that Tang Feng would be so strong. Originally, no one thought very highly of him. To think that he would actually corner Xiao Chen into such a situation. In the Xiao clan's pavilion, Xiao Yulan's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Xiao Chen. She said, "Father, let's admit defeat. We can give up 7-Horn Mountain. Cousin Xiao Chen is about to die." Behind her, Xiaoling Yi Lan, and the others also had red eyes. No one had expected that Xiao Chen would put his life on the line like this. That the battle would be so cruel. "It is not time yet," Xiao Cheng said quietly. Xiao Yulan and the rest did not know about the battle armor Xiao Chen was wearing. In the Zhong clan's and Tang clan's pavilion, the Zhong clan head looked at Xiao Chen who was being shot continuously in the air. His face was filled with an elated expression. "Congratulations. Your clan's young master is about to win. The Leng clan will be rewarding you greatly." Tang Tian's expression became relaxed. He leaned on the railings and smiled faintly. It does not matter anymore. Not having to resort to that final move is the best result. Xiao Chen, who was in the air, closed his eyes. He had an extremely calm expression. He carefully thought about every detail of this battle. He had been in too much of a rush to get close from the start. His lightning evasion had been revealed long ago, yet he still used it as a killing move. That was naive of him. Despite knowing that his opponent used long-range attacks, he still used the life bestowal spell. The battle against Zhong He had made him too confident. Every thought in Xiao Chen's brain was moving as fast as lightning. Xiao Chen was trying his best to find a countermeasure for this situation. If he descended quickly, he would still be Tang Feng's live target board. He might as well rise higher into the sky and risk his life. TL note. Interesting fact. Our brains works by electrical impulses. Hence, every thought we have is literally as fast as lightning. Some even say that it works by the vibration of electrons, and apparently that is faster than light. Of course, all these are not exactly proven. After thinking up to this point, Xiao Chen roared angrily. The azure dragon martial spirit in his Dantian area leapt out of the pool of clear water with a loud sound. A stream of pure energy was transmitted to Xiao Chen's body. Using this energy, Xiao Chen brandished his saber upwards and his body climbed rapidly higher. Every time he waved the saber, he rose by 10 odd meters. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen discovered that this method also allowed him to evade the arrows that Tang Feng fired. Tang Feng, who was on the arena, watched as Xiao Chen rose higher and higher. After seeing him evade quite a few arrows, he frowned deeply. The arrows he shot out were not real arrows, they were made of fire and ice. If the distance was too far, the accuracy would not decrease, but the speed would decrease significantly. An essence light arrow appeared in his hand once again. He aimed it at Xiao Chen as he slowly drew the bowstring back. He focused his essence, energy, and spirit to their extreme. Streams of killing intent locked onto Xiao Chen. TL note. Jing Qi Xian, essence, energy, and spirit is a traditional Chinese concept of how the body works. In Taoist tradition, there are three important aspects of everyone: essence Jing, energy Qi, and spirit Xian. Essence is the condensed form of energy, representing the physical body. Energy, or Qi, is the formless energy running parallel to the physical body, representing the energy body, and spirit represents the mental thought, reason, cognition, aware mind, representing awareness and consciousness. Through the cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit, Taoists believe that they can achieve physical health, longevity, and ultimately realize Tao. Xiao Chen had kept his spiritual sense released. The moment Tang Feng released his killing intent, Xiao Chen felt it immediately. His heart trembled, and he quickly executed the lightning evasion. Executing the lightning evasion in midair consumed a large amount of essence, but Xiao Chen did not hesitate. This killing intent made him feel an aura of death. Su. At the instant Xiao Chen left, something flashed by underneath his feet gracefully. In the clear sky, it looked like a streak of lightning. When the glow flashed by, Xiao Chen had already appeared above 1,000 meters in the sky. To the people below, he was merely a tiny black speck. What is Xiao Chen trying to do? With his cultivation level, it would exhaust a huge amount of essence to execute such a flying technique. This is not something that a martial master can do. In the Tang clan's and Zhong clan's pavilion, Tang Tian looked at the black speck in the sky and said worriedly. The Zhong clan head smiled indifferently. Brother Tang, you don't have to worry. It is obvious that he is trying to evade Tang Feng's arrows. He has no other choice. However, he would have to come down eventually. When that happens, even if he is not shot, he will fall to his death. In the Xiao clan's pavilion, the crowd also did not understand what Xiao Chen's intentions were. Only Xiao Cheng frowned in his heart, but he was not very sure either. Could it be the descending divine dragon chop? However, this martial technique was already lost by the Xiao clan long ago. Even if he truly has the Azure Dragon martial spirit, it is impossible to learn it. Tang Feng's expression turned grave when he saw the black speck that was Xiao Chen. His earlier relaxed state was now completely gone. The third essence light arrow was slowly knocked onto the bowstring. He aimed at the black speck in the sky as the aura of his body continued to surge upward. This was his final essence light arrow. If he was not able to hit Xiao Chen with it, then he would be in trouble later. Roar. Just as the crowd was discussing what Xiao Chen was attempting to do, a powerful dragon's roar came from the sky. The aura of the ancient holy beast, the Azure Dragon, slowly pressed down from the sky. Everyone in the audience felt a pressure on their shoulders. It was an intangible pressure that pressed heavily on them. Their legs could not help but tremble. Meteor burst. TL note. Meteor burst is Xiao Chen's name for descending divine dragon chop. He thought that he invented the move. Xiao Chen roared loudly and an incorporeal dragon shadow appeared behind him. He descended towards the ground like a meteor, cutting through the air and separating streams of chi waves. Su. Tang Feng had already completely drawn the ice fire bow. With a shua sound, the essence light arrow was fired in the same manner as chasing stars catching moon, firing towards Xiao Chen in the sky. However, Xiao Chen was surrounded by a layer of an incorporeal chi field. This was the chi field created by the Azure Dragon martial spirit after executing the meteor burst. The essence light arrow, which had a large amount of energy, was brushed to the side by the chi field even before it got near to Xiao Chen, eventually vanishing into the sky. Tang Feng had a gaze filled with disbelief. Heavenly Craft Manor had used superior-grade frost iron and a large amount of moonstone to forge this essence light arrow. To think that it could not even penetrate this chi field. Before Tang Feng had the time to be astonished, Xiao Chen used the Supreme Dragon's might as he chopped down at him ruthlessly. Tang Feng executed his movement technique to the extreme and immediately leapt away by about 10 meters. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking sound. The arena made of heavenly mountain stones was loudly shattered. The surging shockwave caused countless pieces of rubble to fly off of the arena. The cultivators below the arena quickly used their movement techniques to try and evade. Even so, there were many people that were struck by debris. The large force caused these people to vomit blood. The scene was extremely chaotic. Descending Divine Dragon Chop. It is really the Descending Divine Dragon Chop. Xiao Cheng shouted excitedly. He did his best to see the situation on the arena, but dust was flying everywhere. No one could see the situation clearly. In the Zhong clan's and Tang clan's pavilion, Tang Tian had a face of displeasure as he said, "Didn't you say that he would fall to his death? Why did such a scenario happen?" The Zhong clan head's expression was extremely unsightly. He did not know how to reply at this moment. When the dust on the arena slowly cleared away, everyone finally managed to precisely see the scene. Tang Feng was pale and in a corner, hanging on the walls of the arena in a sorry state. He was suspended up high, and trembling. One of his hands was doing its best to hold on, to not let his body fall down, while the other held the ice fire bow tightly. Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly. His face was a little weak. The meteor burst exhausted a large portion of his essence. In addition, he was injured previously. Thus, he was currently on the verge of collapsing. He was only holding on by sheer willpower and would faint in the next moment. Ha! Suddenly, Tang Feng shouted out loudly. His right hand did everything possible to pull himself forward, and he flew up high in the air. When he landed, his body swayed unsteadily. It was obvious he had suffered severe injuries. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet fiercely, and his body flew forward. The electrical light of the lunar shadow saber radiated in all directions. The full might of the rank 6 demonic core was released, ruthlessly hacking at Tang Feng. Chang! The ice fire bow in Tang Feng's hand moved forward slightly and blocked Xiao Chen's saber. Withdrawing his bow and moving around slightly, the ice fire bow attacked Xiao Chen from an odd angle. The two of them exchanged moves once again. Tang Feng used his bow as a weapon and, coupled with his excellent movement technique, he was able to keep things on even footing in close combat with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was secretly fearful in his heart. He did not expect Tang Feng to have a martial technique that would allow him to use the ice fire bow as a close combat weapon. After Xiao Chen retreated backward by 2 steps, his right foot took a step forward, and his stance changed slightly. Suddenly, his aura rose. Tang Feng was slightly afraid and wanted to dodge to the side. Draw the saber. Electricity crackled on the blade of the saber, and a streak of light flashed across. Arclight chop. The tip of the saber was raised slightly, and an electrical light condensed on the saber blade. It drew out a lingering arclight in the air. The electricity on the arclight jumped around continuously. Tang Feng wanted to make a move to block it, but he discovered there was no weak point in this technique. The angle that the arclight came from had sealed off all possible angles of attack for him. When he finally decided to retreat, it was too late for him to completely evade. The arclight created a long wound on his chest. The leaping electricity surged into the wound and entered Tang Feng's body. The electricity easily circulated within Tang Feng, and his footsteps temporarily became disarrayed. He was extremely alarmed. He held the ice fire bow in front of his chest and plucked the bowstring fiercely. Bow. A great wave of flames, which brought along a boundless heat wave, swelled towards Xiao Chen. Rushing heaven chop. Xiao Chen leapt up high into the air, soaring towards the skies and directly breaking apart the wave of flames, finally piercing towards Tang Feng. The lunar shadow saber had a reserved brilliance to it, it was not remotely fancy. Tang Feng's complexion was ashen as he decisively rolled backward. He did not have Feng Feishui's ingenious movement techniques and could only choose to roll backward in a sorry state. Rushing thunder chop. There was an explosion behind Xiao Chen. It was shockingly loud, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and making them dizzy. At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura rose to the extreme, bringing along the boundless atmosphere and might of thunder from the nine heavens as he rushed forward. TL note. The nine heavens is a Chinese way of saying the sky. It refers to the central sky and its 8 directions. Tang Feng had just risen when he saw Xiao Chen descending as though he were a thunder god. He hurriedly grasped the ice-fire bow and raised it above his head, intending to block Xiao Chen's strike. He was very confident in the workmanship and the materials of the ice-fire bow. It was an inferior-grade profound-ranked spirit weapon, and furthermore, it was forged using superior-grade frost iron. Ka. Ka. The huge force behind the lunar shadow saber hacked down on the ice-fire bow. After a few crunching sounds, a crack appeared on the ice-fire box despite Tang Feng's confidence in the bow's durability. It was actually going to break. Rushing thunder second chain chop. Adding a chain after the boundless might of the rushing thunder chop, Xiao Chen subsequently landed on the ground and seized the opportunity to execute a rushing thunder second chain chop. Tang Feng was surprised and quickly used his bow to defend. Bang! The ice-fire bow broke on the spot. The rushing thunder saber technique executed 5 saber strikes in a go, and at this moment the violent energy that had accumulated thus far exploded out, blasting Tang Feng away. Tang Tian, who was in the pavilion, quickly jumped out and caught Tang Feng. His fingers moved as fast as lightning and poked a few spots on his chest. Then, he hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and fed it into his mouth. Only after Tang Tian inspected Tang Feng's wounds did his expression turn warmer. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was still in the arena, he said in an indifferent manner to the people who rushed over, "Let's go." Dugu Feng slowly walked to the arena and announced, "In this year's promise of 10 years, the Xiao clan is victorious once again. The rights to Seven Horn Mountain belong to the Xiao clan. I hope the other clans will honor this result. Cousin Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Just as Dugu Feng finished his announcements, Xiao Yulan and the others rushed onto the arena. Xiao Ling Er's eyes were full of sparkles as she said, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, now you are the hero of the Xiao clan." Yi Lan, Xiao Jian, and the other Xiao clan disciples all surrounded him as well, congratulating him. The people below the arena felt that this result was too surprising, Xiao Chen's comeback was too sudden. Xiao Chen looked at the crowd while feeling joy in his heart. With the effects of the blood-replenishing pill, his internal injuries were already half-healed. However, due to the fact that he had overdrawn on his essence, his body was finding it difficult to manage. Xiao Cheng parted the crowd and brought a few elders over. His expression was not that of joy obtained after victory. He first inspected Xiao Chen's injuries and then said, "Hurry back, the clan head has something to say to you." When they arrived, the Xiao clan's people came with an extremely unsightly expression. Now that they had won the promise of 10 years, their expressions were much more relaxed. Mohe City, Tang Clan, within a secret room. Tang Tian looked ashamed as he said to Leng Zhengyan, "My son is too useless and has wasted 3 of brother Leng's essence light arrows." The news of the 2 clans' defeats had already reached Leng Zhengyan's ears. When he heard Tang Tian's words, Leng Zhengyan said indifferently, "It does not matter. Man proposes but God disposes. It is enough that we did our best." TL note. Man proposes but God disposes, this means that we as human can do everything we can but when fate God intervenes, we become helpless. Leng Yuns, who was standing at the side said, "Clan head, please make the decision." The 6th elder already brought 50 martial grand masters and hid them around the Xiao clan grounds. "We are just waiting for your command." Tang Tian stood at the side and said, "Our Tang clan can provide 50 martial grand masters for brother Leng to command." The Zhong clan head followed up by saying, "Our Zhong clan can provide 12 martial grand masters for brother Leng to command at any time." I await the clan head's order to destroy Xiao Chen. I will not hesitate, the four martial saints behind Leng Zhongyan said in a loud voice. Leng Zhongyan closed his eyes and thought about it for a long time before suddenly opening his eyes. His eyes were stern as he said in a heavy tone, Brother Zhong, how long would it take for your clan's martial grand masters to gather? The Zhong clan head smiled. I have already made arrangements. The 12 martial grand masters of the Zhong clan are already waiting outside the Tang clan residence. Leng Zhongyan nodded his head and continued to make arrangements. Brother Zhong. Brother Tang. Aside from the martial grand masters, how many cultivators are your two clans able to provide? The Zhong clan has a total of 70 martial masters and 100 martial disciples. The Tang clan has a total of 80 martial masters and 200 martial disciples. There was a radiant look in Leng Zhongyan's eyes as he said, Good. The two of you, send one person to lead these cultivators and stand guard on the road to the city lord's residence. They must block the city lord's people for 2 hours. 2 hours later, after we have succeeded, they won't be able to salvage the situation. The Zhong clan head and the Tang clan head had unsightly expressions on their faces as they said, going against the city lord's people. Are you not afraid of his retaliation? Leng Zhongyan looked at the two of them and said in a grave tone, Do you think that us going to the Xiao clan residence is not already going against the city lord? Do you think that the city lord is unaware that we went to the Xiao clan to injure their participants the last time? If my Leng clan did not have a strong backer, do you think that Dugu Fung would compromise? When the Tang clan head and Zhong clan head heard this, they breathed out in relief before saying, We will do as Brother Leng says. Depart after half an hour. Exterminate the Xiao clan. Leave none alive. A look of determination and ruthlessness appeared on Leng Zhongyan's face. Mohe City, Xiao clan, within the Great Hall. Xiao Chen followed Xiao Chang and the others to the Great Hall. Within the Great Hall, Xiao Shang had a sullen expression as he sat upright on the wooden chair. Xiao Shang smiled at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you have succeeded and won the duel for the Xiao clan. However, after Xiao Shang finished saying this, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. The surrounding Xiao clan elders all had a complex expression on their faces. They did not have the expression of joyful people who had just won a competition. Xiao Shang muttered to himself irresolutely for a long time before suddenly saying, Xiao Chen, is your martial spirit the Azure Dragon Holy Beast? Tell me the truth. How did he know? Xiao Chen's heart sank. His thoughts were in a whirl. After a long time, he finally made a decision. This was something that would happen eventually. He could no longer hide from this. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Shang calmly and fearlessly. In reply to Father, my martial spirit is indeed the Azure Dragon martial spirit. Is there something wrong with that? TL note. In reply to Father, I believe this is a very formal way of replying to one's senior, in this case Father. Azure Dragon, an elder who was beside them was about to explain, when suddenly there was the sound of killing coming from the front yard of the Xiao residence. There were miserable cries, everyone's expressions changed. Xiao Chen trembled with fear in his heart as he quickly sent out his spiritual sense. Suddenly, his eyes turned red as he said fiercely, Bastards! To think you actually dare to come. I shall make sure none of you will return. Xiao Chen left the Great Hall and quickly executed the gravity spell, flying into the sky. He rushed ahead of Xiao Shang and the others to the front yard. In the front yard, there was a group of cultivators from the Leng clan maniacally slaughtering people. The weakest of this group were at least martial grand masters. Aside from them, there were 6 martial saints. The people from the Xiao clan had no means of retaliating. Puchi. A Xiao clan disciple in the inferior grade martial disciple realm was struck by Tang Tian's palm and vomited a large mouthful of blood. His heart was shattered by the force of that palm strike. He was stone dead. Don't kill me. Wu Wu, a Xiao clan girl was dashing towards the back, chasing after her was Leng Yun's. His face had a taunting expression on it, as though he were playing a game of cat and mouse. He chased after her slowly and was not in a rush to make any moves. Bang! Just as the girl thought she could escape, Leng Yun suddenly made his move. The gleam of a sword flashed by, and the head of the girl flew into the air. The perfect body, which was missing its head, still continued running forward for a few steps before stopping. The eyes on the head were opened wide, clearly full of shock. Leng Yun's looked indifferently at the body on the ground as he continued to send out sword qi, slaughtering the other Xiao clan disciples. With his cultivation level, there was practically no one who could defend against any of his moves. Kill them all, leave none alive. Break through the front yard quickly, the Leng clan head said coldly, as he casually broke the neck of a Xiao clan disciple. Countless cries of misery came from the ground and crept into Xiao Chen's ears. The entire Xiao clan front yard was like hell. His eyes were red as he executed the gravity spell to its fullest, rapidly landing on a big door separating the front yard and the courtyard. TL note. I am honestly not too sure about this, but the impression I got was front yard right pointing arrow, courtyard right pointing arrow, backyard right pointing arrow, inner hall, where the Great Hall and Ancestral Hall are. Ling quickly leave. You arrived at the gate already. After you enter the backyard you should be safe, Yi Lan shouted to Xiao Ling as he did his best to hold back the attacks of a martial Grand Master. Xiao Ling eyes were full of tears as she cried out, Yi Lan. The Tang clan martial Grand Master's saber sliced open another wound on Yi Lan's chest. Yi Lan ignored the wound, as he said anxiously to Xiao Ling quickly go. If you don't go now, then it will be too late. Just as Yi Lan said this, the martial Grand Master craftily changed the angle of his saber and pierced toward his chest. Yi Lan's heart went cold, and his eyes filled with despair. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen instantly executed the lightning evasion. The lunar shadow saber chopped at the head of the martial Grand Master. If he wished to continue attacking, then his own head will be forfeit. The martial Grand Master had no other choice but to withdraw his attack. After checking out Xiao Chen, who appeared suddenly, she revealed an expression of joyful surprise. I caught a big fish. I wonder how the clan head will reward me after I kill you. Captain Xiao Chen, weren't you in the Great Hall? Leave quickly. This place is too dangerous, Yi Lan exclaimed in shock as he looked at Xiao Chen, who had saved him. Xiao Ling saw Xiao Chen materialize unexpectedly, and after being pleasantly surprised she chimed in, Elder brother Xiao Chen, you should leave quickly. This place is too dangerous. Xiao Chen stared at the martial Grand Master in front of him and did not turn his head around. He said indifferently, you should leave first. Trust me. I'm your captain, right? Still not leaving? Are you trying to cause me to be distracted? Xiao Chen said sternly, his expression turning cold as he saw that the two of them had not moved yet. Take care, Captain. Elder brother Xiao Chen, you must be careful, the two of them exhorted him before hurriedly turning around and dashing away. Sensing these words with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen did not bother to waste time on the person in front of him, and retreated to the gate between the front yard and the courtyard. This was the only entrance leading to the courtyard and the Great Hall. As long as Xiao Chen defended this spot completely, then no matter how strong these people were, they would not be able to get in. After this delay, a few Xiao clan disciples managed to withdraw from the front yard. When the front yard was completely cleared of Xiao clan disciples, the Leng clan head led a group of martial saints, and more than 100 martial Grand Masters, to the front of Xiao Chen. Clan head, this is Xiao Chen, Leng Yun's explained to Leng Zhongyan as he looked at Xiao Chen angrily. Lan Chaoyang said in an indifferent manner, just an inferior grade martial master. To think he could actually escape from Elder Leng's hands. How unimaginable. When Leng Zhongyan heard these words, he frowned slightly before saying in a stern tone, the two of you, deal with him quickly. If you are not able to deal with him within 3 moves, I will give you a demerit and will punish you later. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the crowd in front of him. The hands of all these people were stained with the blood of the Xiao clan disciples. They should all be killed. Suddenly a boundless killing intent exploded out from Xiao Chen's eyes. His right hand quickly formed a hand seal and the blood essence that was buried deeply in the talismans was instantly activated, creating a strange connection. Boom. The clear and boundless sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, rolling around endlessly, and the crackle of thunder rang out unceasingly. In an instant, the sky turned dark. In 8 directions of the Xiao residence, scarlet pillars rose up into the sky. Xiao Chen immediately flew up thousands of meters in the sky. Countless lightning bolts surrounded him as claps of thunder resounded, turning Xiao Chen's face to flash between dark and bright. He was like a thunder god standing in the sky, giving of a supreme might. Xiao Chen cautiously controlled the electricity around him, and the ninth heaven's thunder formation unceasingly pulled in that Armageddon-level energy frantically. If Xiao Chen was even slightly inattentive in his control of this energy, he would suffer from a rebound and be immediately blasted into dust. Clan head, what is going on? This new situation instigated indescribable panic in the people from the Leng clan. The lightning in the dark clouds was like a sharp blade that carried a deathly aura, ready to descend at any time. Leng Zhongyan revealed an extremely grave expression. After a long time, he said in a dazed manner, "This is a formation that has not been seen since ancient times. Why is there someone who can lay a formation? Quick, shoot him down, or else we will all die here," Leng Zhongyan suddenly shouted out. A group of cultivators aimed their bows toward the sky, but the arrows that sped towards Xiao Chen did not get anywhere near him. Before they came remotely close, they were smashed to smithereens by the lightning in the clouds. Outside the front yard, Xiao Shang led the Xiao clan's elite members and rushed over. Seeing Xiao Chen in the sky and the countless lightning bolts in the dark clouds, his complexion changed. There is no more need to rush forward. That is the long-lost formation from the ancient times. If we step into it, we will be killed by mistake. When Xiao Chang heard those words, his complexion changed. The formations of the legends require a person to be of a high cultivation realm. Will the second young master be able to sustain it? The expression on Xiao Shang's face was incomparably grave. He turned his head to Lu Fengyan and said, "Elder Lu, if anything happens to Xiao Chen, please bring him away the moment it is possible. This is my plea to you, you must agree to this." Lu Fengyan just nodded his head and said nothing, agreeing to Xiao Shang's request. Leng Zhongyan looked at the arrows that were turned into dust, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. After a long time, he shouted out loudly and bent his knees. Pushing off the ground fiercely, he leapt into the sky. Before Leng Zhongyan made a move, the countless lightning bolts in the dark clouds, under the direction of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, broke through the sky and struck Leng Zhongyan immediately. The strong electrical energy crushed Leng Zhongyan down, causing him to land heavily on the ground. His body was charred black and was seizing continuously. "Clan head, are you alright?" The people beside rushed over to help him up. They checked his wounds and fed him medicinal pills. After Leng Zhongyan ate the medicinal pill, his complexion became better. He said weakly, "Quick, run. Before the eye of the formation is formed. Leave here quickly. Don't bother about me. My internal organs have all been shattered by the electricity already. There is no more chance for me to survive." Right after Leng Zhongyan said that, he fainted. "Clan head. Clan head. Are you alright? Might of the brilliant sky, guided by Qi. Thunder gods of the nine heavens, head my call and smite." Xiao Chen's hands ceaselessly made hand seals as the lightning in the sky surged. It was like there were thousands of horses and men. It was vast and mighty, without boundaries, and its aura shook the heavens. Just as Xiao Chen's voice sounded out, countless lightning bolts descended towards the ground. They crashed down loudly, the dark and gloomy sky flickering and flashing brightly every time there was a thunderclap. Ah! A martial Grand Master was struck by lightning, and in the time it took for him to let out that miserable shriek, his flesh became badly mangled, and he died on the spot. "Quick! Run!" Everyone was frightened by the horrifying might. They all rushed backward in panic. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. "You think you can run?" With the assistance of the ninth heaven's thunder formation, his spiritual sense covered the entire Xiao residence and left a hidden mark in the body of everyone in this crowd. The lightning would automatically chase after the people with hidden marks in them. Boom! 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 After countless lightning bolts descended, the place became like hell. The sounds of miserable cries rang out without end. Every time there was a crash of thunder, that meant a life was reaped. Xiao Chen had no pity for them in his heart. When he thought of that girl earlier, the girl whose body kept running for a bit even after her head was chopped off, his heart was unable to remain calm. Using his spiritual sense, he made a quick scan of the sky, and he quickly discovered Leng Yun's. This fellow was jumping around and actually managed to dodge a few lightning strikes. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up as his body flashed through the sky, arriving at the front of Leng Yun's. Seeing Xiao Chen appear suddenly, Leng Yun's was startled in his heart. He said in a stern voice, "Xiao Chen, you actually dare to appear in front of me, how reckless." Xiao Chen said nothing, he merely stretched out his finger. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket descended from the sky. Before Leng Yun's could finish what he wanted to say, he was struck by lightning and turned into meat paste, giving off a barbecued smell. Xiao Chen laughed coldly, as he kicked Leng Yun's body into the air. With a flash of his saber, Leng Yun's was chopped into two halves. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense continued to expand out as he proceeded to find the martial saint experts. The movement techniques of these people were shocking. They were actually able to evade the fast lightning bolts. Boom, boom, boom. Under Xiao Chen's direction, another few lightning bolts, which were also as thick as buckets, struck those martial saints. None of them managed to escape, and they were all turned to mush. After half an hour, Xiao Chen slowly descended from the sky. There were charred bodies everywhere in the front yard. None of the offending martial grand masters and martial saints had escaped. The dark clouds scattered, and the 8 scarlet light pillars in the Xiao residences surrounding slowly sank into the ground. The instant the light pillars disappeared, the horrifying energy of heaven and earth also disappeared, and sunlight shined on the ground once again. A piercing pain shot through Xiao Chen's brain. Veins could be clearly seen on his pale countenance. Amidst the pain, Xiao Chen could feel the energy in his body rapidly decreasing. Boom. An explosion occurred in his Dantian area. Xiao Chen's cultivation actually decreased by a realm, turning him back into a superior grade martial disciple once again. After the pain in his brain slowly disappeared, Xiao Chen ate a qi returning pill. He smiled bitterly to himself, to kill this group of people, I have wasted the cultivation of an entire realm. However, he did not regret it at all. For such a bunch of people as these, even if Xiao Chen's cultivation level dropped back to spirit refinement, he would not hesitate to use the 9th heaven's thunder formation. Shua, Shua. Xiao Chen could hear the sound of footsteps rushing over, as Xiao Shang led the Xiao clan's people. Xiao Chang rushed forward and checked the condition of Xiao Chen's body. There was a startled expression on his face, to think that you actually dropped a cultivation level. This is too strange. It is simply unheard of. When Xiao Shang saw that Xiao Chen had not suffered from any major injuries, he breathed out in relief. He returned back to the previous topic. Xiao Chen, is your martial spirit the Azure Dragon martial spirit? So what if it is, and so what if it is not? Xiao Chen only felt incredibly fatigued. When confronted with this question again, he had already lost all patience for it. Xiao Shang's expression turned cold. He had never expected that Xiao Chen would use such a tone to speak to him. Speaking in a sullen tone, if it is so, then you can leave already. Never come back to Mohe City. The further the better. Xiao Chen was startled. Although he had already planned to leave the Xiao clan after the promise of 10 years, he never expected that there would be such an ending. That Xiao Shang actually wanted to banish him. Xiao Yulan was astonished and said, "Clan head, Xiao Chen has just done a great service for us, why are you chasing him away?" Xiao Shang took out a stack of banknotes as well as 2 bottles filled with medicinal pills. He said to Xiao Chen, "Here are banknotes worth 100,000 silver taels and 2 bottles filled with grade 3 medicinal pills. Keep them." Yi Lan suddenly knelt on the ground. "Clan head, please retract that order. Don't chase second young master away." Xiao Ling also suddenly knelt. "Eldest uncle, don't chase elder brother Xiao Chen away. He is now the hero of our Xiao clan. Clan head, please retract that order. Don't chase second young master away." Those people who were with Xiao Chen in the trial of Gloomy Forest as well as the people who were just saved by Xiao Chen all knelt down. Xiao Shang said angrily, "What are you all doing? Rebelling?" Xiao Chen said nothing and slowly walked over, helping everyone up. Afterwards, there was a bang. In front of everyone, Xiao Chen knelt in front of Xiao Shang and kowtowed heavily in front of him. "This kowtow represents my gratitude to you. Without you, I, Xiao Chen, would not have been born into this world. Regardless of the decision you make, I will not blame you." Bang. Xiao Chen kowtowed heavily again, saying, "This kowtow is to thank the elders of the Xiao clan for the care you have shown me after I arrived into this world." Bang! This kowtow is for the brothers and sisters who pleaded for me. Real men have gold under their knees, they may only kneel to heaven and earth, and their parents. I, Xiao Chen, am not worthy of you kneeling for me. After Xiao Chen said this, he dashed away frantically, not taking the money and pills that Xiao Shang prepared for him. He continuously used the lightning evasion, and his figure quickly disappeared from everyone's views. Chasing after him was Xiao Yulan. As she watched Xiao Chen gradually getting further, her eyes filled with tears and she sobbed silently. Outside Mohe city, Xiao Chen looked at the tall city walls and used the life bestowal spell to make a small bird. He took out a recipe he had prepared in an envelope long ago and tied it onto the bird's legs, sending it to Mo Fan's residence. The recipe was of a medicinal pill that could treat broken legs. Due to the fact that Xiao Chen was not able to find the ingredients, he was not able to refine it. Since he was leaving Mohe city, he could only give him the recipe. He also made a request of him in the letter, hoping that he would protect the Xiao clan for the next 3 years. Although Xiao Chen was unable to see thorough Mo Fan's strength, it was at least that of a peak martial saint. With his protection, even if the Xiao clan met with a calamity, they should be able to sail over it. Watching the small bird gradually disappearing into the sky, Xiao Chen said in a somewhat sentimental manner in his heart, "Goodbye, Mohe city." When he turned around, he saw a face that somewhat surprised him. Xiao Chen did not know why, but the depressed feelings he had in his heart lightened when he saw that beautiful and elegant figure. Fung Feishui, is this part of your calculations? That I would be chased out of the Xiao clan today? So you have been waiting for me here. Wearing men's clothes and holding a fan in her hand, the elegant Fung Feishui smiled faintly when she heard this. I do not have any other intentions, I just wanted to send you off, as well as to give you something. Her hands made a quick motion and suddenly a martial technique manual flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen suspiciously received it and looked at the words on the cover, slowly reading it out loud, Azure Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. Xiao Chen was astonished in his heart. The expression on his face did not change as he smiled faintly. To others, this martial technique would be worthless. To me, this is a priceless treasure. I do not believe that you would give me something so good for free. Just be direct and tell me of your requests. The thing that you are giving me is something that I really need. As long as I am capable of doing it, I will do it to the best of my abilities. Fung Feishui felt that Xiao Chen's words were very interesting. This was the first time she saw a man that dared to be so direct with her. She smiled. In the future, when I run into difficulties, I want you to come and help me. I will not tell you about how you will help yet, but you are definitely able to do it. Deal. In the future, if you can find me, I will come when you call. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and walked away without looking back. Seeing Xiao Chen agree to it so fast, Fung Feishui was stunned. By the time she reacted, she discovered that Xiao Chen was already a distance away. She shouted loudly, Xiao Chen. Are you not afraid that I'm taking advantage of you? Xiao Chen, in the distance, did not stop or slow down. He held the martial technique manual and waved his hand. His voice resounded slowly, I trust you. Great Qin Nation, Dongming Province, Sishui Prefecture, Whitewater City, within an inn. Have you heard? Something big happened in Hunluo Prefecture, in the Qizi County. On the second floor, a cultivator wearing coarse robes was chatting with his 4 companions, who were all grouped around him. He looked wild and strong, and his eyebrows were especially thick, giving him an air of heroism. This inn was known as Liusheng Pavilion, the biggest inn in Whitewater City. There was a total of 5 floors, with each floor becoming progressively more expensive the higher a person climbed. TL note. Liusheng has the meaning of flowing smoothly. The 3rd floor and above required, besides a great reserve of silver taels, that one had sufficient status. Wealth without status did not make one eligible to enter the higher floors. Furthermore, the 5th floor of Liusheng Pavilion was a legendary place that only entertained distinguished guests of similar rank to that of the Whitewater City Lord, and was normally not open for business. Regular citizens normally dined on the 1st floor, while regular cultivators preferred to dine on the 2nd floor. Since Whitewater City was close to the savage forest, it was rife with cultivators. Therefore, the second floor of Liushang Pavilion had the most traffic. When his companion beside him heard that, he curiously said, "I have heard a little about this matter. There was a youth in Kizi County who killed 10 martial saints and more than 200 martial grand masters in a single day." Another cultivator pitched in and said, "What I heard was 50 martial saints and 500 martial grand masters." When a certain youth beside the window on the second floor heard this, he choked and spat out the mouthful of wine he had swigged just now. He muttered to himself in his heart, "Rumors. Oh, rumors. At the rate they are spreading and growing, I'll soon be capable of killing martial kings with one palm strike." The youth wiped away the stains around his mouth and picked up a piece of wood and a carving knife from the table, deciding to rather focus on his carving. The sunlight shined through the window onto his handsome face, giving it a faint golden glow. The youth had an extremely serious expression on his face, which was complemented by a bearing so meticulous as to allude to the object in his hand being not a wooden carving but a priceless and precious treasure. His solemn, respectful, and focused expression gave him a certain charm and grace. A white fox rested beside the youth. It looked absolutely adorable and was happily wolfing down a bowl of fish porridge. Before long, the bowl of fish porridge was empty. It carefully climbed onto the table and licked the empty porcelain bowl, patting the right arm of the youth with its right paw. The youth stopped what he was doing and looked at the spirit fox. He discovered that it was looking at him in a pitiful manner, with big round eyes that were misting up. Its other paw was clearly pointing at the empty porcelain bowl. When the youth saw this, he smiled faintly. "Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. You are truly a glutton. Waiter, serve me another bowl of fish porridge, and give me the large one," the youth shouted loudly, placing the order. Shortly after, the waiter ran over with a large bowl of porridge. Although he moved fast, his hands and feet were very stable. It was obvious that this waiter had cultivated martial arts to some degree. Dang. The porridge was placed stably on the table without a drop of it spilling out. The waiter smiled and said, "The fish porridge, as ordered. If the sir has any other requests, do let us know." The youth waved his hands and threw out a silver ingot as his tip. The waiter joyfully received it and quickly left after expressing his gratitude. When the spirit fox saw the new serving of fish porridge, its pitiful expression immediately disappeared. It completely forgot about the youth's existence as it rushed to the fish porridge with a joyful expression on its muzzle. The youth chided it playfully, "When there is food, you immediately forget about your master." Having said that, he paid it no further mind and continued to focus on carving the piece of wood in his hand. This youth was the very Xiao Chen of Mohe City from the rumors. After he left the Xiao clan, his immediate destination was Heavenly Saber Pavilion, seeking to enter their ranks in hopes of finding a way to awaken Ao Zhao, who is currently asleep inside the lunar shadow saber. However, after he left, he had a taste of just how massive this world was. Even the scale of the Great Qin nation completely exceeded his imagination. The Great Qin nation, aside from the imperial capital and the royal court, had 3 provinces: Dongming Province, Zhaihe Province, and Nanling Province. Each province had 3 prefectures, and each prefecture had 7 counties. The size of each county was already equivalent to half the size of his country in his previous life. One can only imagine how huge the size of the Great Qin nation was. TL note. Given that the MC used Taobao and this is a Chinese novel, my guess is that this country in question refers to China. The Mohe city that Xiao Chen came from was only an extremely ordinary city. There was still the Kizi County, Hunluo Prefecture, and Dongming Province above it. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in the Zhaihe Province, relative to the Dongming Province. One was in the east and the other in the west. They were separated by tens of thousands of kilometers. Xiao Chen had already been on the road for 2 months. Along the way, he had discovered that every year, in the 10th month, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would conduct an entrance exam in order to recruit new disciples. The criterias of this entrance exam were very stringent. Xiao Chen calculated the time he had left. It was now the 7th month of the year, which was just 3 months away from the entrance exam of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He intended to train himself through practical experiences for 3 months before leaving for Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was to prevent himself from failing the entrance exam and having to wait for the 10th month of the next year to retake the test. This whitewater city was the capital of Sishui Prefecture, which sat on the borders of Dongming Province. Upon leaving the city, one could find the holy ground for training, Savage Forest. Furthermore, it was relatively closer to Zhonghe Province. Thus, Xiao Chen decided on carrying out his training in Whitewater City. Tong, tong, tong. The sound of footfalls began to emerge from the stairs to the second floor, followed shortly by the arrival of a crowd of people chatting merrily with one another before they made their way towards the third floor. When the cultivators on the second floor saw who they were, they all fell silent. The earlier incredibly noisy floor instantly turned soundless. Everyone kept their heads down and maintained a low profile as they ate in silence. One of the individuals in the crowd wore embroidered clothing and was very handsome. He was very pleased with the atmosphere on the second floor. He then turned and spoke to the girl beside him in a low voice. No emotion could be seen on the girl's face. She just politely replied to the other person's words, and there was no expression of joy at all. In this very moment, her eyes lit up when she saw the spirit fox beside Xiao Chen at the window side. This made her stop in her tracks, and the light in her eyes grew brighter. She slowly walked towards Xiao Chen's table. At a single glance, it was clear her gait had a certain grace and her disposition a certain beauty. "Friend, is this spirit beast for sale?" The girl looked at the spirit fox for a long time until she could no longer resist asking. Her voice was melodious and delicate, and anyone who heard it would feel comfortable, while rooting those faint of heart with the desire to comply to her every whim. Xiao Chen had noticed the figures of this group of people long ago. He raised his head and looked towards the girl. He praised her silently in his heart. This girl wore a green dress, and her eyebrows were picturesque. She had white teeth, bright eyes, and an almond-shaped face with peach-like cheeks. All these combined with her exquisite green dress gave off the feeling of a refreshing beauty. However, Xiao Chen had seen too many beautiful girls. The elegant fairy-like Fung Feishui or the irreproachable, sweet-tempered Xiao Yulong were not any whit inferior to this girl. Furthermore, there was that absolute beauty in femme fatale Yuying who made all others pale in comparison. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his gaze from her body and said indifferently, "If you truly understood, then you would not even mention buying it. Please leave." Her heart trembled, as she thought it possible that Xiao Chen would reject her, but she had not expected Xiao Chen to be so direct, not showing any mercy. Her pretty face looked distracted for a moment, and then she had an apologetic smile on as she said, "It is indeed by oversight. I underestimated the feelings of this brother towards his spirit beast. Only. Does brother have no intentions of selling it at all? If you tell me what you want, I will definitely think of a way to use it to exchange for the spirit beast." What grand words, Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. This girl is indeed not simple. She's actually able to see through the bloodline of Xiao Bai. That it is the progeny of the six-tailed spirit fox. As long as a naturally born rank 6 spirit beast could mature, it would be like having a strong martial king expert at one's side. Within Dongming province, a martial king was someone who even the big noble clans would do their utmost to recruit. It was even to the point where, to some people, the number of martial kings a clan had under their banner represented the strength of that clan. Xiao Chen guessed in his heart that she was probably clear on how he was only a superior grade martial disciple and thought that Xiao Chen had obtained the spirit fox by chance and was therefore oblivious to its value. Thus, she wanted to try and take advantage of that. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen put down the wooden carving in his hand and smiled pleasantly, "You have to keep your word. As long as I ask for it, you will definitely do it." The girl saw that Xiao Chen was giving her some leeway, immediately feeling joy in her heart. She smiled brightly, "Of course I will keep it. As long as you ask for it, I will definitely do it." Her words were very grand, but she expected Xiao Chen to be merely an ordinary superior grade martial disciple. One that had not seen much of the world and would not be able to ask for something of too high a price. With her clan's strength behind her, she was confident she could satisfy Xiao Chen's request. A sincere and serious look appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said, "Then give me a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. How's that? It's a fair deal, and both of us will not suffer a disadvantage." The girl's expression turned cold. She knew that Xiao Chen was messing with her. She looked meaningfully at him and then left slowly without saying anything else. Brat, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. It is your fortune that Miss Duanmu wanted to buy your thing. Yet you spoke such nonsense. Are you seeking death? Behind the man dressed in embroidered clothing, a person dressed in servant's clothes said fiercely and viciously to Xiao Chen. When the girl heard these words, she frowned slightly. It was clear that she was not pleased. The man dressed in embroidered clothing saw that his servant had made her unhappy in his attempt to suck up to her and hurriedly called for him to stop. He turned his head to face Xiao Chen and said, I'm Zhong Muang. If you change your mind, you can come and find me at the Zhong clan at any time. Miss Duanmu, let's go up first. Young Master Hua is still waiting for us on the 4th floor. The group of people left Xiao Chen's table and headed towards the 4th floor. Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense out and slowly followed this group of people. Go back and check on the background of that brat. If he does not have any notable background, then just snatch the spirit fox away. It is rare to come across something that Miss Duanmu likes. Young master, is killing permitted? Up to you, but everything must be done cleanly. I do not wish for Miss Duanmu to have any suspicions about this. Understood, young master, it shall be done by tomorrow morning. It's only a superior grade martial disciple. I can squash him with just one hand. When the group of people went up to the 4th floor, Zhong Muang had dragged his servant over to a corner and told him of his plans. However, he did not expect that Xiao Chen had noticed something was afoot and had used his spiritual sense to memorize every word he had just said. He's finished. This guy offended the young miss of the Duanmu clan. He is probably going to die. Offending the Duanmu clan is nothing. The one he has to be careful of is the eldest son of the Zhong clan. That youth caused Duanmu Qing to be humiliated in the Jin clan's territory, so Zhong Muang is definitely not going to let him off the hook. This youth is definitely a foreigner. He actually managed to offend both the top noble clan of Sishui Prefecture and the top noble clan of Whitewater City. Furthermore, he is only a superior grade martial disciple. His death is only a matter of time. After seeing what happened earlier, the cultivators within the 2nd floor waited for that group of people to leave first before looking at Xiao Chen, shaking their heads and sighing. Xiao Chen did not mind and just smiled indifferently. He continued carving the piece of wood in his hand. When the final stroke was done, he blew at the wooden carving with satisfaction. Xiao Bai did not know what was going on and raised its weird eyes and looked all around. As nothing of interest caught its eyes, it continued to happily eat its fish porridge. Fung. A fatty from the 2nd floor, adorned with glittering jewelry, walked towards Xiao Chen. There were loud booming sounds as he trod on the floor, causing everyone to wonder if he would create a hole in it. He beamed brightly as he walked over, and his tiny eyes were reduced to an even tinier, curved slit. Originally, this was supposed to portray a face radiant with happiness, but his face seemed wretched instead. Friend, may I sit down and have some wine? Right as he said that, he immediately sank his plump ass down without even waiting for Xiao Chen to reply. Beaming broadly, he continued, Friend, you are very straightforward, accepting my request so quickly. There were all sorts of rings on his finger. There were jadeite, white jade, gold, you name it, he has it. He held a folding fan made of gold in his hand, which matched his jewelry-adorned clothes. It was a get-up that screamed of wealth. It was as tacky as it could be, to the point where it was extremely vulgar. Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup and lightly took a sip. He did not mind the intrusion and smiled, Are you here to buy this spirit fox as well? With a shua sound, that fatty opened up his gold folding fan and began fanning himself, acting cultured and elegant. Unfortunately, with his get-up, it looked extremely strange instead. If Fung Feishui, who used a folding fan as well, saw this fatty, would she smack him to death with a palm? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but smile. The fatty fanned himself vigorously for a while, as if to exhibit a certain atmosphere before composedly replying to Xiao Chen's question, "I'm not that silly." Although that girl from the Duanmu clan was able to make out the bloodline of this spirit beast, she was unable to see that this spirit beast had already made a blood contract. As long as you are not dead, even if someone bought the spirit beast, it would run back by itself. Whoever buys it is just stupid. Xiao Chen was astonished. This fatty had great insight. He could not help but ask in a serious manner, "I have not asked you for your great name yet." When the fatty saw that his words had astonished Xiao Chen, he laughed cockily. The fat on his face jiggled. When Xiao Chen saw this, he was alarmed, afraid that these two pieces of flesh would fall off. "Ha ha, my family name is Jin and my name is Dabao. What do you think? Sounds domineering, right? My dad gave me the name Jin Da, but I felt that it was too ordinary, so I added the Bao word." TL notes. The Chinese like to give their names and family names separately. Xiao Chen began sweating profusely in his heart. Jin Da, Jin Dabao. They were indeed father and son. Xiao Chen laughed incredulously. "Ha ha. Brother Jin, your name is indeed domineering." Jin Dabao was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's behavior, smiling as he said, "Brother, stop dawdling, give me your name as well. The moment I met you, I felt that we were very similar." Xiao Chen. Jin Dabao rubbed his lower chin as he muttered to himself in a soft voice, "Xiao Chen. This name sounds quite familiar. Forget it, my head hurts thinking about it. Brother Xiao, to tell you the truth, I'm quite interested in the wooden carving in your hand. I wonder if you would allow me to check it out." Right after he said that, his right hand moved in a careless manner and the wooden carving on the table immediately appeared in his hand. Xiao Chen was astonished once again, and he carefully reviewed Jin Dabao's earlier movements in his mind. If I knew what he was thinking in advance, I would be somewhat confident in stopping and preventing him from obtaining the wooden carving. Xiao Chen continuously reenacted the situation in his mind, but he was not able to stop him even after numerous simulations. This fatty's speed might not seem fast, but it had a natural feel to it. It looked incredibly casual, just like a friend greeting you before taking away your things from right under your nose as though it was normal. Actually, this was a type of concealment and misdirection. If he did not wish for you to know, then it was highly likely that he, the perpetrator, would elude you even after you realized your item was missing. Jin Dabao was just an inferior grade martial master, but Xiao Chen put up his guard around him, classifying him as a terrifying person. Jin Dabao kept rubbing the wooden carving as he held it. There was a twinkle in his eyes, which looked extremely disgusting. It was as disgusting as possible, an appearance with the semblance of a male pig in love. This was the only, single way for Xiao Chen to describe him. Xiao Chen could no longer bear to continue watching and snatched the wooden carving back. He was afraid that, if this fat person kept rubbing it, the wooden carving would be abraded till it was flat. Damn it! Xiao Chen held it in his hand and took a look. The chest area of the Yu Ying carving had been worn completely flat, to a point where the bra was completely gone and no longer visible. Xiao Chen was speechless. How disgusting does this idiot have to be for him to be able to do this? Seeing Xiao Chen lose control of himself, Jin Dabao did not show even a trace of shame as he laughed twice before looking at Xiao Chen vulgarly. How unexpected. So brother Xiao actually shares the same interests. To think you are actually capable of making such a realistic carving of the goddess in my heart, and one that seems even more realistic than the actual person at that. Are you selling this wooden carving? Wait. That won't do, carve a new one for me. I will exchange an earth-rank spirit weapon for it. The words of I, Jin Dabao, are like gold. I definitely keep my word. I also conduct business in a fair manner. I will not be like a certain girl, trying to cheat and play you for a fool. Even if I carved another one for you, you would rub it till there is nothing left, not even dregs. Xiao Chen thought in his heart. Looking at the wooden carving that had its depiction of a chest rubbed flat, Xiao Chen remembered that fatty Jin's sweat was still on it. He suddenly felt incomparably disgusted. He fiercely threw the wooden carving out of the window before firing out a stream of purple flames, shattering the wooden carving in the air into bits. After wiping his hands furiously, Xiao Chen finally found a modicum of solace. My goddess! The fatty exclaimed. He had rushed to the window and seen what had happened to the wooden carving. His face distorted into an expression of matchless grief and heartbreak. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He only left behind a banknote and prepared to leave. Brother Xiao, don't go, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Albeit having stood by the window earlier, Jin Dabao suddenly arrived in front of Xiao Chen in a flash. His face was wreathed in smiles as he tightly held onto Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen wanted to fling aside his hand, but he found that this fellow was not just heavy in an ordinary sense. In a situation such as this where Xiao Chen did not use his essence, he was completely unable to move Jin Dabao at all. The helpless Xiao Chen could only stop resisting, and said, "Don't even think of getting me to carve that for you, I will not agree to it." Jin Dabao beamed as he said, that's fine, that's fine. Even if business talks fall through, we can still be friends. I feel that we have an affinity to each other. I would like to treat you to some wine, is that fine? Let's go to the 4th floor. My treat. The fatty patted his chest as he said boldly. Xiao Chen was pestered by him to the point where he had no other choice, adding, we only drink, no business talks. After the drink is done, I'm leaving. Jin Dabao let go gleefully, not a problem, not a problem. Come. Let us go to the 4th floor immediately. It is more peaceful there. Xiao Chen slowly followed him to the stairs. What surprised Xiao Chen was that the 3 cultivators of Liusheng Pavilion standing in front of the stairs had extremely respectful expressions on their face when they saw the fatty. Unobstructed, they had a smooth passage to the 4th floor. The 4th floor of Liusheng Pavilion was different from how Xiao Chen had imagined it would be. The decorations were very simple, and there were no extravagant furnishings. However, the simple decorations did not give off a monotonous and dull feeling. Instead, it caused people to feel refreshed, putting them in a happy mood. Ding dong, ding dong. From behind a screen on the 4th floor, there was a melodious sound coming from a zither. It was like the song of a nightingale fresh from the forest, or the tender twittering of a fledgling swallow returning to its nest. It was like the noise of heavy rain for a moment, and then it petered out into a quiet whisper. It started like a thunderstorm and then ended on a mournful tone. The splendid music of the zither caused Xiao Chen, who knew nothing about music, to be enchanted. The mellow music matched the elegant decorations of the 4th floor, unwittingly entrancing its listeners. Xiao Chen opened his mouth, giving words of praise. The decorations of the 4th floor are truly a great work of skill. All of it is extremely elegant and must have been done by an expert. When Jin Dabao heard this, he felt great in his heart. He elegantly opened that folding fan made of gold and fanned himself for a bit. Smiling, he said, the humble me is not that talented. Thank you for your praises, brother Xiao. The decorations of the 4th floor were designed by me. All the branches of Liusheng Pavilion in the nation are laid out like this. Xiao Chen was speechless, as he could not establish a connection between this fatty and the elegance of the 4th floor. After a long time, he said, pretend I never said that. Led by Jin Dabao, the two of them made their way to a table by the railings. The field of view here was very wide, and they could clearly see the people walking on the street. Waiter. Bring 2 bottles of good wine, as well as some side dishes. Oh, and a bowl of fish porridge, too, Jin Dabao immediately shouted out after he took a seat. The efficiency of the Liusheng Pavilion's service was very high. It took but a moment for the waiter to provide them with all of their side dishes. Jin Dabao had a fragrant bowl of fish porridge placed in front of him. When Xiao Bai caught whiff of the fragrant smell, it immediately jumped onto the table and made a dash for the fish porridge. Jin Dabao found the little fox to be interesting and stretched out his hand to pat its head. With a quick flash, Xiao Bai evaded Jin Dabao's plump hand. It used both claws to slowly push the bowl of fish porridge towards Xiao Chen, and it even raised its head to roll its eyes at Jin Dabao. Jin Dabao was actually looked down upon by Xiao Bai. He laughed somewhat awkwardly and took a mouthful of wine before saying to Xiao Chen, Brother Xiao Chen, you have a pair of miraculous hands. I have a plan for us to get rich. As long as you cooperate, we will immediately be rolling in money. Xiao Chen nodded his head with some interest. Tell me more. Fatty Jin chuckled as he vulgarly moved closer to Xiao Chen's ears and unraveled his plan to Xiao Chen in a soft voice. When Xiao Chen heard it, he could not help but smile bitterly. I now realize that you're as gutsy as you are fat. No, perhaps to a greater degree. Fatty Jin chuckled, as long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, who would know it was done by the two of us? Xiao Chen was just about to reject when a manservant ran over and said to Xiao Chen, Dear guest, the customer at that table has requested for your presence. Looking in the direction of his finger, Xiao Chen saw that the group of people the manservant was talking about were Zhang Muang, Duan Muqing, and the others.